Chapter 8, Meetings, Training, and Duels? Part 1. It was midnight and the moon was full and high in the sky. The village gates were locked and ANBU and Chunin were on their standard night watches. The barrier team night shift was fully active and the majority of the civilians were back to their home in peaceful ignorant bliss as Konoha's leadership and several of its high-ranking jonin converged on a secret meeting in the Konoha Council chamber. Most unaware of the purpose for the late summons. The Hokage couldn't have called us earlier or something. Or tomorrow. I was eating dinner. Kurenai patted her irate friend on the shoulder. Anko, Sandame-sama wouldn't have called us at this time if it wasn't important. Anko rolled her eyes but settled for sulking as they approached the council chamber. She had bumped into Kurenai outside the Hokage tower and, after realizing that they had both been summoned but having no idea why, had made their way up together. As they approached the outside of the room, they noticed a large number of ANBU, enough for over 3 squads, were stationed outside the meeting room along with 2 ANBU captains. They both blinked in surprise when they saw the number and level of the guards and mildly wondered why the need for such extensive security. Both gained a serious demeanor as they passed through what appeared to be security seals as the doors opened and the ANBU ushered them in the chamber. It was then that they saw other shinobi already assembled in the room, several chairs lined neatly the wall on the left side of the small room in rows while the U-shaped table in the center where presumably the council members sat for meetings. In front of the U-shaped table was a large desk where presumably that the Hokage sat when governing the council meetings. After taking in the room and noticing the occupants that had already arrived, the 2 kunoichi made their way over to them. Yuga? Hey. Anko made her way over to the small group gathered on one side of the room, Kurenai following behind her. And you 4 idiots too. What's going on? Used to her personality, they all took the insult, which was really more of an endearment, in stride and greeted the 2 kunoichi with a round of nods. Not sure, Hey was the one to reply, straddling a wooden chair with his arms propped on the back of it. We all got here only a few minutes ago. As they took seats along the left wall, Kurenai frowned at Hey, studying the Kenjutsu expert closely for a long moment. There were only the faintest of bags under his eyes and his shoulders were completely relaxed for once. Hey. Kurenai noted the other's grins with some consternation. You look better today. A lot better. Did something happen? Hey grinned openly at her. Oh good, it really is noticeable. I just got out a few hours ago and haven't really seen anyone yet. Kurenai looked around, feeling completely lost. Guys, what's going on? Got out from where? Anko spoke up again, waving an excited hand in Hayate's direction. You can't tell, Kurenai? Hayate's been cured. Kurenai sat frozen in her chair, stunned as she looked from one face to another, all smiling broadly back at her. You're serious? Taking turns, Gunma and Radu explained the previous day's events to her as Kurenai took it in with wide eyes. And then, smiling in delight herself, she congratulated Hayate enthusiastically. She wasn't as close to Hayate or the others as much as Anko was, but she still considered them friends and she was grateful to whoever it was that had managed to pull something like this from thin air. You all seem happy. What's the occasion? They all turned to see Asuma walk in, Guy following close behind. The story was repeated again with no less feeling and Asuma smiled and clapped the Kenjutsu specialist on the back before taking a seat next to Kurenai while Guy all but bounced in his chair, proclaiming about the wonders of youth. This continued on for several seconds before Anko shut him up with a well-placed threat to his manhood. So does anyone know what's going on? Kotetsu asked as they all finally settled down. Asuma shrugged. I got a message to head to the Hokage tower and to the council chamber but nothing more than that. That's what the rest of us got too. Izumo nodded, leaning back in his chair. Wonder what the Hokage wants? Gunma suddenly straightened, eyes focused over their heads. I'm going to guess that it has something to do with what Haruki was saying the other day. Take a look. They all turned and then hastily straightened in their seats as the 6 clan heads of Konoha filed in, with Hyuga Hizashi walking alongside his brother and Inuzuka Hana walking beside her mother. All of them glanced briefly around the chamber before quietly taking seats on the left side of the room or at their respective clan chairs. Hana exchanged a few more words with the Inuzuka clan head before rising and making her way over to them. Hana-chan, is this about the meeting with Kumo? Kotetsu immediately asked as she took a seat with them. At her amused nod, he exchanged a bewildered glance with Izumo. Then what the hell are we doing here? We're Chunin. Hana shook her head. I'm not sure about the details. My mom just mentioned a summit conference with Kumogakure. But I got the Hokage summon as well, so, she shrugged. Here I am. Footsteps at the door made them turn a third time, and the entire room rose to their feet as the Konoha elders and Hokage walked in, Ibiki, the ANBU general, and the ANBU second a few steps behind him. Sarutobi moved to the front of the room while Ibiki veered off, stopping near the back a few feet away from Anko, arms crossed and looking as imposing as ever. The two masked shinobi settled similarly on the right behind the Hokage's desk. "Please sit," the Hokage called from the front, taking a seat himself behind his desk. "This will take a while. Thank you for coming on such short notice." They all sat down again, attention focused entirely on Sarutobi now. The Hokage looked around before releasing a resigned sigh. "It seems we're still waiting for two more though." He paused before glancing at Hayate. "I heard about the good news, Hayate. Congratulations on the recovery." Hayate bowed his head respectfully. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. And now that your ailment is out of the way," the Hokage snapped his fingers and an umbu appeared holding a jonin vest and uniform with update ninja license. "I believe a second congratulations are in order." Sarutobi motioned for the package to be given to Hayate, whose eyes were wide with disbelief. "Congratulations on your promotion, Hayate. May you continue to defend the leaf with the full force of the will of fire." Hayate had slight tears in his eyes as he accepted the garments from the umbu and bowed low to the Hokage. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will not let you down." The old Hokage smiled and simply nodded. If Haruki kept pulling off miracles like this, the village would be unstoppable. After several more congratulation and nods of affirmation, Anko piped up from beside Hayate. "Hokage-sama, do you know who gave the doctors the cure?" Everyone was focused on this exchange now, even as Sarutobi inclined his head. "I do, but I believe we both know he has no wish to be identified." Anko scowled, crossing her arms. "Come on, Hokage-sama. Even a hint would dash." "Leave it, Anko," Gunma interrupted from his seat, sunbon stuck in his mouth as usual. "Whoever he is doesn't want to be known." The purple-haired Kunoichi snapped her head around to study the senbon wielder suspiciously. From Hayate's other side, Yugao spoke up, interest clear in her voice. "Do you know who it is, Gunma?" Gunma shrugged. "Just suspicions." Anko immediately glared. "Well, let's hear them then." The Tokubetsu Jounin grunted indifferently. "I only have suspicions, Anko. Nothing concrete. And you wouldn't say anyway, would you?" Reidu observed dryly. He knew his friend. If Gunma was being tight-lipped on purpose, no amount of prying would get anything out of him. Gunma smirked around his sunbon and proceeded to ignore the dark glower Anko sent his way. A few of the clan heads had blatant interest on their faces, but none of them had time to raise their own questions before two voices, muffled but slowly coming closer, drew their attention to the doors at the far entrance. "Ven know where I live? Only the Hokage knows where I live. I used to be a spy. I'm rather good at finding things out. Do you have any idea what this is going to do to my reputation? I'm going to give the Hokage a heart attack. I doubt the old man's gonna keel over just because you showed up only a few minutes late. Now stop complaining, we're here." A moment later, two shadowed figures entered the heavy wooden doors, silver and crimson gleaming against the dim candle light of the council chambers. "Hey old man," Haruki jumped inside, absently tugging his coat back in place as Kakashi followed him in. "Sorry we're late." The entire room stared, speechless for several long seconds, some at the fact that Kakashi was almost on time, others that Haruki had called the Hokage old man, and the rest the Haruki actually found where Kakashi lived. Kakashi and Haruki exchanged a glance and before turning to stare back. "It isn't that shocking, is it?" Haruki finally said, exasperation leaking into his voice. "He's still a few minutes late." Sarutobi was the first to speak, chuckling as he rose to his feet. "True, Haruki-kun, but it has never happened before." Haruki just grinned a little, nudging the copy forward. Kakashi looked as bored as ever, but there was a pleased glint in his eye as he surveyed the surprised shinobi in the room. "How in the world did you do it?" Kurenai voiced, astonishment clear on her face. "We'd usually have to wait at least an hour before Kakashi turns up." Haruki shrugged, stepping further into the chamber as he glanced back at Kakashi and tipped his head towards the chairs on the left wall. Wordlessly, Kakashi sauntered forward and took a seat at the end next to Asuma. "I just went to pick him up. Has no one ever thought to do that? He can't exactly avoid a meeting if someone makes sure he gets here on time." "No one knows where he lives," Gunma pointed out, but Haruki caught a puzzlingly thoughtful look in the senbon wielder's eyes, as if he was thinking about something else entirely as he studied the redhead. "Ah, well, he lives dash. Haruki." The warning came from the Kopinin and Haruki side and shrugged apologetically. "Somewhere in Konoha?" he finished definitively. Again, the rest of the room sweat dropped at this and was watching them with something akin to incredulous fascination, and Haruki frowned a little before glancing at the Hokage again and walked to stand next to his desk. Sarutobi just shook his head before turning to face the occupants of the room. "All right, let's get this meeting started. There are a few S-rank decisions that are to be discussed tonight, and I have taken extra precautions to make sure the secrets discussed in here stay that way. Haruki, if you would join me please. And in that moment both the Hokage and Haruki flashed through hand seals ending in the tiger and boar seal respectively, and many streams of Fuinjutsu became visible. Combination Fuinjutsu, Zetai Chinmaku no Shiru, Combination Fuinjutsu, Seals of the Absolute Silence. The room flashed blue for a moment before the seal matrix vanished as if they were never there. Haruki turned and nodded to the Hokage with a small smile, who seemed to only acknowledge it with a slight straightening of his back. The rest of the room had a myriad of various expressions and the display of teamwork and sealing skill that was put on display in front of them. To the few that were aware of the redhead's frequent trips to the Hokage office, they could understand a bit better why. The Hokage's old teammate wore surprised faces, as they had been unaware of Hirusen's progress in Fuinjutsu. Danzo appeared as stoic as ever. Now, thanks to the seal matrix that was just established by Haruki and myself, if any information appears outside this room of related to anything that is discussed without clearance, then it is because someone within this meeting leaked it. At this point, the Hokage stoically and sternly made eye contact with everyone in the room, though his gaze lingered on the civilian representative, to stress the seriousness of this. The unfortunate individual that does so will be found and tried for treason, understood. Everyone seemed to nod in understanding, grasping the seriousness of what was to be discussed. The Chunin members noticeable gulped but steeled themselves for what may come. The old Hokage then turned to the left side of the room to address them. Much of what will be discussed tonight concerns many of you, and so you have been asked to witness the meeting to save time and potential leaks of information so that you are all informed. During the discussion and voting, I would ask that you remain attentive but silent until time for questions is allowed. Is this arrangement understood? At the chorus of nods, the Sandaime turned back to the council members and seated himself in his desk. Considering the time, I will attempt to be brief in this meeting. There are 3 things I would like to bring before the council tonight, with each item being progressively more serious. The Sandaime scanned the room to make sure he had everyone's attention and inwardly was filled with amused anticipation at what was about to come next. Haruki wasn't the only one that could scheme after all. The first matter I would like to put before the council is the installment of the new head of Konoha's Barrier Corps and newly created Sealing Corps, Konoha's newest sealing master and head of all Fuinjutsu, Kazuma Haruki. As soon as the Hokage finished his sentence, Haruki whirled around, face a mix of shock, angry, betrayal, and upon seeing the smirk on the old Kage's face, resignation. And before he could voice his objections, Hirusen raised a hand to silence him. Effective immediately, Kazama Haruki is charged with new seal development, production, armament, and the organization and instruction of the new Sealing Corps. He is the head and primary key holder of the barrier field, when not on missions, and furthermore is restricted from going on anything less than an A-rank mission and given elite jonin status and a seat on the department council. I'm sure Haruki-kun and I will further establish and define his duties in these areas at later dates. Meanwhile, in the enraged redhead's mind, he was using every possible curse and mental barb he can on the old Hokage, even imagining him strangling the old man, that the QB blushes. Keep calm, kid. The old monkey basically promised to explain later. At least hear him out. This could be good for us. It gives you legitimacy and authority within the village you can use. Yeah, but he didn't have to surprise me with it, damn it. And what about laying low and not drawing attention to myself? Think of it this way, kid, if you weren't surprised by the proposal, the council would think foul play and may not approve the recommendation. Realizing the fox had a point, the redhead just glowered and decided to kill the old man later in private. The room was silent as everyone digested the information, including Haruki's rather obvious reaction. It was after a few moments that Koharu spoke up. And on what grounds would you offer such praise and responsibility to this jonin? You must understand, Hokage-sama, that while we are indeed in need of such a specialist, since Jiraiya refuses to do so and he is useful as our spy master, we need proof more than your previous demonstration to grant such authority to anyone with so little background information. Before the Hokage had a chance to reply, it was Hayashi Hyuga that began speaking. I for one can testify to Haruki-san's skill in Fuinjutsu. As most of you know, Haruki was crucial in not only finding and returning my brother to us, but in doing so had to identify and defeat a life suppression seal without harming my brother. After further inquiry of my own, I discovered that this is considered a level 7 seal in the field. A rather impressive accomplishment. When discussing the details of how to convince Kumo of my brother's escape, Haruki was able to explain to me in basic simple terms how the seal operated. Another impressive feat. I give Haruki-san my full recommendation. Once again, before the Hokage could speak, Shikaku spoke up with a lazy drawl. Though it is troublesome to discuss, I too give my backing to this appointment. When Haruki defeated me in shogi, he was able to identify and correct a chakra capacity identifier made by the Yondaime himself. I believe I can safely assume that this is adequate support for both his intelligence as well as his Fujitsu skills. At this point everyone is looking at the red head ranging from concealed interest to open gaping. Haruki did his best to resist fidgeting but couldn't completely stop the blush from rising to his face. He felt like an experiment under observation. Once again the Hokage made to speak. If he was irritated by the interruptions he didn't show it. Thank you Shikaka-sama, Hayashi-sama. Are there any more testimonies to be presented? After his question there was silence for a moment and Haruki was thankful that no one seemed to have more to say, before a small cough came from the far left of the room. The attention of the room shifted as nervous frustration built inside the red head as the copy ninja raised a hand from his slouched seemingly disinterested position. If the council will permit, I have testimony to offer on the matter of Haruki's sealing skill. At seeing the nod from the Hokage the copy ninja stood and calmly walked to the center of the room to address the council, ignoring the glare of daggers from the red head. In addition to these testimonies, I would also like to add that Haruki is currently responsible for the seal security of Naruto Uzumaki's home as well as Naruto's own education in the art. I witnessed the installation of the sealing defenses and am aware of their effects. During the installation Haruki placed level 7 and 8 sealing matrices in addition to a dozen or so smaller lower level matrices onto the wall with chakra alone. I know of no one else with that level of skill. Having said his piece, Kakashi walked back his seat while the rest of the room digested the information. Some of the council members looked like they wanted to comment on Haruki's involvement with Naruto, but before they could the Hokage headed them off. Other testimony? Kurenai-chan. The leader of Team 8 stood with soft smile and walked toward the center of the room. The occupants of which curious as to what interaction she could have had to offer anything. Haruki's face was ridged and blank. Thank you Hokage-sama. Yesterday during Team 8's training session Haruki assisted and trained them for the day. During his exercise he and I were to remain hidden from the team as they sought us out. During this time, using nothing but wind and chakra, Haruki formed an invisible seal that completely blocked the Byakugan. At this point everyone stiffened as Hayashi and Hizashi snapped their shocked gaze to the red head, who refused to make eye contact. I do not know the level of the seal this is, but I can imagine it takes extreme amounts of skill to accomplish this. At this revelation all but the Hokage seemed surprised and shocked. Asuma couldn't pick his jaw up off the floor. Though probably the most important reaction was from the Hyuga clan head. There was a mixture of caution and intrigue, and in a rare moment of transparency the mechanical workings of the plans being forged could be seen. To what end, however, no one could guess. The Hokage paused here seemingly for effect. The last piece of evidence I would like to submit is probably the crowning jewel to Haruki's feats, if they only knew, and the reason why I'm not having him take Jiraiya's place as our spy master despite his considerable skill in the art. At this point Haruki recognized what was next and just closed his eyes in resignation. Haruki countered, defeated, and removed Orochimaru's curse seal. This time the room erupted. Even Danzo's eye widened and locked with Hiruzen's as the rest of the council and unknowing guests exclaimed and threw out demands of how, when, and for proof. The two seemed to be having their own silent yet intricate conversation in the midst of the chaos. Without any prompting, Enko appeared in the middle of the room, shoulders bare, with the biggest sadistic smile she could muster. Everyone's eyes locked on where they knew the cursed mark would be except Danzo. Troublesome, muttered Shikaku before continuing louder. This changes everything. Once again the Hokage spoke before any more comments or questions could be raised. I will now call for a vote on the confirmation of my appointment and creation. Around the table each nodded before they began with Choza. Choza Akimichi, head of the Akimichi clan, I vote yes. Inochi Yamanaka, head of the Yamanaka clan, I vote yes. Shikaku Nara, Nara clan head, it's troublesome but I vote yes. Shibi Aburama, head of the Aburama clan, his skill is undeniable, therefore logic dictates he is best for the position. I vote yes. Tsum Izunaka, head of the Izunaka clan, yeah, he can do it. Hayashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan, I agree with the Hokage's judgment of Haruki's skill. Tojiro Motosai, civilian representative to the council, I vote yes. Hamura Mitokado, village elder, I vote yes. Koharu Udatane, village elder, I vote no. At this the majority of the room became confused. What more could she want? It's not a question of his skill but giving a relatively newly public shinobi such responsibility. I understand Hokage-sama's confidence in him, but it is my job as an elder to voice my own concerns even if they will make little difference. Leave it to the grandma to have to be the sensible one. Nodding in acknowledgement the Hokage made to speak before he was interrupted by a rather loud cough. Heads turned to Danzo and the man's blank countenance. I believe I still have to cast my vote, Hokage-same. Yes, of course. My apologies. Danzo seemed to ignore this as he began. I, Shiruma Danzo, head of the Shiruma clan and village elder, vote in favor of the measure. This took most by surprise and made others, especially Haruki, narrow their eyes at the Warhawk. What is he up to? The Hokage however took it in stride and did not react to the unusual display at all. "Thank you, Elder Danzo. Let all who are here bear witness to Haruki's new title and position. The matter concerning the cursed mark is an S-rank secret. Haruki, you will meet me later to discuss your new position more fully." At seeing the redhead's tight nod he continued, "Now onto the second piece of business." He began drawing everyone's attention back to him. "I'm sure everyone realizes that we are here to discuss the summit conference with Kumogakure, where I and the Raikage will discuss reparations. Before we start discussion on what they will be though, some of you still need to be filled in on the real details of what brought us to this point in the first place." He gestured to the jonin next to him. "As most, if not all of you know, this is Kazama Haruki. He is the one responsible for bringing back Hyuga Hizashi." The next 10 minutes were spent giving a semi-detailed explanation of the circumstances surrounding the Hyuga clan head's brother as Haruki stood motionless under the other shinobi's sharp gazes, features blank. When Sarutobi finished, there were varied expressions on each of the room's occupants' faces. The clan heads and Hizashi already knew, but the other half of the room hadn't and was now staring at Haruki with everything from thoughtfulness to amazement. "So this is why no one really seems to know him?" Kotetsu whispered to Izumo. "He hasn't been back in 8 years?" Haruki seemed to have heard them, inclined his head, ignoring the part of his mind that admonished him for lying. It was necessary, and he didn't have time to indulge in his conscience at the moment. "That's amazing," Yugao remarked quietly, respect evident in her words. "You managed to corner Kumo in less than 2 weeks and they won't even be able to accuse us of anything in this. The level of skill required to pull off such a mission." "Yes," Sarutobi agreed, having heard the ANBU. "Which brings us back to the point of this meeting. The conference with Kumo will consist of myself, a Hyuga representative, and 5 escorts. Hayashi, Hizashi, and Haruki will become, of course, as well as Shibi Aburama and Tsumizunaka will accompany me." And the old Hokage turned to the left of the room and paused briefly. Asuma blinked, mildly startled, but straightened and nodded without pause. "The rest of you are here to be aware of the situation and on alert while we are gone." There was a general round of nods from the left side of the room. "Yugao and Hayate, Kakashi and Enko will be on standby as the support team should any be need as well." Mild surprise flashed across Hayate's face, but he nodded a moment after Yugao inclined her head. The Kopinin acknowledged this with a single nod, though his visible eye slid over to the red-haired jounin for a brief moment, calculating behind the lazy perusal. Enko beamed at the honor, still excited from her recent promotion. "The rest of you will remain in Konoha on standby in case Kumo tries anything while I am away and more reinforcements are needed. Shikaku, you will function in my office with the elders until I return." Seeing the Nara nod as this was the usual arrangement, Sarutobi continued before gesturing to Haruki again. The redhead walked forward and laid a scroll before each council member, which they began opening and reading. "Now, in addition to the list of things we will request from Komo, besides a larger mission share from border nations, better trade rights and some techniques unique to Komo, Haruki and I came up with a unique request which I think would be crucial to Konoha's future security." "I'll let him explain." Haruki nodded and took a step back, steadying the mild stir of apprehension in his stomach with relative ease. He had long since gotten used to talking in front of crowds. "Right," he started, noting the attentiveness in every shinobi's expression. "I'm sure you all know Uzumaki Naruto?" There was a rush of murmurs around the room before Tsum spoke up. "He's the demon brat, isn't Dash?" The kunoichi abruptly cut herself off when cerulean eyes froze over and pinned her with an icy stare. From behind her, Kakashi's typical lazy drawl wasn't so lazy anymore. There was just the slightest edge of steel underlying his voice as he spoke. Tsum, that demon brat is my student," Kakashi voiced from the side of the room. It was strange, a detached part of Tsum's mind thought. Sharingan no Kakashi was famed for his detached nonchalance and cool head in any situation and often showed nothing but disinterest in everything not directly related to the immediate safety of Konoha. The man was hard-pressed to care about anything on a good day. And yet, here he was, defending one of his students for something Tsum had said that she hadn't even meant as an insult. She wondered if Haruki had anything to do with this change. "That's not what I meant," she snapped back, mostly at Kakashi because Haruki wasn't even frowning and she could already feel the chill trickling down her spine. She almost pitied any poor fool who pissed him off enough to receive the full brunt of that glare. "I've got nothing against the kid. I can tell a child from a demon, Hataki." Tsum breathed an inward sigh of relief when Kakashi relaxed enough to eye-smile an almost apology at her. She shot an irritated glare back before turning to Haruki again to check his expression. The frigid stare was gone, replaced by his typically neutral expression again. "What about him then?" she asked, not quite able to hide a scowl from surfacing on her face. Haruki had the decency to look apologetic for a brief moment and Tsum settled back down with a huff. Well then, Haruki continued, his gaze sweeping around the room. As you know, Naruto is the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. But right now, all he knows is why this village hates him so much. Cerulean darkened to indigo as he spoke. He doesn't understand the Kyuubi's power, nor does he realize how strong he can become if he manages to work together with the fox. Wait. Inoichi straightened from his seat, something like alarm flashing across his face. We don't want Naruto to use that demon fox's power. Why not? Haruki immediately countered, and several in the chamber noted the way his voice edged with a bitter coldness and shoulders squared, as if preparing for battle. The Kyuubi's chakra is just another source of strength one can use. The Uchiha have their Sharingan, the Hyuga have their Byakugan, the Aburame have their Kikaichu, the Inuzuka have their dogs. If nothing else, the Kyuubi is an ace for the village, being the strongest Biju. That is the point of the Jinchuriki system, is it not? Weapons of mass destruction as deterrence from war. The challenge and source of the primary fear of Jinchuriki is that most villages are unable to use their Jinchuriki as little more than chaos bombs that they set off and just point in the general direction of the enemy, hoping that more of their enemy's assets will be destroyed than their own. This is something we should not continue to practice. However, control takes years of practice and trust built up. Alone there is likely to be dangerous error. After training though, working together, Naruto and the Kyuubi could become an unstoppable force. Most of the older shinobi were understanding of his analysis, though it caught their attention when he spoke of the result with such conviction. Trust built? Inochi frowned, confused. Yes, trust. Between Naruto and the Kyuubi, Haruki answered shortly, leaving half the room looking nonplussed. If Naruto can work together with the fox, his potential would increase even more and Konoha would become that much stronger. The Kyuubi tried to destroy Konoha 12 years ago. Tsum cut in flatly, eyes narrowed. I've got nothing against the brat. My own son is friends with him, but who knows what that monster would do if he could influence the boy. Haruki opened his mouth before closing it again, mentally calming Kurama as growls resonated in his mindscape. They don't know yet, he reminded the fox. Then tell them. This is degrading. We can't. It's too soon. You know that? The fox just huffed. Well, the least you could do is defend our honor. All right, Haruki said aloud, glancing sideways at the Hokage. I think I'll have to go further back and tell you something else then. Old man, you remember what I said about what was really behind the Kyuubi attack? Sarutobi nodded thoughtfully as his gaze swept over the occupants of the room. He had been told of the real mastermind behind several disasters hitting Konoha, but he suspected that there was still something Haruki was holding back from him. But the former Hokage had said nothing more on the subject, so Sarutobi had not pushed. He trusted Haruki to tell him when he needed to know. Tell them. But this is an S-class secret. Word of this must not get out. There was a general round of nods as the Chunin shifted uncertainly, glancing at each other. Why exactly were they here again? They wouldn't tell anyone of anything they heard here today, but it was rare for someone below Jonin to be privy to top-secret information. Okay, Haruki nodded decisively. It is well understood among those in of the higher levels of the sealing community that the Biju have personalities. Minds, so to speak. Capable of reasoning and patterned behaviors. Now it is not popular to state this, as most people prefer to view them as balls of mindless malevolent power. Here Haruki paused and surveyed the room, and seeing he had everyone's rapt attention, continued. The proof this not the case lies in what it takes to seal a Biju in the first place. Every successful Fuinjutsu used to seal Biju has a heavy In chakra component. Usually with one part mirroring or cataloging the spiritual imprint of what, or rather who, is being sealed, and the other anchoring the personhood of the thing. The fact that such pieces among others are needed demonstrated the Biju's rationale. We can only conclude therefore that there is someone that can control or manipulate Biju. Someone as powerful as Uchiha Madara. There were several sharp intakes of breath as all the clan heads glanced sharply at one another. Shikaku kept his gaze firmly on the red-haired Jounin. He had already heard about the events of the Kyuubi attack from Haruki when they had gone out for dinner the other night. He knew the edited story and he agreed with Haruki. It was far too early to disclose the contents of what really happened that night. Especially with all the attention Haruki already had and trying to explain how he knew S-class secrets even the council didn't know. And now we know what organization he's hiding in. Akatsuki. Jiraiya-sama is attempting to learn more about them as we speak. From what we can tell, the culprit is still at large. Uchiha Madara was the clan head of the Uchiha clan during the Shodame's reign, right? Heiei put in slowly to his own group. He helped found Konoha, but he betrayed it in the end. He and the Shodame fought at the Valley of the End and he was killed in the battle, wasn't he? It couldn't have been him, and the Yondaime defeated and killed whomever the other guy was that night, didn't he? No, Haruki said carefully, remaining vague of which fact he was referring to. He observed the shock that appeared on several shinobi's faces, but there were a few who only looked pensively thoughtful, as if they had suspected this all along. The man from that night survived that battle. Barely, but he did, and he's still around today. Needless to say, Konoha isn't his favorite village at the moment. Whoever he is has the ability to control the Kyuubi and use him in battle. It was he who forced him to attack Konoha all those years ago. It was not Kyuubi's choice. By the time the Yondaime managed to stop the attacker, the Kyuubi was likely too angry to stop. There was never the confirmation of a kill, and the target of this organization seems to have Biju on the list. Even though they are not making their move, our Jinchuriki is unprepared to use his Biju as an asset. It is this I seek to change and use Kumo to do it. Drawing everyone's attention back to the issue at hand. Akatsuki could be discussed later. Absently, twitching the sunban in his mouth, Gunma glanced wryly at his friends. They looked almost catatonic with shock. Then again, he wasn't doing much better. Whatever he had been expecting in the meeting today, it was not this. In his mind, he had imagined the briefing to be something along the lines of "We will be meeting with Kumo, get your gear together, meet at the main gates, dismissed." Judging by most of the clan heads' expressions, they hadn't been expecting this either. He turned back to the front of the room, cocking his head to observe the red-haired Jonin standing calmly beside the Hokage. Surely an infiltration mission to Kumo, no matter how long, wouldn't result in uncovering something of this magnitude, so how did Haruki know? He wanted to ask, but held his tongue. There was something off about Haruki's background, and he wasn't sure if the questions he wanted to voice would put him in a difficult position. As it turned out, Gunma needn't have worried. Someone else posed the question before he could contemplate it any further. "Wait, you got all this in an infiltration mission to Kumo?" Tsum demanded, not understanding the heavy frown that Shikaku suddenly directed her way. "Does that mean they know this stuff?" No, Haruki shook his head. "I'm good at finding things out. I know they're Jinchuriki, and I've been vigilant to any threats involving Jinchuriki and Konoha. This lead me to Akatsuki, which lead me to this information. Though frankly every village should be on the lookout." It was clear that Tsum was not satisfied with this answer, but Shikaku spoke up before she could probe further, focusing everyone's attention back to the main point. "Then we know to keep an eye out for Uchiha Madara, or at least someone like him, as well as other members of this group. But what does the Kyuubi and Naruto have to do with the conference with Kumo?" Haruki nodded. To answer further answered Tsum-san's concern. "In the case of Naruto Uzumaki's, the layered seals prevent the Kyuubi from possessing or influence him. His unique seals are of note because they only hold back and drain half of the Kyuubi's power. The yang half, to be precise. This is important, one, because of which abilities will be granted to him, and two, because of what will happen when Naruto Uzumaki dies. Because the yin half of the Kyuubi would remain sealed, the yang half could not start the reformation process that the Biju are famous for 9 years later. The fox no doubt knows this. Therefore, in an attempt to maintain survival until its other half becomes unsealed or is released, the Kyuubi will do what it can to stay alive. He will help Naruto." The last part was said with such conviction the few deeper-thinking members of those present looked at the redhead curiously as they thought over his analysis. The Kyuubi is not just a mindless beast. He has his own thoughts and, in his right mind, would only attack places where human malice has collected and festered, since it is rumored that one of his abilities is to detect negative emotions. If Naruto gets in touch with the fox, Kyuubi could be convinced to work together with Naruto. And if that happens, someone will have to teach him how to wield the Kyuubi's chakra. That's where Kumo comes in. During the conference, we will most likely agree to a diplomat from Kumo to come live in Konoha as a sign of continued peace between our two villages." Haruki withdrew 2 scrolls and unraveled them, showing the audience a depiction of the 2 shinobi he was about to introduce. This, he held up the scroll in his right hand, is the Raikage's adoptive brother, Killer B. I believe he's powerful enough to be ANBU bordering Kage level, but he is named the guardian of Kumogakure since, in addition to being their Kage's family, he is also the Jinchuriki of Gyuki, the Hachibi. Ignoring the startled gasps from his captivated listeners, Haruki held up the scroll in his left hand. "And this is Niyujito, a Jonin-level kunoichi, though recently promoted, and a good strategist, as well as one of the Raikage's most trusted. She's the Jinchuriki of Matatabi, the Nibi." Haruki paused and scanned the room, wondering if that had been one too many surprises in the last half hour. 2 Jinchuriki? Choza finally voiced faintly. "But, we thought the 2 tails was lost." Haruki shrugged, rolling up the scrolls again. Kumo doesn't go around proclaiming it to the world, though they don't exactly hide it either. And it isn't as if either of them uses their Biju's chakra every time they enter a fight. They're both quite strong on their own. One of them can train Naruto in the beginning steps of contacting Kyuubi. "Are you saying that they can fully control their Biju's chakra?" Inoichi inquired, blue-green gaze unwavering as he stared back at Haruki. Haruki nodded. Very well too. Both of them are quite adept at working together with their biju. A mirthless crooked smile flitted across his features. They are two of their village's most prized shinobi, Kumo's pride, you could say. The red-haired Jonin's tone wasn't quite accusing, more reproachful than anything else, but several of them shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Haruki ignored this and focused on the gathered clan heads instead. This is our plan to get the edge and training Naruto needs while stabilizing relations with Komo, both by having an emissary and by that emissary being one of their precious Jinchuriki. A short silence followed and Haruki forced himself to stay still. It wouldn't do to look too eager. I agree to this plan, Shikaku suddenly spoke up, cutting the tension in the air. Inoichi and Chuza both turned to blink at him, mildly startled. It wasn't like the Jonin commander to acquiesce so easily without going over everything several times first. Shikaku paid them no mind, continuing evenly, if Naruto can fully harness the Kyuubi's power, it would be beneficial to Konoha, and perhaps even turn the people's views of him to something more positive. Though I believe Naruto to be quite loyal to this village, what with his eagerness to become a Konoha shinobi, having almost the entire population against him is a disservice to both him and ourselves, not to mention it is downright shameful to treat the boy so badly when he is holding back the Kyuubi for us. And whether we like it or not, the fox, though dormant, could one day break free of its seal. Since that is a possibility, I'd much rather have the fox on our side than against us. Thoughtful murmurs swept the room as Haruki shot the Nara head a discreet look of thanks. Shikaku gazed back calmly, tilting his head in a minuscule nod. He had meant what he said 2 nights ago, he wouldn't leave the time traveler to fend for himself anymore. Although he would have to pull the redhead aside later and maybe lecture him a bit about giving him the full details before telling anyone else. He could have come up with an even stronger defense had he had time. Well, if that's the case, I agree with Shikaku, Inoichi nodded at Haruki. I'd much rather fight beside him than against him if it comes to that. And the boy deserves a break from the things the villagers say. Maybe if they see that he can work with the Kyuubi, they'll be more open to his presence in Konoha. Chuza wasn't far behind as he nodded in agreement. It was widely known and accepted that 1 concession from their clans really meant 3, and if this didn't happen it was significant. Agreed. Konoha would be much stronger with a biju on our side, and Naruto-kun would benefit from this as well. Near the back, Hayashi glanced at his twin, raising a questioning eyebrow. He had already accepted that Hisashi knew something about Haruki that he didn't, like how the Jonin seemed to know so many things that he really shouldn't. He didn't believe for a moment that Haruki had just picked it up by doing a little digging, and so he usually turned to his brother in cases like this. It sounds like a good plan, he commented in a low voice as he studied Hisashi's expression. What do you think? Hisashi just smiled and inclined his head. I think it is a good plan as well. Naruto working with the Kyuubi would greatly benefit Konoha? Hayashi nodded, shooting an exasperated look at his twin for the unhelpful agreement. He had been hoping for a hint to the mystery surrounding Haruki, at the very least. Turning to face forward again, he spoke up, I agree as well. But whoever is chosen should be closely watched. Of course, Haruki nodded. That would go for anyone coming to the village as a diplomatic envoy. Tsum listened to the other clan head's agreement before glancing impatiently at Shibi. Well? She asked in a lowered voice. What do you think? Shibi glanced sidelong at his former teammate and raised an eyebrow. Tsum rolled her eyes. Sometimes, she wondered when she had managed to pick up enough patience to dissect an Aburame's silent speech. A raised right eyebrow alone had 36 different meanings she had counted. This one meant, why are you asking me? Because I think it's a good idea, but I'm not just gonna pitch headfirst into this like everyone else is doing today, Tsum muttered back. I mean, since when does that stick-up-his-ass Hyuga agree so easily to anything? This time, Shibi frowned at her, which had 52 different meanings, a minute crease in his brow that was only noticeable to someone looking for it. Tsum huffed in irritation. You got used to my language a long time ago. Concentrate on the important thing here, Shibi. Shibi finally sighed, and even Tsum had lost count of how many meanings that could amount to. She had given up after 94 and had simply memorized the sounds instead and said curtly, I agree, it sounds advantageous to Konohagakure. My concern is having a fully capable Jinchuriki in the village that could unleash themselves whenever they wanted, and there are very few currently that could stop them. Tsum nodded, suppressing a sigh of her own as she turned back to the front. Personally, she had no objections, and if even Shibi disagreed, she would support this plan fully. The brat needed to be trained. But still, there was something bigger here, something someone in the room must know and wasn't telling, and Haruki was smack in the middle of it. I agree too, she called out bluntly. But I'd like a general idea of each one of them before deciding who to pick. Haruki nodded, mentally releasing a relieved sigh. Tsum and Shibi had been his biggest worries. He hadn't interacted with them very much in this timeline and wasn't sure if his plan would be enough to put aside the suspicions that he knew they both had of him. With Tsum's vote the measure would pass. Great. Then, Haruki turned to look at Kakashi. We'd need to work out some sort of deal with Kumo first, and in this case, Kakashi would get the last word in Naruto's training. The Kopinin lifted an eyebrow at this, gaze flickering briefly to the Hokage and then moving on to focus on Shikaku before returning to Haruki again. He had been annoyed when a spark of betrayal had stirred inside him after catching the unsurprised expression on the Nara head's face once Haruki had revealed the mastermind behind the Kyuubi attack, as well as the short exchange between them after Shikaku had defended the redhead's plan, and it was still nagging insistently at the back of his mind right now. With hidden irritation, he shoved it down and concentrated on the matter at hand. What did it matter if Haruki had told Shikaku first anyway? It certainly didn't concern him. A part of him just wanted to know who had been the cause of his sensei's death, and it hurt not being the first told. In all likelihood the Nara head had probably finally caught up to the redhead and had managed to worm a straight answer out of Haruki, which likely lead to a briefing he was unaware of. Whoever trains Naruto will have to do it while I'm there as well, he said instead, voice light. And my other 2 students will have to know about Naruto's circumstances too? Haruki nodded immediately. Of course, but whether or not you tell them about the Kyuubi should be up to Naruto. He should be the one to choose whether or not they should know. Kakashi inclined his head in acquiescence. That sounds fine. I'll take it up with him after the conference. Haruki nodded again. His younger counterpart would most likely want his teammates to know, nervous though he'd be, but he was sure both Sakura and Sasuke would take it in stride. Alright then, moving on, Haruki turned back to the crowd in general. I'll give you an overview of Killer Bee first. He pulled out a small booklet that he had spent a few hours filling up with all the things he could remember about the allies and enemies he had had in his former life. Killer Bee is very proud of his own power, so the first thing to remember during the summit is to not insult his Biju. Like Naruto can be at times, Killer Bee can be quite cocky and stubborn, especially in terms of his own strength, and he demands respect from others and asks to be called Jinchuriki-sama and his Biju be called Hachibi-samada. Haruki paused and glanced up. The entire room looked to be in a unified state of incredulity. Smothering laughter, he continued his summarization. He has a, special way of expressing his pride through song, more specifically in rap style. Oh, and he'll even write his rhymes in the middle of a fight, or during an important meeting, even if they're no good, which is usually the case, so just go along with it. Haruki looked up again. The incredulity had turned into the beginnings of traumatized disbelief. Kakashi was glancing between the booklet Haruki was reading out of and Guy. The taijutsu specialist was the only one who seemed to be completely at ease with Killer Bee's description. Still trying not to snicker, Haruki returned to his report. Bee doesn't respect anyone who makes fun of rap or his lyrics, so in other words, don't laugh, or mouth off to him, or do anything to offend him if you want to work out a deal to bring him back to Konoha. For his battle skills, he's not the type of person to work with strategies with other people. He was already completing missions that were supposed to be assigned for both him and his brother, without the Raikage's knowledge. The only person Bee will listen to is the Raikage, since he's the only one able to keep him in check. Bee knows talent when he sees it though, and he respects those with it. A good example would be his fellow Kumo Jinchuriki, Yujito. He really looks up to her for her abilities. Bee has a very close relationship with his older brother, and the reason behind him becoming a Jinchuriki in the first place was for the sake of the Raikage. He didn't complain, and he's always cheerful and determined, much like Naruto is. However, even though he sounds pretty hot-headed, when someone close to him is in danger, he has no qualms about putting himself at risk to save them, if necessary. As far as I know, he has a pretty good relationship with Gyuki. They don't have any problems working with each other, and both of them are damn strong by themselves. As far as abilities go, Bee's good at taijutsu and kenjutsu, and he has the ability to flow lightning-natured chakra through his blades to increase their cutting power. Haruki stopped for a moment. He was very familiar with Bee's skills, but he wasn't quite sure if they reached the level he knew them to be yet. Never underestimate his ability with Raiten techniques, he said at last. He's a monster with them? He scanned his book. He has full control over his Biju, and he's the only living Jinchuriki who can retain his full Biju form indefinitely. He paused again, hesitating for a moment. Though when I say control, Haruki clarified. Bee and Gyuki are more like partners than anything else, which makes them even stronger in battle. Anyway, Bee's also kind and compassionate, so he'd probably make a pretty good teacher for Naruto if we go with him. Haruki looked up once more as he finished, studying his audience for a reaction. Most looked a little stunned at the summary of Killer Bee's abilities, but surprisingly, it was Kakashi who spoke first. So basically, Kakashi said in an oddly neutral voice, This killer bee, with his rap and lyrics and whatever else he's got, is the Madogai of Kumogakure. It wasn't a question, but Haruki contemplated it for a moment before nodding somewhat cautiously. He supposed, in terms of, well, eccentricities, that was true. I guess so, yeah. I see. Kakashi raised one hand, deadpanning. I don't care who she is, I vote for the woman. This set off an immediate chain reaction. Beside him, both Asuma and Kurenai raised their hands as well and chorused, seconded. Us too. Yugao, Heiate, Kotetsu, Izumo, Enko, Reidu, and Hana's hands all shot up. There was a distinct pause as everyone blinked. Guy looked mildly offended. I think Killer Bee-san is extremely youthful, he announced, much to the visible annoyance of Kakashi. I would not mind such youthfulness in Konoha. You wouldn't, Kurenai sighed. What does the council think? Inoichi chuckled but turned back to Haruki. Let's hear about the other one first. Haruki nodded and flipped a few pages. Right, Ni Yujito, she's a hard worker, proud, wise, and a courageous kunoichi. I hear she's also firm and decisive in battle, and thoughtful of her teammates as well. She's younger than Killer Bee but, like I said before, he looks up to her for her skills. She's a decent strategist, and better at close-ranged combat. Because of the Nibi, she can grow her fingernails and toenails into claws, and she uses fire against her enemies very efficiently. She has the ability to fully transform into the Nibi while keeping her mind, and while she doesn't have complete control over Matatabi, she can control the transformation and how much of the Nibi's chakra she wants to use. Clapping his book closed, Haruki scanned the room. Obviously, I don't have as much on her as I do Killer Bee, but from what I gathered, she sounds like a pretty good candidate as well. She sounds like a good all-rounder, Shikaku commented. Killer Bee may be very strong, but he sounds like more of an offensive type. And we want someone strong, not overly strong, Tsum agreed. Plus we don't want something to happen to him and have the Reikage at our doorstep. This Yujito sounds like the best option. Murmurs swept both groups as they discussed amongst themselves groups while the Hokage glanced at Haruki. Who do you want here? Haruki shrugged, making sure to keep his voice low enough so not to be overheard. I don't really mind either one. Naruto would probably butt heads with Killer Bee at first, but then again, he butts heads with most new people. Yujito's the calmer of the two though, and Bee is. He trailed off, eyes glazing over a little as memories with that particular Jinchuriki surfaced. Sarutobi frowned a little with concern. You two were friends? Haruki stirred, shrugging again. Allies, teacher, friends, family, we were on pretty good terms to say the least. His mouth twisted a little. He saved my life. Sarutobi observed him for a few seconds. He sounds like a good man. Haruki scoffed. Drove me crazy sometimes. And he was crazy, jumping in front of Dash. He cut himself off before his shoulders slumped a little. He died, to save me, he finished lamely. Sarutobi said nothing. There really was nothing to say. It wasn't anyone's fault if one ninja died to save another, but there would always be a part of the survivor that would never let go of the guilt that came with it. We've agreed on Ni Yujito, Shikaku announced. She seems more disciplined than Killer Bee as well, which would probably be good for Naruto. Haruki quirked an inquiring eyebrow at this. What exactly are you implying here? Eyes could laugh, and Haruki knew the Nara head was mocking him right now. With a mental snort, Haruki straightened and nodded. All right then, I'm finished here. Old man? I will now call for a vote on the treaty and talks with Komo. Around the table each nodded before they began with Choza. Choza Akimichi, head of the Akimichi clan, I vote yes. Inochi Yamanaka, head of the Yamanaka clan, I vote yes. Shikaku Nara, Nara clan head, it's troublesome but I vote yes. Shibi Aburama, head of the Aburama clan, I vote no. Tsum Izunaka, head of the Izunaka clan, agree to the conditions. Hayashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan, I agree, with obvious restrictions and depending on the results of the talks. Tojiro Motosai, civilian representative to the council, I vote no on the grounds that the Kyuubi could be accidentally released. Haruma Mitokado, village elder, I vote no on the grounds that there are not enough seal masters to keep the Jinchuriki in check. Koharu Yutane, village elder, I vote no on the grounds that having a foreign Jinchuriki here would be a risk we do not need to take. I, Shiruma Danzo, head of the Shiruma clan and village elder, vote in favor of the measure. Sarutobi stepped forward again. The summit conference will be held a week and a half from now at 9 in the morning, in the forested area outside of Yugakure. I expect those who are coming to be at the village gates by 5, and those who aren't to be in position at that time as well. He paused and the occupants of the chamber took this as a cue to nod. Sarutobi continued, I will also need a sweep patrol to head out in front a few days ahead of the rest of us. Kumo will likely do the same. Any volunteers? I'll do it, Haruki offered immediately. He didn't know what kind of reaction he would have when he saw B and Yujito again. Better to catch sight of them first without a group of ninja around him. Sarutobi nodded, expecting as much. Pick someone to go with you, Haruki. None the clan heads though. Haruki's gaze, to his belated puzzlement, jumped straight to Kakashi before Sarutobi had even finished talking, eyes already asking before he could open his mouth. He blinked when he thought he caught a pleased glint flash through Kakashi's lone eye. Well? Haruki prompted more grumpily than he had intended. Distantly, he noted that the entire room had leaned forward with interest again. Kakashi seemed to ponder his request before eye-smiling at him and holding out a hand. Haruki understood instantly and scowled. Kakashi didn't look all that concerned, lowering his hand again. Then no, he countered easily. Haruki scoffed, crossing his arms. I don't need you to come with me. I could take Asuma then. Asuma put up his hands, already wary. Oh no, I'm not getting into whatever this is. Kakashi's smirk widened behind his mask. Well then, it looks like you don't have much of a choice. Haruki's scowl deepened. This is blackmail. Kakashi snorted. That's rich, coming from you. You've been doing the same thing for days. Sacrifice is good for the soul. Haruki retorted crossly. I could say the same thing, Kakashi said cheerfully. Haruki glowered at him. Seconds ticked by as the two ninja waited in a stalemate. The rest of the room waited to see who would capitulate. Finally, Haruki sighed and Kakashi's expression turned triumphant. He raised his hand again. Fine, Haruki pulled out an orange book from his vest, much to the astonishment of everyone watching. But if you pull this or any other volume out at any time during the summit, I'll show you just how creative my seals can get. Kakashi huffed but nodded reluctantly. Deal. I'll even leave it at home. He gleefully tucked his precious Ika away before turning to a bemused-looking Sarutobi. So, Haruki and I for scouting 2 days before. When should we leave? Sarutobi shook his head, half amused, half exasperated. Since when did Hatake Kakashi act so childishly? 4:30. Report back the next day. Kakashi inclined his head along with Haruki and retook his seat. The old Hokage turned back to the council to finish their final piece of business. He knew the first attempt would likely fail and he knew why. He also had a pretty good idea how to fix it. Haruki was going to want to kill him by the end of the night, and he was going to get the chance. On to our last piece of business, I'll be straight to the point. Sarutobi glanced around the room, expression turning the most serious it had been the entire meeting. I plan to have Haruki at least assist or carry out the assassination of the Yonde Mizuki Jigura. Silence. And it continued for several minutes. The entire room seemed to be processing the implications of what had just been said. While they were processing, as more and more emotions and thoughts passed along their faces, the Hokage pulled out a mission scroll and unrolled the bottom. He then pulled out the Hokage stamp, approved the mission and signed it. Rolling the mission scroll back up, he handed it to Haruki before folding his hands and staring at the council's shocked and confused expression. Before anyone spoke, he asked Haruki without looking away from them, "Do you accept this mission?" Haruki, without looking at the scroll, bowed his head. "Hi Hokage-sama." Hiruzen then addressed the council as Haruki passed out a second set of incredibly thick scrolls. What is being placed in front of you is the compilation of the reports, issues, economic effects, political analysis and spy reports of all regions where Konoha has been affected by Kirigakure and the current infighting there. The amount of support we gain from their instability is outweighed by their problems, missing ninja count, and trade impacts. This can no longer be ignored. I have just approved one of the few jonin we have capable of fighting Jinchuriki, Haruki, to assist the rebellion there in the elimination of the Mizukage before the next Chunin exams. His efforts will be meaningless if this is not followed with a treaty and alliance between us and the new controlling faction of Kiri, the Bloodline Rebels. In particular the leader, Mei Terumi. Haruki has contacts within the rebellion and due to his recent mission also happens to be without any files. So, should the worst happen it will not be traced to Konoha. I will not risk a war. Therefore, it is now in the hands of the council if Haruki gets any support or not. Without an approved treaty the rebellion is not likely to assist him and may target him as well, and even if they don't they gain far fewer benefits from his mission. I will now give you some time to read through then copy of the proposed treaty included in the scrolls after the report. Utter silence. No one said a word as they read carefully the reports and treaty. Meanwhile the witnesses on the side of the room didn't know what to think. The Chunin were shifting nervously among themselves trying to distract their minds to the implications of the council's decision. The Jonin were grim as they accepted the reality of what was happening in front of them but couldn't help but wonder about why. Not why really, because they knew why. There was a threat to the village, an opportunity presented itself for them to eliminate the threat, and they would take action. But why did it have to be just him? Thought a certain one-eyed ninja. This wasn't some infiltration mission, or some routine lord assassination, this was a Kage and not just an S-level threat but a fully controlled Jinchuriki to boot. There was a reason Yagura had gotten away with as much killing as he had. The copy ninja sent a purposeful glance to his fellow sensei. At meeting their eyes, there was an unspoken agreement, they would help Haruki any way they could. Even if it meant confronting the old Hokage with the support of the Jonin Council. Asuma for his part was staring at his old man's unreadable face. What was he thinking? How could Haruki do the mission without any backup? Didn't he want him to succeed? And why was Haruki so calm in taking it? It was then that the Hokage spoke, seeing as most of them seemed finish. I would now like to call for a vote concerning the treaty in front of you with the conditions as well as the mission layout. Choza Akimichi, head of the Akimichi clan, I vote yes. Inochi Yamanaka, head of the Yamanaka clan, I vote yes. Shikaku Nara clan head, it's troublesome but I vote yes. Shibi Aburama, head of the Aburama clan, I vote yes. Tsum Izunaka, head of the Izunaka clan, I agree to the conditions. Hayashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan, I agree. It was a well laid out plan, and if this meant giving the man he owed so much to assistance, all the better. Tojiro Motosai, civilian representative to the council, I vote yes, as this would appear to be very profitable for Konoha. Haruma Mitokado, village elder, I vote yes. Koharu Udatane, village elder, I vote yes. I, Shiruma Danzo, head of the Shiruma clan and village elder, vote in favor of the measure. Wonderful, then I'll ratify the measure and… Pardon me Hokage same, but there is still the matter of the mission you have just assigned to Kazama-san in particular, interrupted Danzo. Haruki looked taken aback while the old Hokage looked unsurprised. Almost as if he expected it. While it is convenient to have no record of him for the sake of this mission, the fact remains that no one has any proof of his qualification for the mission. There are no records of him anywhere save for the most recent events and the testimony here. I myself have seen his seal work when they activated around his dwelling during my home welcoming visit following our previous meeting. It was Sarutobi's turn to be surprised. Why didn't Haruki tell me? Furthermore, despite his skill at infiltration and sealing, there is little evidence that qualifies him as a jonin, let alone able to take on a Kage and the support of his village. Even if Haruki through Fuinjutsu is able to neutralize the Mizukage Spiju, which is doubtful without two teams of Umbu working in tandem, he still has to fight the young Kage and his legions. I trust Haruki's skills. Is that not enough, Danzo? The Hokage replied calmly. It is the duty of the Hokage to ensure the well-being of the citizens and ninja of this village to the best of their ability. Yet despite such a long-term mission and success, Kazama-san has been overlooked by you for all policies concerning those that return for extensive missions. He hasn't received a health screening, psych evaluation, and most importantly none of the skill evaluation exercises have been preformed. Thus he is in the eyes of the village inactive and should not be on the shinobi roster by your own laws. The one exception is in dire need of the village, or should the skill of the ninja verified by previous records be sufficient as to not cause concern, but you have asked us to trust a shinobi that may not be fit for duty with a delicate diplomatic mission of great risk. This cannot go unchallenged. Therefore I call a vote for the removal of Kazama Haruki from the mission. Haruki looked like he was about to explode with fury, but he also knew that if he did he would just be proving Danzo's point. He was also very concerned by Sarutobi's relaxed posture, as if he had expected and was prepared for this. And they began to vote. Very well, Hituzen began carefully with a subtle smirk that only Danzo seemed to get. If you cannot trust my judgment, then I suppose I have no choice but to put on a demonstration. Everyone seemed puzzled with what the Hokage could mean. Haruki on the other hand was starting to get an idea, and he wasn't sure he liked it. In an effort to prove Haruki's skill and adhere to the council's apprehensions, I offer this as an addendum to Elder Danzo's motion. In 1 week's time Haruki and I will put on an exhibition match for all those above Genin rank in the Chunin exam stadium. No holds barred. Should he be able to hold his own or defeat me, that will be more than enough evidence of his skill and will satisfy all the requirements to be active on the roster. This not up for debate or discussion and will happen regardless of this vote. Now then, I believe we must resolve Elder Danzo's motion as it stands now. The motion being to allow Haruki to demonstrate his skills in a duel with me or face removal from the mission. Alternatively, he will just be removed from the mission by Konoha law. Choza Akimichi, head of the Akimichi clan, I vote no. I feel that all of this is a bit unnecessary, and didn't we just approve him as our seal master? He should be here organizing the sealing corps and outfitting Konoha's defenses while recovering from his mission. Inochi Yamanaka, head of the Yamanaka clan, I vote no. Pardon me, let me rephrase that. Hell no. I mean no offense to Haruki-san, but I've already made my opinion quite clear to you on the matter of Haruki's treatment, Hokage-sama. He deserves better even if he himself doesn't want it. Shikaku Nara clan head, it's troublesome but I vote yes. We need to know what Haruki is capable of to properly utilize him in the village. Plus this could be an opportunity to boost morale among the troops that don't often get to see such events and live to tell the tale. I'm sure a medical team will be on standby and there are plenty of loyal shinobi present to intervene should things go too far. Haruki fits this mission perfectly and we just approved the treaty that will give him the help he needs. Shibi Aburama, head of the Aburama clan, I vote yes. If Haruki-san can prove that he is strong enough to hold his own against Hokage without the element of surprise in one-on-one combat, then I'm quite certain he is qualified for the mission. I also trust him and the Hokage not to kill each other. Tsumizunaka, head of the Izunaka clan, no, I don't care how qualified he is. Haruki has been in enemy territory for 8 years. In deep cover with incredible stress that I can practically smell coming off of him. Someone else should step up and take this mission. Hayashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan, I vote yes. I agree as it serves the purpose of Danzo's reservation as to the capability of Haruki's skills in battle, and I myself am curious to see just what Haruki-san can do. And as already pointed out, there is no one better to take the mission. Tojiro Motosai, civilian representative to the council, I abstain from voting. Haruma Mitokado, village elder, I vote no, this is ridiculous and foolish, there is no need for potential injury to assets of the village. As other council members have pointed out, we should have Haruki focus of his new position and acclimating to life in this village. Such a critical asset doesn't need to be risked on a gamble worthy of Senju Tsunade herself. Koharu Yutane, village elder, I vote no, and I cannot believe this is even being considered. This is unprecedented foolhardiness even for you Hiruzen. What if an attack occurs while this match of yours is going on and we are caught unawares? With our forces occupied and you potentially injured or at the least winded, how can you perform your duties as Hokage? There was a long pause as everyone turned with bated breath to Danzo. Hiruzen held the Hokage's vote and his own clan's. Danzo's vote would break the tie. I, Shiruma Danzo, head of the Shiruma clan and village elder, vote in favor of the measure. If Haruki can defeat Hiruzen, I mean Hokage-sama, then we should have no objection to him carrying out his duty to the village. Not just anyone can challenge a Kage even in a friendly setting, and it will test more than his physical skills. Should he win, there is no need to question him. But should he fail, he should immediately be moved to the reserve unit and surrendered to me for in-depth treatment and reconditioning until he is deemed fit for duty. Few times required more of Haruki's already strained self-control than this. He knew he should have expected something to go wrong. Some opposition or obstacle he had expected. The last place he thought it would come from though was the Sandaime Hokage. And now Danzo was capitalizing on it. Worst of all, though he could never prove it, he could swear those two had planned this. So now he had a match to defeat the god of shinobi, the professor himself, in front of a crowd of leaf ninja, and he could not use half of his abilities because it would raise too many questions like why does some no-name shinobi that reminds us of the fourth with red hair know the Rasengan? Yes, everything was just peachy. Those that looked at Haruki for a reaction witnessed what could only be described as a typhoon barely bottled by very thin fragile stony glass. Some were tempted to poke it and see what happened but wisely decided to refrain for the moment, as no good would come from angering the seal master. That is agreeable, the Hokage finally said nonchalantly. Haruki and I will face off in 1 week's time. Spread the word among the ANBU, Jonin and Chunin, but only that I will be testing someone and only those that are off duty may attend. Haruki, you are forbidden from entering the arena until the day and time of our match or you forfeit. You may use Training Ground 47 to prepare all to yourself or any other grounds that you wish so long as others are aware and safe. The redhead's tight nod was all the reply the old Hokage got. Well, I do believe that concludes our business. I call the meeting adjourned. You are dismissed. No one moved for a moment as Haruki and the Hokage deactivated the security seals. Haruki then with arms stuffed in his trench coat spun on his heel and walked with slow measured overly controlled steps to the door, not making eye contact with anyone. Kakashi, after sharing a meaningful glance with the other sensei, got up and they as a group filed out and caught up with the red head. The rest of the various groups broke off. The two Hyuga heading to their compound along with Shibi and Tsum, who still needed rest after their mission. The elders went to their homes scowling the entire way at the events that has unfolded. The Ino Shikacho trio walk along in companionable silence, each with different worries running through their mind but all centered around one man in particular. The rest of those present departed to their homes ready to let sleep relieve them of the tension they got from tonight. Only one remained in the chamber as the ANBU stood guard on either side of the door. He had not moved and neither had the Hokage. Saying nothing, the doors closed with Danzo and the Hokage staring at each other, unspoken messages traveling between them into the quiet of the night. XXX. They were completely silent as the group walked down the streets of Konoha. It was late and they were all a bit tired, but none of the sensei were about to leave the red head. After the bomb that clearly just got dropped on him, he clearly needed support. The only problem was none of them quite knew how to do it. Whether it was because they didn't know him well enough or just were lacking in the comforting department in general, they didn't quite know how to begin. Kurenai had tried congratulating him on his recent promotion and had offered going out for drinks. It showed just how far she was willing to go to try and help the obviously emotionally charged redhead, as this was not like her at all. Haruki has just thanked her and politely turned her down. Even when Guy and Asuma tried to pitch in, the redhead rebuffed all their attempts. So they continued to walk with him in silence until finally it came for most of them to branch off back to their own homes. Seeing that the redhead Jonin did not even break stride as he continued walking down his own way with Kakashi making no indication he was leaving his side, the smoker of the group called out to him. Haruki, concern and remorse evident in his voice. At hearing the tone in his voice, the time traveler stopped still in his tracks, and though they could not see his face, his eyes widened at the sound. How had it come to this? Why did they care so much? Taking the stop in his forward progress as a sign of improvement, the bearded Jonin tried to keep momentum going and continued. We can't imagine what you're going through. It was clear to all of you how blind-sided you were by the events of the tonight. And the ultimatum you are subject to, we believe to be completely unfair. The redhead didn't not react any, just stood there ridged and listened, so the Jonin continued. I don't know why Dad is choosing to do this. But you have our full support. Haruki turns his head just enough to look back at them with one stormy blue eye. The Jonin stare back unblinking, as if looking away would take away from his claim. You have been a huge impact on our students and on us. And though it may be hard to believe in such short a time we consider you a friend, they could see a change in something behind the redhead's weary eyes but could quite place it. It was Guy that spoke next. We understand that you have your secrets. That there is more going on than we are aware of. We know that whatever it is, that it is a heavy burden. Whatever you've been through, know that while our youthful curiosity may not abate, neither will our trust in you. You've proven yourself even if you hadn't intended to do so to each of us. And just as swiftly as it left, the tension returned full force before his shoulders slackened at the end. His face betrayed nothing though, and Guy cursed himself for almost making things worse, but it had to be said. Before he could continue though, Kurenai spoke softly at last. Haruki, we are not demanding your secrets or even implying that you should share them at all. We just want you to know you're not alone anymore. This isn't Kumo or wherever you came from. We want to help you. No matter how this test turns out. Not just for the sake of our students that admire you, but for your own, because you are our comrade and I hope friend. Maybe one day you'll be ready to share. Until then, just know we are here. During her speech, Kurenai had walked within touching distance of the red head, features soft and weighted with worry and sadness. The sweet kind. And when she reached the end, she leaned in and kissed him lightly on the cheek before turning around and walking back over to where the others were. Asuma couldn't even bring himself to be jealous. He knew what she was doing. Inochi's words from the other night came back to him as he thought Haruki doesn't understand love anymore. When she reached them, she nodded to the both of them before turning her head over her shoulder, and ruby red eyes met shocked ice blue. Good night, Haruki, we look forward to seeing you at training. And after the other two Jonin offered similar parting words, they turned and walked the roads that would take them to their respective homes. After this, Haruki turned frozen in place, seemingly ignoring the silver-haired Jonin standing next to him, watching him carefully with a relaxed pose with a deceptively disinterested lone eye. It wasn't until Haruki's hand had touched his cheek where she kissed him that Haruki had begun walking again, silently looking forward and hand caressing his own cheek still. They continued on their way until suddenly Kakashi stopped. Haruki, Kakashi said with a slight concerned and mildly forceful edge. Where are you going? Where does it look like, Kakashi? To train? The redhead replied with a snarky huff. Why wouldn't he just let him go? Didn't he have better things to do? At this point the sky seemed to darken. Wasn't it a full moon tonight? Kakashi's lone eye squinted dangerously. I don't think that's such a good idea. You are clearly upset, and training on anger and rage will only get you hurt. I'm not Naruto, Kakashi. Haruki spat as he whirled around to face the silver-haired Jonin. I'm not some genin that can't take care of himself. And no doubt you would let him go off to train to let off steam. Naruto's training doesn't involve flinging AS-rank jutsu or concentration-heavy fuinjutsu, where no doubt the slightest slip can result in a very painful death even for someone as skilled as you. Kakashi replied calmly, though you could see his breath as he spoke. So you think that I should just sit by and relax until the Hokage's duel, huh? Fight a Kage with just casual preparation. Not just any Kage, but arguably the strongest of the third tier. Stronger than Inoki of Kekatoda Jiten. Haruki knew he was being irrational, but he was so angry and hurt at the moment he didn't really care. He didn't know where all this emotion was coming from. Yes, he was upset with the Hokage for blindsiding him, and yes, he was slightly nervous about the whole ordeal. Not because he thought he would lose. No, quite the opposite. And what if he hurt the old man? It's not like he's an Edo Tensei and could bounce back from everything. How would they all react? What if his rather new abilities raised too many questions? All this was going through Haruki's mind, but none of it explained such intense emotions. He didn't notice the pressure in the air or the thin sheets of ice formed from the light dew of the summer night that seemed to spawn everywhere and most blatantly around him. I didn't say that, Kakashi said as he pinched the bridge of his nose, irritation set in his voice. Why were people so difficult? His mind was racing with possibilities. Something was very wrong. Why was Haruki's chakra causing this reaction? Did he have a Keka Genkai? Of course, you should prepare. He continued, gesturing to the side. But is now really the best time to dash da? He was interrupted when Haruki, in his tornado of emotions and the famous Uzumaki temper showing itself, got right up in his face. The air temperature dropped drastically and seemed to hum, though Haruki didn't seem to notice not even the rumbling that seemed to emanate from the sky at that moment. You think they're right? You think I can't handle it? You want them poking around in my head? I bet you even think the Hokage was right too. He was suddenly and forcibly interrupted when Kakashi grabbed the sides of his arms and yelled with a mixture of rage and exasperated desperation as wind whipped around them. I didn't say he was right. Haruki froze, eyes widened, and it was only then that he realized he had been radiating chakra. Oops. Silence descended on them as Haruki swiftly cut off the chakra flow. Everything, even the air itself, seemed to sigh in relief. The temperature rose, the ice vanished, the pressure seemed to return to normal. Looking around, it didn't seem that anyone had witnessed what had happened. Silence persisted for a moment longer, then Kakashi continued, still staring Haruki in the eye, concern evident though slightly less frustration. I didn't say he was right. He continued, much softer, with a sigh. He let go of the red head, but Haruki did not move, nor did he speak. Kakashi rubbed a hand through his silver hair as he relaxed a bit more, saving his mounting pile of questions for a more stable time. They weren't important right now. Look, Haruki, I can't change what the Hokage did, I can't change what the council decided, I can't change what you went through on your mission and whatever trauma came with it. But, what I can do is help you prepare, watch out for you, and be there for you. If that means joining you on silent walks around the village, dodging people looking to thank you for one of your miracles, so be it. At this point Haruki seemed to blush a little, though he was sure it was just embarrassment. Kakashi then fixed him with a reproachful glare. And if that means I have to stand in your way to keep you from hurting yourself, so be it. I am not going to risk your safety or the potential success of your test because of your emotions. Haruki still didn't say anything and still didn't look away, but twitched slightly at that comment. Kakashi just stood there in the silence, resolutely blocking the street that led out towards the training grounds. In all the time he had known the redhead and observed him, he had never seen him act this way. What did old man Sarutobi do? Patiently waiting for some sort of reaction. Getting none, he continued in a soft, neutral tone. I think right now what would be best for you is a good long rest. You will not beat Hokage-sama with anything less than your best. Now we can continue to stand here, or we can go back to your apartment. Haruki took a few more steady breaths and finally broke eye contact. He stuffed his hand back in his pockets, feeling like a chastised child and wrestling with the events that had just unfolded that he hadn't managed to shove away. Still, when he started walking in the direction of his home without so much as a nod of acceptance, Kakashi walked with him step for step. He didn't have his book out and any signs of tension seemed to have abated. He almost hated himself for potential contributing to the redhead's current state of mind, but was confident he was doing the right thing. Guy didn't give up on him all those years ago, and he wasn't going to give up on Haruki now. They continued on the path, neither shinobi speaking, until they came to the redhead's apartment. As the redhead deactivated the security seals and got out the key, Kakashi had slid down against the railing opposite Haruki's door and was seemingly making myself comfortable. Haruki opened the door a few inches and turned, hand still on the knob, to one-eyed Jonin, eyebrow raised. What are you doing? Ensuring that you don't attempt to go and train without a proper rest? He replied nonchalantly, as if it was a regular occurrence and the most logical, not stalkerish thing to do. Kakashi, who had been getting himself situated, had been expecting some pushback or snarky comment or perhaps another burst of emotion. When none came, he got curious and looked up to meet the redhead's gaze, only to find the door wide open and Haruki inside, having just taken his sandals, Jonin vest, and trench coat off and walking toward his bedroom. There is a couch if you want it. And without further ceremony or exchange, the red disappeared into his room, the bedroom door closing behind with a soft click. Kakashi sat there completely stunned. Did Haruki just invite him to sleep over? Kakashi sat there puzzled and bemused at that notion, and as the minutes ticked by and the front door remained open, he began to wonder if the redhead was serious. Was this some sort of test of trust? Kakashi remained seated another half-hour pondering everything that he knew and everything he didn't know about Kazuma Haruki before he got up and walked inside. He twitched at the tingling sensation that shot through him as the security seal seemed to wash over him and accept his entrance. Closing the door behind him, Kakashi settled in to enjoy the rest of the night. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the Hokage issued a tired but pleased sigh as the spyglass jutsu fizzled trying to look inside the sealed apartment. He had of course seen the altercation earlier between the two jonin. It had been a big gamble, but it seemed to be paying off. Haruki needed the push. He said to himself, hoping that it was a push in the right direction. XXX. Kakashi awoke to a divine smell and the sound of sizzling. He opened his lone eye to stare at a blank ceiling, wondering who was in his apartment, how they got there and if he should kill them before or after breakfast. Then in a moment of clarity, wait, this isn't my apartment. Fully awake, Kakashi jolts upright and all but springs from the couch he had been asleep on. In the process he smacks his shin into the seal-reinforced coffee table. Suffice to say the table is fine. Itai itai? Kakashi? He hears a questioning voice call from the kitchen. Haruki rounds the corner to see Kakashi holding his shin hoping on one leg. After a moment of staring at the unfortunate jonin nursing his hardly injured leg, Haruki can't help but start chuckling. A chuckle turns into a giggle and a giggle turn into a full-out laugh. It was like a dam that had long been held back was let loose. It was melodious. Kakashi for his part scowled playfully at the red head while inwardly adding to his life win tally for starting the day on such a note. He loved hearing that laugh. Once Haruki had calmed down he just eyes the jonin with a bemused expression. Well, if you're done losing your taijutsu spar with the furniture, breakfast is ready. He then turned and walked back into the kitchen. Kakashi made to follow, carefully this time, when something registered in his brain about their earlier exchange that morning. Haruki wasn't dressed. Well, that's not completely accurate. He was clearly wearing ANBU-style pants and what looked like light blue boxer briefs under, but everything else was uncovered. He could see his ANBU tattoo just like before, but that's not what caught his attention. Nor was it the taunt and powerful physique that seemed chiseled out of marble. I mean seriously, this guy could give guy a run for his money. No, it was the jagged scar across his left shoulder blade right where his heart should be, the only blemish oddly enough, that had the Cyclops' complete attention. Trying not to get caught staring as the redhead walked over to the countertop while Kakashi took a seat in the kitchen. He had relieved himself of his jonin flak jacket last night. Breakfast consisted of steamed rice, miso soup, grilled salmon, rolled tamagoyaki and various side dishes. They ate together in companionable silence when Haruki set his glass down pointedly. Kakashi, not sure what he was supposed to do, just begins to collect the dishes. He stops when the redhead looks him directly in the eye and says, "Thank you, Kakashi." For last night? Kakashi hesitated for a moment, unsure how to respond. He settled for a nice smile and, "What are friends for?" Haruki smiled softly in return. "I suppose you have some questions. I could stand to give a few answers." Kakashi looks surprised at this and tries to see if the redhead is joking, but the sincerity on his face is unmistakable. Kakashi set the dishes back on the table and sat down. "Can you settle for 2 right now?" The redhead nodded, soft smile still in place with a bit of relief in his eyes. After being reassured, Kakashi leaned forward. "The 2 things I would like to know at the present are what happened last night." The redhead seemed to have expected this as there was no visible reaction. Kakashi then let his eyes drift to the giant mangled scar across the redhead's well-developed left pectoral and gestured to it with his hand. "And how you got that?" "I'm sure there is quite the story." This time he got a very visibly reaction as the redhead immediately stiffened, all his muscles moved and coiled, his eyes gaining a lost look for a moment before refocusing. Kakashi was about to say never mind to that last question when the redhead began speaking. "My scar is a long story. One that I don't really talk about. The short version is my best friend and I were at odds and he stabbed me in the chest with nature chakra enhanced lightning. Almost killed me too. We eventually made up before he died. But suffice to say it's not a memory I cherish. I don't want to share more than that right now." Kakashi just nodded, completely understanding that sentiment, though internally he was filing this away for later with questions on what technique was used and how Haruki had survived it. He pushed these thoughts away as Haruki began again explaining last night's events with the story he and Kurama had concocted the night before, though Kakashi didn't know that. "What you saw last night was the results of an experiment I was subjected to when I first started my mission. A man named Hirako was experimenting with bloodline DNA and had been near the border of Rai no Kuni and Mizu no Kuni hunting survivors from the bloodline purges and Komo shinobi. He succeeded in capturing me and 2 others. They didn't survive. Frankly, I shouldn't have either. The man is worse than Orochimaru, but due to my unique gene pool my body was able to recover from the experiment. In a sense I am a success story for the insane man. A byproduct of this was some new abilities he did not anticipate me having, and I used those to escape where I then continued my mission. So what you saw last night was my Hyatan chakra. It's not something I really like talking about either and would appreciate you keeping this ability secret until needed. I'll have to reveal it fighting the old man anyway. Kakashi accepted this easily enough and nodded. He was amazed at the redhead's resolve and resilience to have endured what he did. His respect for the redhead went up several notches. He also made a mental note to kill this Hiriko should they ever meet. Irony, he wasn't overly concerned about it though. This man was basically another Tenzo. Well, at least he's not constantly calling me senpai, Kakashi noted with an internal dead plain expression. Satisfied in his answers and happy with the redhead for opening up, Kakashi got up and made his way to sink to wash the dishes. So are you going to go training today? Or should I expect you for Team 7's usual? Unfortunately I have to report to the Hokage. After that, inevitably, long meeting I'll savage the remaining time to train myself. By the time I'm done you guys will be doing D ranks and I'm not in the mood to help with those. Then I train with the other teams over the next couple of days. So it won't be until just before my duel that I'll be available. Kakashi just kept rinsing the dishes completely unfazed. Well, that's out of the question. The kids won't survive that long without you. They'd boycott training sessions until I got you back, so we will just do our D rank first. Haruki just dead planed at the copy ninja's back. Naruto? Sasuke? Boycott training? Those don't even belong in the same sentence. Fine, I'll be there. Before long Kakashi said his goodbyes, gathered his things, and made his way back to his own apartment. Haruki finished getting ready and prepared to leave himself not too long after Kakashi. Securing his apartment seals, he checked the time and finding it to be sufficiently late in the morning to make the Hokage sweat a little, he made his way to the Hokage tower. XXX. The Hokage was mildly perturbed. The humor in that came in the fact that he was perturbed at himself. Why? Because Haruki's absence was actually bothering him. Surely the man couldn't be that angry with him? But to be almost 6 hours late to report in. The Hokage knew better than to send shinobi for him. The episode or almost episode between Haruki and Kakashi the night before was evidence enough that may not be a good idea so soon. If Haruki had Kushina's temper, all the more reason. Sarutobi barely repressed a shudder as he heard a knock at the door. Quickly setting aside the paperwork he was working in and schooling his features, thinking it was the redhead, Sarutobi called out to come in. However, the door opened to reveal Shikaku, his Jonin commander, instead, lazy slouch firmly in place but sporting a small grim frown as he entered. Intrigued and slightly worried, the Hokage greeted the Nara clan head. "Good afternoon, Shikaku. Is there something the matter?" The Nara replied in a controlled and serious voice, "Hokage-sama, could I speak to you privately for a minute?" Now definitely concerned, Hirusen signaled his ANBU out of the room and activated the security seals. After receiving a motion to continue, Shikaku began. "Hokage-sama, before I continue I must inform me that as of yesterday afternoon, I became aware of Haruki's unique relationship with time." The Hokage stiffened and narrowed his eyes at that revelation but made no effort to interrupt. "I have not shared this with anyone, nor do I plan to. I figured it out on my own, mainly because I have pieces other do not." Haruki confirmed it after I cornered it out of him. Again his voice was controlled and calm as he paused again. The Hokage relaxed a bit at that but still seemed concerned. Though it explained the odd behavior. Something still wasn't right. "So he hasn't been by yet?" "I saw the Chunin renovating the office across from mine, but they were waiting for Haruki's input on where to place everything. I was told he was due 6 hours ago." "No, he has not, and yes he was." The Hokage replied, slightly nervous about where this was going. Seeing he was ready to continue, "Permission to speak freely, Hokage-sama." Internally the Hokage sighed. He really didn't want to have to deal with this. But maybe it wouldn't be so bad. "Permission granted." Shikaku took a deep breath. "Being aware of Haruki's unique circumstances and of what little I gather from your plans, I have to ask you one thing concerning your decision to test Haruki. Are you out of your god damn mind?" "Nope, it was bad. Very much so indeed." And the Nara started pacing. "I fail to understand how putting Haruki in the position to either fight you and show his hand or have his movements be crippled is a good idea. We both know he can fight a Kage shinobi and we know why. How are we going to explain that to the council, because we both know Haruki doesn't have the option to lose? And can you imagine the mental stress you just put him under? He was fighting the war to end all wars not even 3 weeks ago. Shikaku, I mean, if Inochi ever figures it out he will have both our heads. I know you believe he can't be helped, but we have to at least try, right? Not make it worse. Shikaku. And another thing, has Haruki even told you what abilities he has? What is they are identifiable to people that he shouldn't know? I have little doubt that you intend to teach Naruto his parents' techniques, so Haruki probably knows them. And, Shikaku. Suddenly a heavy chakra presence flooded the room and Shikaku's back straightened and mouth clicked closed. Perhaps he had pushed it too far. But, judging by the Hokage's expression and by the rapidly disappearing chakra, he was just slightly annoyed at not being given the chance to reply. The Hokage for his part was more so intrigued than anything else that his Jonin commander felt so strongly about it as to have an unannounced meeting to then yell at him about it. Even more so since said man was Shikaku Nara. Curious, he wondered if others had similar thoughts. Addressing the slightly relaxing Jonin who was grinning sheepishly under the Hokage's gaze. While the severity of your reaction was unexpected, I'm not surprised by your objection. And while it is not necessary that I do so, I will try and explain my reasoning. Shikaku just nodded and waited patiently for the Hokage to begin. Hiruzen stood up and approached the window looking over the village. The surprise of Haruki was an unfortunate necessity to prevent others from thinking it was a pre-arranged deal, but that is really just an excuse for the primary hidden reason. The truth is that Haruki is quite determined to remain as detached and under the notice of others as he can. This much I'm sure you gathered. It's certainly indicative of his mental state given he came from what we know as Naruto. But that is not the way of the Leaf Village, nor is that the way of the Will of Fire I know to be burning deep within. Turning back to face the Jonin, Sarutobi walked back to his desk. Haruki claims this is prevent unwanted attention too early. However, it became apparent quickly that his behavior had made no headway in forestalling such attention and left us with more questions to answer. No, Haruki wants to remain in the background because of what he's been through. It's easier. Unfortunately, to accomplish what he wishes to do he needs respect, reputation, concrete standing, and most importantly people. It only helps that in gaining these he can begin to self-mend his heart at least in part. But it's a treatment we cannot do to him or for him and required me giving a solid push in the form of a staged ultimatum. Here Shikaku's eyes widened as it clicked. You were hoping he would react as he did. Manipulate him into demonstrating both his strength as a ninja and his strength of character, all while pushing him toward the few bonds he has here. And it settles the issues with the opposition while permitting us to accomplish our own ends? Shikaku nodded, processing everything. But are you sure it will work? What if it has the opposite effect? I've already witnessed positive development. Haruki growing attached to the sensei of Naruto's generation, despite his own efforts it would seem. The Hokage replied with a small smile. I admit it was a risk, but it's necessary. For his own good if nothing else. As to your other points, I have an idea of some of his skills and he no doubt has the capacity to defeat me, though I don't exactly plan on letting that happen. I hope to make him my sparring partner after this. All that's left is to concoct a story, and for that we need information from Haruki, and now that you are in the loop we can make it airtight. Shikaku nodded. Perhaps he had let his concern for Haruki blind him a bit. He could understand the Hokage's decision, the others though. You should know Hokage-sama. The other council members and Jonin are less than pleased about the situation. This had better go well or you may just have a situation on hand. The Hokage just nodded grimly. He knew the risks of his decision but he was confident in it. It was then that Hiruzen felt a jolt as the security seals were violently and forcibly removed, followed by a deceptively polite knock on the door. Hiruzen and Shikaku both looked at each other before the Hokage permitted entrance. The door opened and immediately the air seemed to freeze under an icy blue gaze contrasting powerfully with the heat that seemed to roll off his unruly red hair in his wake. As Haruki swept into the room though, his face sported a soft smile which beguiled his mood. I apologize Hokage-sama, I was unaware you were in a meeting. I was delayed so I thought I would step in, but I can come back another time. Haruki finished in an all-too-sweet voice. Thought the look in his eyes when they landed on Shikaku was sharp. Seeing this the clan quickly gestured with his arms that H had no part in what was going on. Though Haruki didn't seem to react well to that thought either. He just had to be so troublesome. So that's how it's going to be, is it? Didn't know I was in a meeting, my ass. So the security seals deactivated themselves, is it? The Hokage frowned as he thought in a snarky voice. No, Haruki, that's quite alright. Come, we have to get you settled in your new office and then I'm sure the three of us have much to discuss over lunch. Not even waiting to be excused, the redhead didn't even bother opening the door but shunshined out of the office without another word. Not entering via the window. Not leaving by the door. Bare minimum interaction. Not even acknowledging Shikaku. Passive-aggressive tone hidden carefully behind kind sentiment. Quiet. This isn't Kushina angry at all. Oh no, it's much worse. This is Minato angry. Sarutobi thought with a grimace and cold shiver. Well, better get this over with, he said, picking up a stack of papers from his desk. He handed it to Shikaku. Shikaku, I hereby order you to deliver Haruki his first stack of paperwork while joining us for our next meeting. Shikaku blanched at that and stared at the Hokage with a look of betrayal. Inwardly the Hokage was doing a little dance at avoiding the eternal wrath of the red head through his sacrificial price Shikaku. Grumbling something about the epitome of troublesome, Shikaku took the paperwork and headed out of the office, the Hokage following close behind. XXX. Haruki huffed a moody tired sigh as he made his way towards where he knew Team 7 would be training. He knew he was late of course by a few minutes, but considering who their sensei was he could be forgiven. The meeting with the Hokage and Shikaku went as well as could be expected. He wasn't quite willing to let the matter go just yet. They formed a plan to explain his new abilities after he reveals them to Konoha during the duel. Haruki had told them about what he had told Kakashi and they decided to use that as a base. Of course that wasn't what really happened. Hirako had been long dead before Haruki was granted his abilities by Orochimaru. Before he ran out of lives, Orochimaru took a page out of Kabuto's book and went grave robbing. He then drugged Naruto during one of the few nights he wasn't on the main front and used his own knowledge and Hirako's jutsu to splice new genetics into him. Specifically to give him potentially other bloodline abilities. Well, it did much more than that and there was a heavy price, yet, had Orochimaru not done the procedure, it is doubtful they would have had the edge they needed to end Obito and Kabuto. Fortunately for him he actually had time to refine these abilities now. He needed every edge he could get. Speaking of which, he would have to do something about his sword soon. It needed an upgrade. It was these thoughts that were rushing through the redhead's mind as he came upon Training Ground 3. He noticed immediately that they had already started, though they hadn't noticed him yet. Kakashi was noticeably missing, though he could sense his presence in the air not too far off. No doubt hiding from his own genin again. What was interesting was Sasuke and Naruto seemed to be in a full-on spar with Sakura watching on. Seeing an opportunity presenting itself when Sasuke dispelled Naruto's Kage Bunshin and began going through seals, Haruki's face spread into a foxy grin as he tied his hair back. This was going to be fun. And then he stepped into the middle of the action. Keton, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Keton, Grand Fireball Jutsu, yelled Sasuke as he shot a giant fireball across the field of incredible size for a genin. Suitun, Suijin Hiki, Suitun, Water Encamping Wall Jutsu, a voice whispered in his ear from seemingly all around. Sasuke had enough time to see steam erupt from where he sent his fireball before he senses a presence behind him and was kicked across the clearing into the steam. He tried to orient himself to land in a crouch but was interrupted when another body impacted him. Collecting himself off the ground quickly, he discovered the other body was Naruto, who was rubbing his right side and lower back as he himself got up. They immediately locked eyes and stood back to back. "What's going on, Sasuke? Who's attacking us?" "I don't know. Just be calm and vigilant. Be ready to move. We'll wait for the smoke to clear." It was then that they heard a scream. A scream they both recognized. Sakura-chan. As Naruto attempted to run off in the direction they heard the voice, his arm is grabbed and yanked harshly. "Don't go running off, you idiot. It's probably a trap. If we act without thinking we can't help her." Naruto, who had been struggling and about to chew Sasuke out for stopping him, paused and relaxed a little. "Fine. We'll do this together, but we have to save her team." I know. I'm thinking, but why hasn't the steam blown away? It appears to be some sort of jutsu to inhibit sight. And whatever enemy can use this, probably has a way around the handicap or operates just as efficiently without it." Just then they heard deep laughter echo all around them. "How perceptive, little genin, I'm impressed. So tell me, how are you going to fight an enemy you can't see and save your pretty little friend?" Sasuke gritted his teeth. He was just about to issue orders when Naruto yanked him to his side. In the nick of time too, as a kuni knife whistled past where Sasuke was previously standing. His eyes widened a bit as he hadn't sensed anything coming at him. "That was close," Naruto began before flinching and yelling at Sasuke. "Incoming at 3 and 6 o'clock. I've got the others." Sasuke blinked owlishly for a second before nodding, seemingly coming to terms with Naruto's apparent sensing abilities rather easily, and prepared himself. Naruto withdrew 3 shuriken and a kunia from his pounce before flinging the shuriken in the 3 o'clock direction. There were some clanging sounds in the now obvious mist before 2 kunia appeared out of the mist in the 6 o'clock direction. Naruto quickly deflected both before landing back next Sasuke, who had just deflected his own barrage from the other cardinal directions. "Ha, well done. You survived wave 1. Let's see how much more you can take." Sasuke cursed at that. "If the enemy keeps us pinned like this, how are we going to get out?" After dodging and deflecting another wave of sharp metal projectiles, Sasuke spoke quietly to Naruto. "Naruto, I want you to make 20 clones, hench 10 into shuriken. I'm going to launch them out of the mist, have the rest make a break for it. Report back what you find." Naruto grumbled something about bossy Uchiha but does what is asked. They act as the next wave of shredding metal cones at them, seemingly from every direction. Naruto, give me a boost. Sasuke backflips away from a barrage that landed where he was moments later, high enough to be under Naruto as Naruto coils like a spring. In an impressive display of coordination and strength, Naruto twists and launches Sasuke into the air where the mist thins and Sasuke, spinning from the launch, flings the 10-hinged Narutos towards the edges. As he's flipping down, Naruto yells, "Sasuke, the biggest fireball, you've got 27 degrees to the right of the 5th. I'll cover you." Sasuke wastes no time going through hand seals as he orients himself while falling to fire at the appropriate angle. He hears the summoning and dispelling of many clones as Naruto continues to take the kunai and shuriken for him, as there were just too many to counter with his limited ammunition and skill. Just a bit more, Naruto? Sasuke thought just before he ended in the Tora seal. You better be right about this, dobe. Keton, Gokaku no Jutsu, Keton, Grand Fireball Jutsu. He then unleashed his largest fireball to date, using as much of his chakra as he felt he could safely use. The raging angry ball of red-hot flames shot through the mist, steaming and expanding towards its unknown target. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu, Suetun, Water Dragon Jutsu. The mist faded almost immediately as a monstrous construct of water in the form of a dragon roared and shot towards them, eating Sasuke's fireball without much effort before continuing towards them and producing steam out of the mouth. It was about to reach them just as Susuke was touching the ground when Naruto had two clones throw the both of them out of the way. The explosion was massive. Rock, dirt, mud and metal bits were everywhere as the two boys rolled to their feet, surveying the area, trying and somewhat failing not to gawk at the destruction for the jutsu. A jutsu that would no doubt kill them had it hit. Steam was still billowing out of the crater that filled with water. They braced their shaking limbs, preparing for the next assault. But all that came was clapping. Both boys turned around to the sound and found their sensei walling towards them. "Kaka-sensei, it was you? Where's Sakura-chan?" Naruto yelled in slight confusion and relief. "Not quite, and don't worry, she's safe. Probably recovering from the prank you two were just subject to." You could practically hear the grin in his voice. Their sensei was obviously amused himself. "Well done, you two. I wasn't sure how you would react to a sudden combat situation as intense as that one, but you worked together and used what you had as best you could." Seeing the two perk up for a moment as he was speaking, he continued. "Don't get me wrong, you two would so be dead, but I think I'll let your opponent explain why." He finished with an eye smile, gesturing behind them. They turned and saw Haruki and Sakura walk out of the steamed crater. Both had grins plastered on their faces. "See, I told you it would be fun to watch." Sakura just giggled in reply, though she did look rather sheepish when the boys looked at her with a mixture of shock and frustration. Haruki then turned and addressed the two boys, who by this point were glaring daggers at him. "Well, I must echo your sensei's remarks. Well done. You both responded as shinobi would. Sasuke, you kept calm and factored in your teammates' strengths and your own weaknesses when forming a strategy. You also managed to release a fireball bigger and more powerful than I would have thought possible." Sasuke straightened at the praise and a small smile appeared on his face. "However," and the smile disappeared, "it is important to understand the areas you still need to grow. Your flexibility and self-awareness while performing jutsu need to improve, or your teammates will continue to get injured covering you." Haruki said this as he gestured to Naruto and specifically his left arm, which had a tear in the jumpsuit and blood coming out. Sasuke's eyes widened a bit as he registered that Naruto must have thrown himself in front of that last wave. Respect for the blonde grew slightly at that revelation. Haruki walked over as his hand started to glow green. "You're lucky they were not poisoned." Kakashi filed this away and did his best not to stare. Haruki knew medical ninjutsu. He would definitely be asking the redhead about it later, though. "You also need to work on your jutsu and sense variety. You are reliant too much on your sense of sight, and that is even without your Sharingan. And while Keton, Gokaku no Jutsu, Keton, Grand Fireball Jutsu, is an excellent jutsu in your arsenal, it is also very draining, and to use it only because you lack other options will get you killed, as you will run out of energy before your opponent." Haruki then turned his assessing cerulean gaze onto his blonde-haired counterpart. "Naruto, you have shown an excellent mastery of the Kage Bunshin Jutsu and its forbidden variant. This will prove to be an asset in your training, I think. You also showed remarkable chakra sensing skills for someone your age. Yet, unlike Sasuke, you almost lost your temperament when you thought Sakura-chan here was in danger. A shinobi cannot afford to be ruled by his emotions. Don't misunderstand me. Emotions are essential to the job. They keep you human and empower you with your conviction to do farther than your enemy ever can. The power they give is your will, and your will as Konoha shinobi is the will of fire. With it inside you, you will not fail. But if you are ruled by your emotions instead, then you are little more than a mindless beast asking for your enemy to slaughter you." At this, Naruto visibly gulps under the intensity of his stare, thinking of the beast he keeps inside, unaware that Kakashi himself was staring at the redhead, hearing the same message. You also, like Sasuke, are lacking in the variety of techniques at your disposal. This though is something we can now begin to fix now that each of you have finished the first stages of chakra control. All in all, I am most proud of you, because I can see that you've learned from each other and you've worked together. And now that you have reached this point, I've got a gift for each of you, or at least if your sensei permits. The two boys were surprised by this but immediately turned and looked at their sensei. Well, I certainly have no problem with it. They are practically your students too. Haruki blinked at that and his shoulders seemed to slump though his face didn't change. Kakashi sighed to himself. Why did he always ruin the moment? He knew the redhead's body language enough now to know he was saddened by his comment. But before he could attempt to fix his error, Haruki pulled out 3 scrolls and tossed one to each boy before handing the last to Sakura. Sakura looked at Haruki quizzically but he just motioned her to open it. All 3 recognized them to be storage scrolls and immediately channeled chakra into them. 3 puffs of smoke later and there was a pause in the field and each genin and their silver-haired sensei evaluated what appeared. In Sasuke's scroll there appeared 2 tanto, a set of weights, several sets of shuriken, a thin piece of paper and a katana. In Naruto's scroll appeared a different set of weights, a metal staff, a thin piece of paper and 6 other scrolls. In Sakura's scroll appeared a large set of books, a thin piece of paper and 4 other scrolls. Kakashi was shocked and his head snapped over to the red head when he saw the paper. Were his students ready for something like that? Well, Sasuke was already preforming fire jutsu and Haruki did say to treat them equally. But he was going to damned if he wasn't the one to help his students take their first step. Alright everyone, before we go any further I have an idea as to what Haruki is doing here and I would like to be the one to instruct you if that's alright Haruki. Seeing the redhead nod, Kakashi continued. Alright, I want each of you to pick of the piece of paper. What is it, Kaka-sensei? Asked a chipper and curious Naruto. Kakashi could hear a stifled chuckle at the nickname from the reed head. Oh, he'd get back at him later for it. This Naruto is chakra paper. It is harvested from a very special tree that is grown with chakra. It is used to tell shinobi their chakra affinity. Your chakra affinity is which change in chakra nature you are naturally gifted with. It will be easier to perform jutsus of the matching affinity while it will be more difficult to preform jutsu of the opposing nature type. Kakashi paused to make sure they had digested this information before continuing. Now this does not mean you can gain affinities over time. There is training for each affinity type though this paper can only show basic affinities. Now when you channel chakra into the paper, if it burns you have fire, if it splits in half you have wind, if it crumples then you have lightning, if it crumbles then you have earth, if it get wet you have water. Now go on and try. Sasuke was the first to try with a bored expression as he already knew he had fire for an affinity. But when he channeled chakra into the paper crumpled severely and then the edges burst into flame and began to rapidly burn towards the center. Sasuke quickly dropped the paper before looking up at his sensei, excitement hidden in his eyes. Well, Sasuke, were you surprised? Fire and lightning, that's quite the aggressive combination. Fire is a powerful offense and lighting is as well along with a strong support. And even better, that is my primary affinity as well, Kakashi informed him with an eye smile. Haruki then stepped up, gaining their attention. Sasuke, you should know that the swords are all chakra channeling. And should you be willing to give up some of your personal training time, I'd be willing to teach you how to use them properly. The words had barely left the redhead's mouth when Sasuke immediately responded. Hi. Sasuke seemed to notice how eager that sounded and blushed a little. It was a bizarre sight for the redhead, but he kept his face neutral, continuing. Your natural speed and flexibility, if honed properly, could make you unbeatable as a swordsman. I can't train you all the time, but I would like to get you pointed in the right direction and help where I can. Those weights are reinforced with fuinjutsu to specifically resist your body in such a way to focus on enhancing your speed. They can be deactivated with the smallest amount of chakra, but be careful in doing so. Make sure you have time to adjust to their absence. Only I can increase them, though I will show Kakashi if he's interested in case I'm unavailable. Okay, my turn, yelled Naruto, excitement and jealousy clearly evident in his voice. It seemed that last gift had made his patience run out. Kakashi, picking up on this, turned to Naruto and nodded. Okay Naruto, channel your chakra and let's see what you get. He did so and immediately the paper split down the middle, twice, away from his finger and thumb, causing him to drop them. Each square then practically liquefied. Water droplets fell of the soaked pieces as they fell to the ground. Kakashi stared for a moment and blinked, and upon hearing a soft chuckle flung his eye to the redhead, who was laughing seemingly completely unsurprised again. Now it was understandable not to be surprised about Sasuke having 2 affinities, since all Uchiha had the fire affinity and usually had another from birth, but for Naruto to have 2 affinities, especially that one of them was a wind affinity, should be at least mildly surprising for anyone that didn't know about the Uzumaki clan. Perhaps Haruki was more aware of Konoha's secrets than he first thought. Though now that he was thinking about it, that hair seemed very curious. He just filled it away though as Haruki had just finished explaining Kakashi's surprised look to the others. So I have super rare wind and super flexible water. Wait, doesn't that mean that Susuke? Yes, your affinities trump Sasuke's affinities under normal circumstances? The silver-haired Jonin interrupted, trying to prevent the idiot from starting a fight through unnecessary gloating. That's not what I meant. I mean mine are perfect for combinations with my wind strengthening his fire and his lightning can travel on my water. That is after I learned some jutsu and we trained some more. This caught everyone including Sasuke by surprise, though he looked excited by the prospect. Yes, and lucky for you those are two of my affinities as well. I had a hunch that those would be your affinities, so I included 2 jutsu of each type in the scrolls along with a beginner's scroll for Fuin jutsu. I have decided that since I'm helping you train in other areas, I can at least help you get the basics down. This just made Kakashi more suspicious. How had Haruki known? Maybe it was just a hunch, after all he had those himself. The weights are different from Sasuke's in that their Fuin jutsu formula is designed to increase your raw power to capitalize on incredible stamina. That's not to say you can't gain speed or that Sasuke can't gain power. But for now, it is better to train your strengths to give you time to train your weaknesses. You are the right and left arms of the team. Haruki was about to turn to Sakura when Naruto cut him off. But what about the last scroll and the staff? Are you going to give me private lessons like Sasuke? Haruki turned back to look at Naruto, who was staring at him with uncertainty. Oh, those are not from me, though I was told to deliver them with the message that your tutor will meet with you soon. That scroll is to get you started on the basic stances and katas. As for private training, you and I will be doing Fuin jutsu more in depth than with the group because they have their own skills and specialties to hone. This seemed to satisfy the blonde, though it was obvious he was trying to figure out who his tutor might be. Kakashi could guess, and if he was right, well, now he understood why he was giving Sasuke private training. Naruto then turned though to Sakura, who was holding her paper but was looking in what seemed to be a medical book. Sakura-chan, aren't you going to find out your affinity like us? Caught unawares, the girl dropped her book and looked up sheepishly, saying, "Oh right. Ops?" Inwardly she was screaming and Naruto baka for distracting her from her book. Sensing her thoughts, Kakashi intervenes. "Mama, no need to rush, Naruto." Sakura, however, was already molding chakra into the paper. The paper immediately started to crumble from the edges before the middle crinkled and crumpled in on itself. Kakashi couldn't contain his surprise, and neither could Sasuke or Naruto. "Well, that's unusual. Did I do something wrong?" asked Sakura as she looked at each of the shocked faces, eyes finally landing on her sensei as he spoke. "No, Sakura, they are just surprised. It's uncommon for civilian-born children to have more than one affinity, even more so that one is weak to the other," answered Haruki as he leveled her a reassuring look. "But clearly you're not," thought Kakashi as he wondered at the red head. "And if my assumption is right then? As for your scrolls, they contain 2 Doton jutsu and 1 Raiton jutsu along with elemental affinity tips for both in the last scroll. But the main gift is the medical books to begin your journey as a medical ninja. If that's where you desire to take yourself, these 2 will need you to patch them up until they can learn to do so themselves. Besides, your amazing chakra control makes you a natural for this." Haruki finished with such a reassuring smile. Who wouldn't believe him now? Sakura grinned and seemed to preen under the praise. Quickly she picked up the book she had been holding earlier. "And you'll help me, right? To make sure I'm doing it right?" Haruki smiled and nodded. "Without a doubt, and I have a friend over at the hospital that I'm sure would love to help out when I'm not around. I'll introduce you after you've got some of the basics down. If you work hard and never give up, I have little doubt you'll become as powerful as these 2. Besides..." Here Haruki knelt down to her level and spoke almost as if to someone else, though the children didn't seem to notice. "Who other than you can keep these 2 knuckleheads in check and stuck together?" He finished softly with a hint or regret perhaps that he hadn't meant to come out but did anyway. As Sakura smiled gratefully up at the red-haired Jonin, hints of tears could be seen behind her eyes, and in a moment of spontaneous gratitude closed the short distance between them and wrapped the red head in a hug. Haruki freezes even as he returns the hug. His mind is instantly returned to the last time he had been hugged by his dearest female friend. Just before that mission. Just before the end. Just before... Haruki... Wait, that was Kakashi's voice? Wasn't he dead? It was then that the world sprung back to reality and Haruki could see Kakashi fast approaching, having jumped back for some reason as the other 2 genin seemed to be trembling and staring at him with wide eyes. He then noticed the fact that his chakra was flaring wildly. That would explain their panicked looks. Sakura, though, who was on the inside of the bubble, seemed perfectly fine and even slightly confused as to what was going on, staring at Haruki with bright green eyes. Those eyes hurt, but this time for her sake he would make them strong. Haruki immediately cut off the flow of chakra and suppressed it. Kakashi skidded to a halt and seemed to just observe but prepared to continue if necessary. It was a demonstration of trust. Gomen Sakura-chan. I am very appreciative of your kindness. You remind me of someone I loved very much. One I am proud to say you mirror in many ways. It was because of this resemblance that I had the hunch as to your affinities. Haruki turned to the still twitching boys. And that is why you don't lose control to you emotions? The two boys just nodded and let the nerves leave them as best they could. The message seemed to sink in better after feeling such chakra. Kakashi for his part was unsure of how to take the redhead's explanation. Chakra natures had nothing to do with personality, so he should not have been able to use that as an indicator to what her natures might be. On the other hand, those emotions were quite real and he could clearly feel them through the chakra. It reminded him way too much of himself. Just what had his friend been through? Before he had a chance to inquire or break up the moment, Haruki did it for him. Now how about we get the training started? I believe it is my turn to decide how training goes. So Naruto and Sasuke, put on your weights so I can adjust them and follow me. Haruki then made 3 clones and they were already standing in front of each of the students. After Haruki took each member off to a different part of the clearing. It was just him and Kakashi left. They stood together in silence listening to the sounds of training coming from the various areas around the clearing. In one area in particular there was the sudden presence of a lot of Naruto Kage Bunshin. Kakashi continued to look sidelong at his newest friend, mind busy trying to make sense of everything. Haruki broke the silence before long, no doubt aware of the Cyclops' blatant staring. Wanna train? Kakashi turned to him and blinked. What? Do you wanna train? I know you still haven't gotten the hang of that Suiton jutsu I showed you yet. The redhead answered, glancing over his shoulder. I figured if the kids are pushing themselves to such limits, why shouldn't we? Kakashi seemed to mull it over for a second, seeming uncomfortable with receiving help from anyone before smiling and nodded. Well, Cyclops, get that eye of yours out and let's get started. The redhead finished with a grin. XXX. Hours later the sun had already set and the last traces of the sunset were beginning when the members of Team 7 Final called it a day. Kakashi dismissed them with the orders to get a meal together before heading home for a rest. Tomorrow would become early and they need to rest after the training Haruki had put them through. Each of the genin had made significant progress by the end of the training session. Sasuke had begun his lightning nature elemental training and had learned the basics of kenjutsu very quickly. Naruto managed to learn one of the water jutsu and was nearing completion on his first stage of wind manipulation training. Fuinjutsu was slower going, but Haruki made him promise not to use clones to practice his Fuinjutsu until Haruki cleared him to do so. Sakura was well on her way to mastering the lightning jutsu that she had been given and had begun the lightning manipulation training. Haruki even had time to go over some of the medical basics with her to expedite her introduction. Kakashi had managed to finally preform the jutsu by the end of the training session to the redhead's satisfaction. And so it was that the two jonin found themselves meandering through the village. Haruki had said that he needed to pick up the reports, applications, and other paperwork that his new position required him to now fill out and file. Therefore, the silver-haired had naturally offered to accompany him, and followed Haruki to the Hokage Tower. It had been a full day since the meeting, and by now the announcement of his new position and its purpose would have traveled through the rank and file of all ninja of rank in Konoha. This became evident when they reached the entrance to the Hokage Tower and the Chunin guard stiffened to attention as he approached. This reaction was usually reserved for people like Shikaku Nara and Ibiki Marino. It was mildly amusing to witness the redhead that wanted the least amount of attention to be the center of attention. After entering the office and creating a clone to begin work on the pieces that he didn't want to take with him, he and Kakashi continued on their way toward the redhead's apartment. After taking back roads and side streets for most of the way for one reason or another, they took to the roofs. It wasn't until they were most of the way to Haruki's home that Kakashi spoke up finally. So, you know medically ninjutsu? It as usually wasn't a question, but Haruki nodded all the same. Kakashi, without even looking up from his book, continued. How good are you? Good enough to take care of myself or someone else in a pinch. But not near good enough to be considered a medical ninja. Not by my standards at least. The copy ninja just hummed at that. No doubt whatever Haruki's standard was, it was something ridiculous. May I ask who taught you? Haruki didn't release any chakra or show any bodily reaction, but in his voice it was evident he didn't particularly want to continue this line of conversation. My friend. The one I told Sakura about earlier. She was a medial genius like any other. Always coming up with cures and better treatments. She had a short career though. I wish now I had paid more attention to her back when, well, it doesn't so much matter now. They continued onward in silence until they arrived at Haruki's apartment. Haruki quickly opened the door and left it open as he walked inside and took off his shinobi sandals, trench coat, and flak jacket. Kakashi walked in after the blonde after he called out that he was making dinner and that Kakashi should eat something after using so much chakra. Dinner was a small affair with light conversation about training and their students. Haruki shared his plans on the training of Guy's team the next morning. And they continued to talk about everything and nothing for a few more hours before Haruki announced he was turning in for the night. And dispelled the clones he had working on his paperwork here and at the Hokage Tower. As the bedroom clicked closed, it was quite evident to Kakashi he had just been set up to spend the night again. But for whatever the reason he couldn't bring himself to care. Quickly preparing himself and finding a blanket waiting for him along with a pillow, the Cyclops smirked at the redhead's antics and flopped down on the couch feeling oddly at peace with himself. Tonight seemed to promise a good night's sleep. For the first time in so long. XXX. Haruki awoke early the morning feeling surprisingly refreshed and energized considering the events of the night before. It had been a close call. Kakashi had actually knocked on the door and checked on him. He had to brush it off on finding a spider in his bed. But even now as he stretched he could hear her haunting voice. "You can do it, Naruto. I believe in you. We will win and we will protect them," she had said. Oh, how he had failed her. "Go, Naruto, I'll be right behind you." Of course she wasn't. But no doubt she told him that to get him to leave and buy them time. Kabuto had come to collect her personally. They had already lost most of their escort. Outnumbered as they were, he hadn't wanted to retreat, but their mission to retrieve the supplies was too important to risk and she knew that. "Damn it, Sakura, why were you always right?" thought the redhead as he knew tears fell from his eyes. Not many though, he had cried most of them out in his sleep. Perhaps that's why he felt so refreshed. You always feel better after a good cry. Realizing he would have to be meeting Team 9 soon, he went and showered and got ready silently. Gathering the pieces he would need for their training today. He entered the main living area and saw Kakashi laying facing the couch, seemingly sound asleep. He could quite figure out why he kept arranging for the Cyclops to stay over. He couldn't deny that he enjoyed his company. And it was starting to become different than how he felt back then. More like a friendship and less like a teacher-student relationship. Perhaps he was just so used to Sasuke living with him from before that it just felt right. He promised himself he would think on it later as he quickly left a note to help himself whenever he liked, although warning him against snooping. Grabbing his trench coat and a vocal though soft "see ya later Kakashi," and Haruki was out the door. The door clicked closed and a singular eye cracked open. Seems that he would have time to think on everything after all. XXX. Haruki approached the training ground he knew Team 9 met at, thinking of what insane exercise he would catch the two training crazies in today. But as he entered the training ground he was surprised to find several more people waiting on him. There was of course Rock Lee and Mato Guy, but so was Niji Hyuga and Tenden-chan. The most shocking thing though was the two men standing next to Niji talking amongst themselves. He recognized both of them to be Hisashi Hyuga and Hayashi Hyuga. Haruki wasn't quite sure what was going on, but he steeled himself for whatever wrench life was about to throw in his face. "Good morning everyone, it appears in my attempt to be early I find myself showed up late," Haruki said with a small smile when he was close enough to be heard. The genin immediately turned to him and all had smiles of some degree. Guy and the elder Hyuga turned to greet the redhead as well. Guy and Hisashi were each sporting their own traditional greetings while Hayashi maintained his neutral expression as usual. Before anyone had the chance to speak, Tenten had rushed forward with puppy dog eyes. "Haruki-senpai, please spar with me. I even brought a katana today." "Oh, how unyouthful, Tenten. Stealing the first spar with Haruki-senpai from me. This is something I would expect from my eternal rival, not you," Lee said, appearing behind her, arms crossed and scowling a bit. "Lee, I'm sure Haruki will have time to spar with everyone, but I have a new style to review with him. Seeing this to be the case, I believe I should be getting the first spar." Haruki laughed despite the senpai comment. It was both amusing and strange to see his old friends arguing over such petty things as sparing order like children. "I think I will be able to solve this problem fairly easily." Saying this, Haruki then seamlessly created 3 shadow clones. "Each of you will get the first spar, and we will review your skills from last week while I discuss this week's training with Guy-sensei. Now off you go. Be sure to stretch beforehand." Each genin went off with a clone to part of the clearing. And now with them occupied and out of the way, he could get to the bottom of what was going on around here. His clones were ordered to keep them busy until he signaled them. Hopefully this didn't take too long. Haruki turned to face the others that were still waiting for a greeting. "Good morning, Guy-san, Hisashi-san, Hayashi-sama. I did not realize you were joining us so early." It was obvious who the comment was meant for and the individual took it as their cue to step forward. After all, the redhead now had a semblance of authority and should be treated with the appropriate respect, not including the fact that he considered the man a friend. "Good morning, Haruki-dano. While I did come to witness my nephew's training and witness your teaching skills, if that's not too much trouble, I also wanted to be sure you received these." The man pulled out from his robes 2 envelopes. One was clearly addressed to Haruki personally and the other was addressed to the office he now claimed as his own in the Hokage Tower. Gesturing to the envelope that was addressed to the Hokage Tower, Hayashi continued, "This contains all the proper paperwork and applications forms for all the Hyuga that want to join the Sealing Corps or Barrier Corps, including my own. I was informed that you had already been by to collect the paperwork when I come to drop them off late last night and wanted to make sure you got them." Taking the envelopes from the man, Haruki nodded and then observed the one addressed to him. Seeing his curious look, the Hyuga clan head made to clarify. That is a formal invitation to have dinner with the clan this evening. We would be honored to have you join us. Haruki looked startled at this. This was not what he had been expecting, and he's not sure if he was quite comfortable with it either. Clan dinners like this, especially with this clan, usually involved far too much politics for his liking. But the fact the clan head had gone out of his way to such a degree and deliver the invitation personal showed just how serious they were. So how could he turn them down? But on the other hand, was he really prepared for such an encounter? He did have training to do after all. For Guy's part, he was mildly surprised by the clan head's move and wondered at what the motivation was. Did he have some favor to ask of Haruki, but then why not just ask him? Was he trying to gain favor in the redhead's eyes? But didn't he know the redhead well enough to not use such tactics? Or was he just using this as an opportunity to thank the Jonin for the service he had done for his clan? After looking sidelong and seeing Hisashi's impassive and unconcerned face, he decided to wait and see how Haruki handled the situation and intervene if things seemed to be going south. He had promised to support the redhead where he could after all. Sensing the redhead's hesitation, Hisashi spoke to try and calm some of the fears he was sure were running through Haruki's mind. If I may clarify, brother, I believe we are inviting him to thank him for all the services he has provided our clan and welcome him back to Konoha. Though officially it's to celebrate his recent promotion and meet some of those we hope to be his future students. I'm sure you could use a break from training, Haruki. Translation: we are not planning to interrogate you. Haruki seemed to visibly gain some certainty then. How could he say no to a thank you dinner? Especially when he couldn't think of a good excuse. Nodding in understanding, the redhead issued his answer. If that is the case, I'm humbled that you would honor me so and gladly accept your invitation. He bowed slightly to them, remembering the etiquette lessons Hinata had drilled into him for such event. Pleased by his acceptance, Hayashi actually smiled and returned the bow before turning to Guy. Guy-san, you are certainly welcome to attend as well. I will also be inviting Kurenai Yuhi. This is a celebration of the great teachers that have impacted the lives of our children. Pouncing on the opportunity to not be singled out, and before Guy could turn the invitation down, Haruki immediately agreed. Absolutely. It would be most youthful to have you there. Guy, fully aware of what Haruki was doing, laughs heartily and acquiesces. Then I shall endeavor to bring my springtime of youth full to bear at the gathering this evening. Everyone just smiled, though Hisashi thought, well, Niji is probably going to kill me. During this pause, Hayashi took the opportunity to be certain that he could witness today's training. It's no problem at all, Hayashi-sam, Dano, though I must request the small favor not to repeat to others the source of Niji's training. You'll understand when you see it. If Hayashi was surprised by this, he didn't say anything but nodded that he agreed. Haruki then turned to Guy and began going over with him the training he had in mind for the day. Guy-san, do you mind if I take today's training in a different direction? I want to focus on training them in handling situations where they may find themselves at a disadvantage and hopefully helping them overcome these limitations. Today may be tough on them. Guy's grin was blinding. YOSH. That would be most youthful. Whatever you feel is right, I trust your judgment. Haruki nodded at this and signaled to the clones to send the genin back over for their training. Each student had worked up a sweat by this point, though they appeared to still have plenty of energy. Good, they were going to need it. Once the genin had gathered around and were resting, Haruki knelt and sat with them as they drank water. The other adults stood around and quietly observed what Haruki would do next. Haruki looked at each one as they recited to him what they had reviewed from last session. After being satisfied with whatever they had said, he started explaining to them how training was going to go for the rest of his part of the session. Now that each of you has sufficiently warmed up in your strength areas, we will use the remainder of our time together to identify and curb your weaknesses. Ten, since you asked first earlier, you will be first. The young girl sprung up despite her earlier spar and went to retrieve her katana again when Haruki put a hand on her shoulder. You won't be needing that. We are going to be doing some target practice. Ten blinked in confusion as she scanned the area for targets but only saw Haruki walking away from her. When he was about 40 meters away from here in the clearing, he turned with a smirk and uttered two words that everyone heard. Hit me. Ten understood immediately but seemed concerned. What? Haruki's smirk widened. Well, weapons mistress, you have starting now one simple goal, and that is to hit me with a weapon. You may throw or swing however many you wish. Aim to kill. That is your mission? In the minds of her teammates and sensei, this seemed a bit too simple. But Tenten's strength is throwing weapons? This should be easy for her. Ten looked apprehensive but pulled out a handful of shuriken anyway and flung them with deadly accuracy. Or so she thought. The shuriken whirled through the air right on target until about a foot from making contact, where they then veered off course wildly and harmlessly connected with the ground. The members of Team 9 were supremely confused by this, none more so than Ten. Again she flung another set of shuriken at the red head only to get the same result. Haruki for his part just continued to smirk. Feel free to hit me anytime, he teased. This made a tick mark appear on the back of Tenten's head, and the other members of her team became convinced he had a death wish. And so the onslaught began, and for the next 30 minutes Ten sent barrage after barrage of shuriken, kunai and other various weapons at that insufferable red head. But time after time he evaded, without moving, and her aim proved false. No matter what tricks she tried, whether it was redirecting shuriken mid-flight or using ninja wire and kunai to try and just touch him. But nothing seemed to work. The shuriken always went off course and the ninja wire just seemed to snap around him. What made it all worse was the redhead's continuous taunting about her skills and his smirk never leaving his face. He would yawn, stretch, and bend over. At one point he even started pacing seemingly in deep thought about something as her weapons just continued to miss him by at least a foot every time. Her anger kept her from realizing this fact however, even more so when she realized she was running out of the typically throwable weapons. The Hyuga of the group had long since activated their Byakugan to try and figure out how the redhead was doing it. They had seen then what looked like an ever-moving shell of what looked like wind chakra surrounding the blonde like an invisible cloak, and from the looks of things angling projectiles seemed like just scratching the surface of what it could do. What was amazing though was that Haruki had such control of the element to do so. Though considering what they had previously seen him do with lightning manipulation, it only makes sense that he would be this skilled with his primary element. Hayashi was beginning to see just how Haruki was able to pull off the seal he had heard about. His control over wind chakra was such that he had never seen before. It was just after Tenten's latest volley of projectiles that the redhead called out. "Come now Tenchan. Surely you've got something up your sleeve that could at least bring me a scratch." Tenten finally lost her temper hearing his remark and reached for her scrolls on her back. "Fine. Since you want it so badly, I'll give you my ultimate technique," she screamed at him before tossing the two scroll in the air and running through a short series of hand seals. Ninpo, Sashoryu, Ninpo, Rising Twin Dragons. She then jumped up into the intertwined unraveled scrolls spinning. Those watching on the sidelines that knew her were surprised she was using this in a spar, though the Hyuga were unsure if it would prove to be of any use. The adults however were also watching Haruki closely to see his reaction. It's good that they were, or they have missed his resigned soft smile. One that seemed to have a hint of regret. It was then that they caught him utter one single word as Tenten started flinging every manner of weapon at ridiculous speeds. Finally, they watched as his hands formed one single seal, his potent chakra released for all to feel, just as the first part of the wave was deflected. Futon, Daitapa, Futon, great break though. And then in a second it was as if a hurricane had spawned. Wind thrashed all around towards Tenten even as it was felt by everyone. The scale was colossal and deep gashes appeared. Thought the clearing and trees were shredded even as all the weapons were shot back toward Tenten at a much higher velocity than they were traveling at originally. The others all were covering their faces even as the intense wind threatened to shred them to pieces. Yet it was like all the blades of wind were being bent around them, and it was just the sheer force of the jutsu they were experiencing. They had to channel chakra to feet in order to prevent themselves from being blasted clear across the clearing. What was even more insane was the fact that all the Jonin recognized this jutsu as a C-rank jutsu. It was not normally capable of such destruction or power. And he did it with just one hand sign too. Tenten, who had been in the air, found herself blown clear across the clearing where she rolled and bounced along the ground as the jutsu passed. It had been just a couple of moments, but in that time the clearing had completely changed. Tenten groaned as she made to stand shaking. What was that? She surveyed the carnage of the clearing around her and wondered, how did I survive that? Just then there was creak and groaning sound and Tenten looked behind her to see a tree falling on her. She could hear the others yell to get out of the way and watch out, but her body just wouldn't respond. But just before the tree reached her it stopped moving and shattered into a bunch of splinters. Then she felt the pain in her back from where she had landed begin to soothe and a voice asked her, "Are you alright Tenten?" Tenten realized that it was Haruki's voice and turned to see the redhead's hand glowing green over her back and looking straight into her soul with his piercing concerned blue eyes. All she could do is smile as the redhead scooped her up bride style and began walking over to the rest of the group. He smiled softly at her nod and spoke softly, "I knew you could handle it. You're an incredibly tough shinobi and you performed brilliantly." The Kanochi found herself blushing under the praise and promptly tried to hide it as she waved off the others' concern when he set her down. After checking her over for any major injuries and finding none that Haruki hadn't already taken care of, apparently he was a medical ninja, Guy nodded over to Haruki saying he could continue. Haruki returned the nod and told Niji to head out to the clearing, as it was his turn. Before he walked out to join him though, he left Tenten with some final parting words. "Tenten, I want you to think hard about why you couldn't hit me today. We will discuss it further after everyone's trial." At the word trial the two Hyuga looked at each other, both wondering the same thing. What did Haruki have in store for Niji? XXX. Out in the clearing Niji shifted nervously. After seeing what Tenten just had to go through and beginning to see just how powerful of a man this Jonin was, well, who wouldn't be a little nervous? Somehow he knew that what they had seen before was just the tip of the iceberg. When Haruki arrived in position a little ways in front of Niji, he pulled out a small alarm clock from his trench coat and told him the rules of engagement for this spar loud enough for everyone to hear. "The rules for you are as follows: we are both bound to this clearing and cannot leave under any circumstances. Until this alarm clock goes off, you are the offensive and will try to hit me continuously using whatever means necessary. However, once this alarm clock goes off you will be on the defensive until I either contain you, knock you out, or you are forced to yield. Understood?" Seeing the young Hyuga genius nod, the redhead gained a shark-like grin. "Perfect. We begin now." And in that moment the alarm was clicked though no one was standing next to it and the redhead vanished. Niji immediately launched himself to where the redhead had been previously standing and found it to be empty. Perceiving that the redhead was no longer there, Niji quickly activated his Byakugan only to find that his field of vision was restricted in all directions to only 3 feet. A voice then echoed around the clearing in an amused tone, "I'm afraid Niji-kun, that won't be of much use to you here. Best of luck to you though. Oh, and do remember time is ticking." Niji, realizing he couldn't force his way through whatever barrier was up, decided to change tactics and try and sense the red head out. He began running around the clearing trying to methodically rout out the red head but seemed to find nothing no matter where he went. In the audience the elder Hyuga were both shocked at what they were witnessing. They both of course had heard Kurenai's claim that Haruki had the ability to block the Byakugan's field of vision to an extent, but to witness it in person was something altogether different. What was even more amazing was the fact that they couldn't visibly see the red-haired Jonin either. They could not even sense the Jonin's chakra presence. The idea that this man would be able to challenge Hiruzen was becoming more and more of a potential reality. What's going on? Lee's voice broke them from their thoughts. Why isn't Niji using his Byakugan? Did Haruki-senpai leave the clearing even after declaring it against the rule of engagement for the spar? If so, that was most unyouthful of him. No, Lee, Haruki hasn't left the clearing. He has, however, probably used a jutsu of his to render the Byakugan useless. Am I correct in my guess, Hizashi-san? Hayashi-sama, spoke Guy in response. At seeing their nods of acknowledgement, Guy closed his eyes and opened up his other senses. He even knelt and began feeling the earth for vibrations or signs of tampering. Oh yes. Haruki is definitely in the clearing and is deliberately giving himself away in such a way that Niji will not be able to pick up on it. Which, if I had to guess, is the point of this exercise. Opening his eyes to see his students staring at him in confusion, he continued to explain. Haruki has used his superior jutsu to his advantage by removing Niji's usual method of sensing him, but has hidden himself underground and left behind enough signs that if one was trained in Doton they would find him no problem, but since Niji isn't, there is no other way for him to find Haruki. At this, Tenten turned back to watch Niji continue to run around the field frantically searching for his target. Just like there was no way I was ever going to hit Haruki with my weapons, she muttered. No one responded to this. The guy did exchange a look with the two Hyuga. He had figured out what Haruki was doing and he could understand why. He just wondered how his last student was going to take it, and did he have the heart to put him through it. Guy immediately shook his head. No, it is unyouthful not prune and nurture the youth of others. I must remain firm. Just as Guy was reaffirm his commitment to today's training. They all heard the bell go off. Time was up. Niji was panting. At some point Haruki had taken to telling him if he was hot or cold. Unfortunately this came from all around him, so he could not use that overly cheerful voice to find his opponent. He stilled as the alarm finished sounding off and took that moment to take in his surroundings. Something felt different. On a hunch, he activated his Byakugan and was surprised and relieved to find the barrier gone. It was then though that he found Redhead right as he. Niji had no time to even think as two hands appeared out of the ground and gripped his ankles before another body, likely a clone, burst out of the ground and nailed Niji under the chin. He got him with this one last time too. Haruki thought smugly to himself. He was having far too much fun with this. Niji rolled a few feet and had enough time to position himself upright before he found himself under a grueling assault. He soon found, however, that, though blocking the blows hurt, he was in fact able to block them and that the movements felt familiar if a bit new. Recognition flashed in Niji's mind, and after taking a moment internally to calm himself, prepared to counter-assault with his new form. However, the moment he stopped defending, Haruki seemed to sense it, and in 3 swift movement Niji found he could not send chakra to his legs or arms, nor could he move them, and was knocked flat on his back. And then it was over. Niji tilted his head forward as best he could so that he could look at the Jonin that had just decimated him in front of his father and uncle. A part of him was angry and hurt that he had been made to look like such a fool, but another part of him was just sad and scared that he was this weak. Yet now, looking at the Jonin, Niji felt respect more than anything at the controlled power this man had. He could see his palms still glowing green with chakra from his last attack and his body coiled in an unfamiliar stance, arms outstretched almost like a crane. In the audience, it took every ounce of self-control for Hizashi to keep from running out there and scooping up his son in his arms. He understood though that his son neither needed that nor wanted it, but he could help but feel that way. Haruki didn't pull any punches there at the end, and the results were evident of that. Hayashi, on the other hand, was busy processing the series of combat he had just witnessed. It was clear that Haruki had somehow seen enough of the gentle fist style to incorporate tea into his style and then improve upon it until it was a very powerful variant. Oh, Hayashi had caught on to what Haruki meant earlier instantly when they began their taijutsu clash. It was also evident that this style could provide both a powerful defense and an overwhelming offense if expanded upon and mastered, especially should the Byakugan be paired with it. Though Niji did not get much of a chance to capitalize on this fact, as the moment he switched to offense to try and land a blow and win the spar, Haruki switched tactics completely and ended the spar swiftly and decisively. The significance of the manner he chose to do so was probably lost on most, but not on him. He had seen Haruki mold medical ninjutsu chakra with his regular chakra just before he struck in a very gentile fist-like way in that unfamiliar stance. This no doubt damaged both Niji's body and chakra coils in the area, thus resulting in his current state. There were of course counters in the Hyuga arsenal, as this is hardly the first time such tactics have been used, but Niji didn't know those. All things considered, he was incredibly impressed with both Shinobi's performance and simultaneous troubled by what this meant about his red-head friend. How had he gained such abilities, and what else did he have up his sleeve? While all these questions and more were traveling through the Hyuga clan head's mind, Guy was watching carefully the facial reactions of the other two. Seeing nothing that would raise concern, he turned to his own reflection. If the clan head was unconcerned about what he just witnessed, then Guy could lay any concerns he might have to rest. It appeared the Haruki was willing to train Niji more until he figured out the secret to the test, that Niji could still accomplish his objective during the second phase of his spar. This however proved to be exactly what the red head wanted, as he demonstrated the skill difference between them. It was becoming clearer to him Haruki's goal in these contests. He had originally thought it was just to have them fight at a disadvantage and learn what defeat and fear felt like, but now it seemed that he was more looking for them to practice their creative thinking and encourage them to branch out their skill sets. Guy turned his attention to Lee, who with 10-10 was staring avidly at the Jonin in barely concealed awe. Not surprising considering their respective Niji and Guy himself had never defeated him so resoundly so quickly. He could of course, but it hadn't been necessary for the spar goals at the time. He had a feeling what Haruki was going to do to Lee, and he wasn't sure he liked it. It was then that Haruki arrived at the rest of the group, carrying Niji bridal style. He gently laid him down before his hands began to glow green and he began healing the damage. "Are you alright, Niji?" his father asked, though concern could be seen by his father, uncle, and teammates. Niji managed to nod his head, too embarrassed to say anything. Sensing this, Haruki reassured him of his performance. "You did well, Niji. I was very impressed. I did not think you would force me to end the spar so quickly." Finishing up healing the damage from the spar, Haruki stood up. "I'm afraid you are going to still be a little sore, but it should pass quickly. I'm going to leave you with the same instructions I left 10-10. I want you to think of why you couldn't find me and why you couldn't hit me." Nodding in acknowledgement, Niji sat up but winced a little at the sudden movement. After reminding Niji to take it easy, Haruki motioned for Lee to follow. He got up immediately and practically bounced his way out into the clearing. Once they were in position, Lee was about to start off before Haruki raised his hand. "Before we begin, Lee-kun, I have a question for you." Lee blinked in confusion but nodded. "If I was to offer you the use of your chakra and it was guaranteed to work, would you take it?" After hearing his question, everyone in the Seiring was speechless. None more so than Guy. He can give Lee use of his chakra, but that's impossible. Is this somehow part of his test? Lee himself was overwhelmed with thought and stayed silent for a solid 5 minutes before speaking his reply. "Thank you for the offer, Haruki-senpai. I don't doubt you have some jutsu or way of accomplishing this, but I have sworn to become a taijutsu-only ninja. It is my ninja way. The way of youth." Guy felt himself swell in pride at his student's declaration. But when he looked at Haruki to see the other man's reaction, all he could see was disappointment on the man's face. What was he thinking? "Very well, Lee, then we shall begin in a moment." Haruki quickly blazered through 4 hand seals before slamming a palm on the ground. Immediately a barrier appeared around the audience that glowed yellow and blue. This is a level 5 lightning-style barrier. Touching it unprepared will result in a painful shock. Repeated exposure can result in serious damage. Your goal is to get me to dispel it before time runs out. I will count to 10 before I retaliate once and then begin counting again, and it tightens and shocks your friends should you fail. Every time you fail it will decrease in size. You may begin whenever you wish. Lee immediately tired to lunge himself at Haruki and began closing the distance fast. He tried to get inside Haruki's guard, but the Jonin just sidestepped. From the moment that Lee swung his first punch, he could hear Haruki counting out loud. He quickly backflipped away to get a better angle for his next attack run. As he approached, though, Haruki blurred through a series of hand seals before ending in a half-rat seal. Nien Shouja no Jutsu, Genjutsu, Temple of Nirvana technique. Megan, Narakumi no Jutsu, Demonic Illusion, Hell Viewing technique. All around Lee there began to be feathers falling. He stopped and prepared himself for an attack to come from everywhere. But nothing happened. Then he noticed his arms began to get heavy and all the strength seemed to leave his body. He was so tired. Perhaps a short nap was in order. Lee then closed his eyes and his body collapsed on the ground before sliding to a stop at the redhead's feet. Haruki just tilted his head to the side with a small sad smile on his face. He left Lee where he was and started walking over to the group that he trapped in his barrier. As he approached, he formed a single hand seal and the barrier fizzled and deactivated, much to the relief of those inside. While they hadn't actually been worried about being trapped inside, it was still relieving. After all, it was always unnerving to be contained, especially by Seal Master that no doubt could have kept them in there even if they had wanted to get out. Upon reaching the group, Haruki was rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. "Sorry about the barrier business, I just needed to motivate Lee." Waving off his concerns, it was Hayashi that spoke first. "So, what do you intend to do with him now?" Haruki partially turned back towards the down genin. "Well, I'm afraid Lee-kun is learning the price of his chosen handicap." Turning back to face the rest of the others who were looking at him with blatant curiosity and interest. "Lee-kun is currently in a double-layered genjutsu. He will not be able to escape. However, not to worry, I am not very skilled in genjutsu. They should unravel soon. By then the lesson should have hit home." Just as he finished speaking, trying to placate the looks of alarm that had surfaced on the faces of Lee's team, they heard a surprised gasp and a scream. Every eye turned to see Lee's form bolt upright and him cry out with tears streaming down his face, "Guy-sensei, Niji, 10-10, no." He turned his head and for whatever reason focused in only on Reed Head's form. With a battle cry he launched himself at Haruki. How could you? I'll kill you for this. Haruki's eyes narrowed at Lee's outburst and formed a single hand seal. In the next instant the barrier that had previously been removed activated and Lee smacked right into it full force. Lee began screaming and convulsing upon impacting the barrier. It only lasted a few seconds before Haruki dropped his hand and Lee fell to the ground with a crash. Lee, his teammates cried out together. They raced over to check on him, Ten arriving first and scooping him up. Lee, are you okay? It's okay, we are alright, it was just a genjutsu. Lee's eyes creaked open and drifted over to see Tenten's worried face. Ten. But I thought. All that blood? We're fine, Lee. Haruki-senpai just put you in a couple genjutsu, Niji said kneeling next to Lee. At this Lee moved his eye and found the red head calmly walking over to him. Hand stuff in his pockets. Are you okay, Lee? I'm sure that was a nasty shock. The double meaning of his words was not lost on those there. Ten propped Lee up and Haruki knelt down next to him, hands out of his pockets glowing green. He ran his hands over the areas that impacted the barrier and ordered Lee to not do any taijutsu training until tomorrow since his system needed to recover. Haruki, was this really necessary dash? Guy asked with obvious concern seeing Lee in such a state. Haruki just closed his eyes and interrupted sharply. If it didn't come from me now, it will from an enemy later. And then Lee will be dead, and I am not about to allow that to happen. Lee is strong, Guy, very strong, but he must be pruned and tempered. He turned and fixed Guy with a pointed look that was almost cold. You coddle him too much? And without giving Guy time to answer turned his gaze on all of them before landing firmly on Lee. Well now Lee, while it is truly admirable and a testament to your genius that you would become such an incredible shinobi using only taijutsu, it also comes at a terrible price that will only get you killed in the long run. In the ninja world every advantage you have over your opponent can mean the difference between success and failure, victory and defeat, life and death. Here Haruki paused, though it seemed more for himself than Lee. He quickly got over it and continued. Until now you have been fighting against odds that were forced upon you with sheer willpower and I am incredibly proud of you for it. Haruki's voice then took a steely cold edge that made the others stiffen and Lee flinch. However, when given the opportunity to remove the handicap that plagues you and puts your team in danger, you turned it down not out of fear but arrogance. There is no greater vice than arrogance for a shinobi. There is nothing more unyouthful. Lee just hung his head scorned and abashed until a hand took his face and lifted him to meet Haruki's softened eyes. Lee, it's not too late to have a ninja way that isn't rooted in arrogance. Let your ninja way be about protecting that which is precious to you. Is that not already the rule for your greatest technique? Lee's eyes widened at this and he asked, how did you know, senpai? Haruki snorted at that. Let's just say I am very familiar with your sensei's talents, and you remind me a lot of him. It wasn't a hard test. He could hear the other grown-ups, even Guy, chuckle quietly at that. Besides, just because you are able to use genjutsu and ninjutsu doesn't mean you can't still specialize in taijutsu. And when you do use something else it'll be one hell of a surprise for your opponent. Just like Guy-sensei? Haruki finished a wink that had Lee flush in embarrassment. Then Haruki's face turned serious once more as he stood up and looked down at Lee, uncaring about all the eyes on him. Now that you have had a taste of the real ninja world, I will pose my question to you again. I can give you use of your chakra. Will you take my offer? Haruki asked while pinning Lee's very soul with his cerulean gaze. Lee looked pensive and stayed quiet for about a minute before looking up and staring right back at Haruki with eyes full of determination and resolve. Hi Haruki-senpai, I will take your offer. Haruki smiled wide at his answer. Would you like to start now? If Haishidano and Hizashi-san are willing to assist, we will be done in 5 minutes. Haruki said as he pulled out a scroll from his right trench coat pocket. He looked over at the elder Hyuga who were both struggling to keep their surprise hidden. The seal that I'm going to graft to Lee must go on top of his third chakra gate. I will be circulating his chakra around this point during the process so that it doesn't interfere. I need the two of you to close the chakra points that lead from and to this area so that his chakra will flow the way I guide it rather than through his coils. You can consider this your first lesson in upper division seals. After hearing his explanation, the two Hyuga lords look at each other with excitement and interest clearly written on their face. We would happily be of assistance. Nodding, Haruki turned and asked Lee if he was ready. There will be a burning sensation where the seal is being applied, but other than that it should be virtually painless. To Lee's credit, he simply nodded his head firmly and asked what he needed to do. All I need you to do is lie down on your stomach and reach for your chakra when I tell you to. Lee immediately did as he was instructed, and once he was in position Haruki unrolled the scroll and placed to the side of Lee parallel to his body. Most of the small scroll was blank with only 4 seeming squiggly curved lines surrounding and containing what looked like a flower, a lotus flower. Guy recognized the image and his eyes immediately darted to Haruki. Just how much did the Jonin know? After getting in position and the other onlookers out of the way, Haruki gave some final instruction. Timing is everything. You must be in sync and mirror each other as you close off the tenketsu. This a level 8 seal and is very delicate. It will take most of my concentration. Wait for my signal. Seeing the twins nod, Haruki summoned a clone beside him. He then placed one hand over the third chakra gate on Lee's spine between the neck and the top of the shoulder blades. The clone then placed one hand on the seal and the other on top of Haruki's hand. Haruki then used his remaining free hand to bridge over 2 stacked hands with his thumb on the largest tenketsu on one side and his middle and pointer finger on the largest tenketsu on the other. Once connected, his bridging hand started glowing green. Then the other hand and the clone's hand started glowing blue with chakra. After a couple of seconds, Haruki signaled for the Hyuga to begin. Immediately and in unison the two elder Hyuga activated their Byakugans and began closing the tenketsu around the seal area with lightning reflexes. Within seconds they had successfully closed all the necessary tenketsu. Lee bore the pain with practiced resistance from all the times Niji had done the same. Haruki then, channeling Lee's chakra through his hand and grit his teeth and shouted, "Fuin!" Instantly a bright light emitted itself from the hand's glowing blue. Lee moaned and groaned and his body trembled a bit, but he didn't move. Controlled by his single-minded focus to protect those he considered most precious. Soon the intense burning subsided a bit and warmness filled him from the tips of his toes to the top of his head. After about 1 minute of time passed, Haruki was panting from the exertion and sweat was dripping down his forehead. Just a bit more. After a few moments he signaled for the Hyuga twins to reopen Lee's tenketsu and began recalling his chakra from the seal. Once this was done, the clone dispersed itself as its task was concluded. The Hyuga then quickly unsealed all the tenketsu they had previously closed. After doing so and pulling the hands back, Haruki gave a shout of effort and pulled his hands back with a flash. There was a flash of light and then everything was still and the only sound was Haruki panting and light sizzling sound of something burning. "Lee, how do you feel?" Guy asked. The young shinobi didn't reply for a long moment. Then out of nowhere he shot up and shouted with tears in his eyes, "Guy-sensei. I feel amazing." Everyone, even the Hyuga twins, smiled in Lee's reaction. Haruki chuckled softly at the antics of Lee, and everyone glanced over at him taking in his appearance. His hands were stuffed in pocket for some odd reason. It didn't seem natural for how he was seated. "Well Lee, you now have access to your chakra, you can shape it and mold it just like anyone else. The seal will improve the refinement process the more you move, because it takes in the chakra you give off in everyday living and moving. So it's perfect for your continued focus on taijutsu. The seal also acts as filter that should make it harder for you to fall under genjutsu. In addition, there is a chakra storing component that will store chakra for you like a reservoir until you open the third gate, and then it will release the chakra into your system, effectively restoring any you had lost. I even installed a protection seal to prevent opposing seal experts from messing with it on the fly," Haruki said as he gestured and explained the seal's various functions. Sure enough, when everyone looked at Lee's back they saw the lotus pattern inside a circle that seemed about 3 inches in diameter. The area was red currently from just being applied, but Haruki promised that this would fade after a day or so. After thanking the 2 Hyuga for their assistance, Haruki stood hands still in his pockets. He turned to the remaining to Genin as Lee talked animatedly. Guy and was being inspected by him. "Now we just have you 2 to fix." The 2 looked at each other before looking down. "So do either of you have an answer for me?" Haruki asked with a raised brow. Silence persisted for a few moments before in unison they admitted together, "I was arrogant." They both looked at each other in surprise and mild embarrassment before looking back down. Haruki kept his gaze neutral but firm. Explained. They looked at each other again, though it was Tenten that looked back at Haruki first and spoke. "I let my anger control me and let my attitude slip into one of superiority when you asked me to practice throwing my weapons as if it was my weakness. I trained in my specialty as if I couldn't be beat and didn't bother thinking of strategies or answer for how to counter potential weaknesses. And when you revealed this I just lost my temper?" Haruki nodded before turning to Niji expectantly. The young shinobi looked uncomfortable and supremely embarrassed at having this conversation where his father and uncle could hear. Good thought Haruki, he could use the humility check. Niji swallowed hard before speaking. "I have relied heavily on the Byakugan and what advantages it brings. And this may have, no. It has resulted in my other skills falling short." After falling silent, Niji risked and glanced to his father and uncle and was surprised to see them both looking on in pride at him. Or at least what equated to pride in the Hyuga visage. Haruki smiled at them warmly as he nodded. "A fair assessment?" Both were looking down and they both were startled when each had a scroll dropped at their feet. They both looked up to see Haruki standing, their hands still in his pockets. "Open them," he said to them, smiling. Each of them unrolled their scroll only to realize they were sealing scrolls. Quickly unsealing the contents, they were both surprised with what appeared. In front of Tenten appeared a piece of paper and 2 scrolls and a thin paper square. In front of Niji appeared a set of weird-looking weights, 3 scrolls, and a thin paper square. By now Guy and Lee had rejoined the group and were looking at what the others received curiously. At seeing the small square of thin paper, Guy turned to Haruki with a raised brow and crossed arms. Haruki just shrugged and replied, "Kakashi's team has already started this." Hearing this, Guy immediately forms a fist and shakes it in front of himself and thinks, "Darn you, my eternal rival and you hip attitude. Of course you would move so quickly." Ignoring this, Haruki instructs each genin to pick up the thin piece of paper. This is chakra paper. It is harvested from a very special tree that is grown with chakra. It is used to tell shinobi their chakra affinity. Your chakra affinity is which change in chakra nature you are naturally gifted with. It will be easier to perform jutsus of the matching affinity, while it will be more difficult to preform jutsu of the opposing nature type. Haruki began giving the same explanation that he gave Team 7. Now this does not exclude you from gaining other affinities over time. You also don't need an affinity for a chakra nature to use a jutsu, but it does help a lot. There is training for each affinity type, though this paper can only show basic affinities. Now when you channel chakra into the paper, if it burns you have fire, if it splits in half you have wind, if it crumples then you have lightning, if it crumbles then you have earth, if it get wet you have water. Now go on and try. Each genin did as instructed. Tenten's burst into flames, causing her to let go quickly with a yelp. Niji's crumbled in his hand before the pieces became soaked. Haruki smiled at the results. Just like old times. Before anyone could say, Haruki began speaking. "Congratulations you two. You now know your chakra affinity. Included in your training kit is a jutsu for each affinity along with a scroll to get you started on the first nature transformation step of elemental manipulation. Only to be done under the supervision of your sensei." Turning to Tenten he continued. Unfortunately 1010, I won't be able to be as much help to you in your element as it is the one I myself can't do very well. But I hope that doesn't stop you from filling out that form and turning it in to the relevant office. He finished with a wink. Looking at the form, she could see it was an application form for the new sealing core. You actually think I could do this? She asked, uncertainty in her voice. Without a doubt your mastery sealing scrolls puts you in a good foundation. I think you could become a seal expert no problem. Then we'll see how easy it is for people to dodge when you're flinging kunia with fireballs sealed inside them. He smirked at her as he finished, chuckled as she clutched the paper with stars in her eyes and a vindictive glint. Turning to address Niji, who had picked up the weights to examine while Haruki had been addressing 1010. Lee, thinking that Haruki was done speaking to her, appeared next to her and began talking excitedly about the power of youth and how much stronger they were going to be. Ignoring with some effort the antics of his excited teammate next to him, Niji looked up to meet Haruki's gaze and raised an eyebrow as if asking, what are these? Haruki replied to the unasked question with patience. Niji, one of the challenges you face in addition to your need to branch out in jutsu is also your need to capitalize on the flexibility and speed your exceptional taijutsu offers. These weights are made to help with that. Gesturing to the weights, Haruki continued to explain that the seals on them were designed specifically to train his speed. He of course gave him the same warning he gave Sasuke. I expect you to wear them like Lee wears his. And before you ask, it's obvious to anyone that's looking for it that he is wearing weights. Having stopped the obvious question that was coming from Guy, the man just pouted at being predicted so easily but got over it quickly. Well Guy, if you would like to help 1010 get started for the remaining of practice, I will supervise Lee's light conditioning and Niji's first stage. There are still several hours of training left. Guy agreed to the plan and took 1010 further into the clearing to get started. Hayashi Hyuga excused himself as well, stating he had many matters to attend to before the dinner that evening. He thanked Haruki again for accepting his invitation as well as allowing him to watch the training session, thanked Guy as well, and left the training ground deep in thought. There is definitely more to this man than I first thought, and I get the distinct feeling that he is more than capable of everything that the others have claimed about him and more. It would appear, I do really owe the man a debt of gratitude for everything he has done for my family. And given the sealing skill I witnessed, perhaps there is still more he can do for the Hyuga. Hopefully tonight will reveal more of the mysteries surrounding the man. I must move quickly to prevent what opponents that may come against him. I will not allow an influence of his caliber on my family to go unprotected. And with those thoughts in mind, Hayashi Hyuga went on his way to complete his May errands and duties while the day was still young. XXX. Elsewhere, in a dimly light room, 12 individuals sat in a circle plotting the downfall of their latest political obstacle. What is there that we can do? It's not like we can just go and demand that this rumored seal be forbidden to even our village seal master. It's a threat that must be evaluated. He will come to the dinner tonight and there we will gather the information we need to decide. We do not currently know enough to make any plans. The others in the room just nodded stiffly. Kazuma, Haruki, you had best tread carefully. Chapter 9, An Evening of Confrontations. XXX. After about half the day passed, Team 9 finally called their training session to end. Haruki promised to be in touch with each of the genin to check on their progress until their next training day. After a very stern reminder to Lee to not strain himself until after a full day of rest or he could potentially end his shinobi career, to which the bowl-cut ninja gulped and nodded tightly, Haruki left the group. He told Guy as he left that he would meet him at Kurenai's place before dinner that evening. It was a bit after noon and Haruki was already very tired from the seal he had placed on Lee, but there was work to be done. Haruki made his way to the Hokage tower, hand stuffed in his pockets. The guards at the gate stiffened as he entered. Man, he would never get tired of that. He passed the Hokage's office on his way and the old man's secretary waved at him with a sweet smile. He nodded with a tired one in reply. He finally got to his own office and opened the door to find stacks of paper everywhere, files amassed on the desk and drawers of various cabinets left open. In the center of the paper chaos was an identical set of red hair and cerulean eyes that looked up at his latest guest. Upon making eye contact, the doppelganger disappeared in a puff of smoke. Now this would normally be very alarming, however Haruki was a special case. Absorbing the memories of the clone took but just a moment, and then Haruki strode into the room and using his non-burnt hand deposited the envelopes given to him by Hayashi earlier that morning on the only clear space remaining on the desk. He sat down in his chair with a frustrated huff. There was just so much to do. After a moment to collect himself and a deep breath, Haruki created 3 clones to clean and organize the office while he took care of his first piece of business. The clones quickly busied themselves organizing the papers and files by type and importance while also cleaning the room and giving it some semblance of organization. While they were doing this, Haruki looked at the 3 files his clone had been perusing laying in front of him. Part of the benefits of being the head of a department was the right to an assistant/secretary. There had been many applications and right in front of him were the remaining 3 that his clone had narrowed the decision down to. His clone had already been through 2 of them and while they were both valid candidates had decided to go with the last simple because of the name on the file. Haruki picked up the file marked Shiho and opened it. The recently promoted Chunin did not have overly much in the way of skills but her mental prowess was on the level of Shikamaru. He knew just how amazing was from his own time. She had been a huge asset especially after moving her out of the Cipher Division and into the General War Council. Plus he had the add benefit of knowing she had potential learning ceiling, which was obviously a requirement for the position. The most important reason for the decision though was that he trusted her and knew she wasn't a plant from Danzo. He would of course be incorporate training in her for duties so that she could protect the secrets in the office and herself from those like Danzo. After a while, he could make her a project manager so that his projects were not stalled by his absence from the village. Just as he was finished signing off his approval of her application and completed the relevant paperwork, a knock came from the door. Haruki looked up to see the door open and Shikaku standing there smirking holding what looked like 2 to-go packages. If the smell was any indication, it was Ichiraku's. Not realizing he had left the door open, Haruki raised a silent eyebrow as he motioned the man in, his clones clearing off the desk while they continued working sorting the various stacks and files elsewhere. Shikaku walked in, set the food down on the desk, and pulled up a chair. Once settled, he opened up one of the packages and began eating what appeared to be a large pork ramen. Tuchi-san and Ayam-san send their regards, the Scarface Jonin says as he starts eating. Haruki nods as he signs the last line of the document before putting it in Shiho's file and placing it to the side. I'll have to pass on my thanks next time I'm by. What's the occasion? He says as he unwraps the other container to find that it is an extra large beef ramen. They seemed concerned about you. Said you hadn't been by recently, though Naruto told them you had been very busy recently. Shikaku relied casually. You didn't answer my question? Haruki said with a roll of his eyes, making sure to only expose one hand to eat. Shikaku doesn't seem to notice and just continues with a shrug. I just wanted to eat lunch and wouldn't be back until about this time, which I know happens to be when you arrive from training with Guy and his team, as this is when we played shogi. That doesn't explain why you bought me lunch. Haruki counters with a raised eyebrow. Oh, I didn't pay anything for it. It was on the house when I mentioned it was for you. Shikaku clarifies with a smirk. I see. Haruki deadplanes as they fall into a comfortable silence. They continue eating together for a time before Shikaku decides he's had enough silence. So how are you? He begins, fixing the red head with inquiring look. All things considered. Just tired? Haruki replied without even looking up from his food. Shikaku seemed to have expected this and continued, completely ignoring Haruki's lack of desire to talk. Understandable. How's training? Good, you don't have to worry. I have more than enough tricks up my sleeve. I will be ready when the time comes. Haruki answered, still not looking up, though now there was a subdued smile on his lips. And how are you adjusting to the new position? Shikaku pressed as he gestured lazily around the room. I can see you have found a way to compensate for the increased workload. To have such mastery of shadow clones is uncommon. Haruki actually paused to think for a moment before replying. The work is intensive to say the least. I was actually just approving my new assistant when you came in. The sealing department's foundation is nearly complete. By the time I leave today, I plan to have the relevant proposals for the Hokage ready, as well as the applications at least sorted with most approved. I review the barrier core later this week. Excellent, mind if I take a look at who you've selected? Haruki just shrugged before sliding her file over to Shikaku. Any significance here? Shikaku asked as he picked up the file and read its contents. She's intelligent and will have a small talent for our work, but most importantly I trust her. Haruki replied as he took the file back from Shikaku. A brief silence fell as Haruki dispelled the clones that had been working, their tasks completed. Eager to keep the conversation going, Shikaku decided to let the subject flow on. Any information he gleaned was secondary to the goal today. So I take it between her and your use of shadow clones, your work will get done and you'll still have time for your training sessions with the next generation. Haruki just nodded. You seem to be training with each team that graduated from this past year in addition to Guy's team. This time Haruki looked up and pinned Shikaku with his cerulean eyes with a searching look. So let me ask you then, how are they looking? I know the challenges of my son's team and where their strengths lie, but what of the others? Who's ahead and who's behind? Shikaku knew he had struck the proverbial jackpot when Haruki's eyes brightened and his entire posture became engaged. Well, to be honest, none are really ahead or behind, each is just different. In terms of major weaknesses, well, they aren't very comparable, but each is crippling. For Team 7 it's balance, for Team 8 unity, Team 9 arrogance, Team 10 motivation. But having said that, each one is making progress to address these flaws and remove them. Team 9 has more experience than the others, but in overall strength they are not much farther ahead. Individually speaking, well, they are genin. Each of them has a great deal to improve and has natural talent. I plan on assisting where I can, and, if they are willing to do the work, each of them can become S-rank ninja. Shikaku just smiled at hearing the absolute certainty in Haruki's voice. That's a bold claim, but I don't doubt it. After all, they have you. Haruki frowned and made to speak, but Shikaku didn't give him the chance. Now I believe my son's team session is tomorrow. Anything that I should be aware of? Any more training missions? This time Haruki actually chuckled and his posture relaxed even more. Haha, no. They are motivated now and I wouldn't do anything so soon to risk that. That's not to say I won't be reinforcing my expectations of them. Shikaku nodded and asked, what specifically can I be doing to help you prepare them? Haruki paused for a moment as if to think before replying. I am going to be teaching them each their affinities just like all the other teams. Because of this, it is critical, especially for Shikamaru, that they take chakra control to new heights. If you could expand Shikamaru's shadow jutsu repertoire, that is the biggest help at his current stage for what I have in mind. Shikaku nodded and tried to keep his surprise from showing. Nature transformation so early? What is his affinity? Lightning? I see. Well, I can definitely start him on the next set of jutsu. The least I can do is help him expand his manipulation of it. Shikaku replied while scratching his chin in thought. Great, because I plan to teach him how to change the chakra nature of his shadow. Haruki replied nonchalantly as he slurped up some more of the noodles. Shikaku on the other hand dropped his chopped sticks as his mind put two and two together. The penetrating and crippling power of lightning manipulation combing with the versatility of the shadow manipulation techniques. Nothing of the kind had been attempted before. Granted, the last time anyone in the Nara clan had a lightning affinity was before Shikaku was even born. But still, I am so glad you are on our side. Haruki just rolled his eyes and they ate in relative silence for a few more minutes before Shikaku tried to start conversation again. So then? How did it go with guys today? The redhead looked up and shrugged. Well, I would say it was intense but went pretty well. I focused on each of their weaknesses, though Guy may not have been expecting my methods. Haruki replied, suddenly looking very sheepish. Oh, and why is that? Shikaku responded in a tone of voice that made it very clear he was both interested and hesitantly wary of Haruki had done. Well, I may have trapped his favorite student in a double-layered genjutsu that I knew he could not escape. And I may or may not have showed him me slaughtering his teammates, him with each of them asking him why he wasn't strong enough to save them. Don't give me that look. I couldn't hold it for very long anyway, and we both know that in our world that his condition and mindset were going to get him and his teammates killed. Thinking otherwise is just arrogance, and in fact that's what we worked on. It needed to be done, and Likuan wasn't the only one. Haruki finished in a defensive mumble, looking away from Shikaku's very judgmental gaze. Well, I can certainly understand his surprise at your methods, Shikaku replied, sarcasm evident in his tone. So what else did you do? I took each one of the genin's strengths and showed them where it would fail them. For Tenten, I had her face a wind user, namely me, while trying to hit me at least once. For Niji, I limited his Byakugan range to 3 feet in front of him and hit underground while making him search for me. Finally, I had Lee spar with me, where I immediately put him under genjutsu. Suffice to say, I proved my point. Seeing Shikaku scowl at his pause and move to open his mouth, Haruki cut him off. And before you ask, I didn't leave them there though. I've accepted Tenten into the Fuinjutsu program immediately and started her on her fire manipulation. It won't be long until she can make explosive tags, and that should hold her over until she can seal her own fire techniques. She's a master of the scroll summon jutsu already anyway. Once she reaches that point, well, even I will think twice before blocking her with wind techniques. Haruki had an almost unnoticeable shudder, but Shikaku noticed. Before he could comment though, Haruki continued. Niji, I have started on training with his earth affinity, his speed and flexibility, and on sensory training to compensate for his lack of sight should that ever occur. I intend to teach him how to pair his Byakugan with his earth manipulation to form a seismic sense of sorts. Given enough time, I doubt little will surprise Niji ever again. Shikaku looked impressed but again was cut off before he comment. And finally, well, Likuan was simple. I just gave him the use of his chakra. PHFFFFF. You did what? Shikaku had given up on talking and had gone to take sip of water when Haruki casually dropped that bombshell. It froze midair, still in liquid form, before flowing back into his cup. While that was an impressive display of water manipulation, he had more impressive things to grill the seal master on. Haruki rolled his eyes. I crafted a seal to serve as a filter of sorts for his chakra network that capitalizes on his taijutsu. It merges with his third chakra gate and acts as a processor for the chakra in his knotted network. It also collects the excess chakra given off during exercise and stores it for use until he activates the lotus and the third chakra gate opens. It has the added effect of giving him some resistance to genjutsu. Finishing his explanation, Haruki just looked at Shikaku with an innocent expression that seemed to itself undermine his accomplishment. Shikaku just shook his head with a grin before turning serious. Haruki, what can't you do with Fuinjutsu? I would imagine that such a seal has certain risks and side effects. It's what, a level 10 seal? You created a chakra network using Fuinjutsu. What are the casting requirements? Shikaku stopped his barrage of questions at seeing Haruki raise his hand with a bemused expression. One at a time, Shikaku. I won't deny that it's a high-level seal, level 8 actually, but I wouldn't use something on a genin if I had not mitigated as much risk as possible. The only side effect to speak of is a mild burn at the application site of the seal. As to the risks, well, without the proper elements in place the seal will fail to graft and depending on the stage would either retreat back to the scroll or jettison the entire chakra mass of the applicant into the surroundings. Violently. Thankfully we were able to proceed since all the pieces were present. And what do you require? Shikaku pressed, his curiosity getting the better of him. If you must know, at least 2 Hyuga and medic ninja in addition to the seal caster. There happened to be 2 Hyuga present at training today and I was able to fulfill the medic role with a clone. Haruki said with a fair bit of annoyance in his voice. I see. I was unaware you were a medic nin. I'm not. Haruki cut in sharply. To say I am doesn't do the position justice and is an insult in my eyes. I was trained by Tsunade back on close to the end, but there wasn't time for much of an education. I don't have the chakra control yet to do major things, and because of my condition, I can't quite use myself as a practice dummy. Anyway, that's not as important as the Hyuga presence. Shikaku nodded, deciding to let the matter drop for now and ignoring the practice dummy comment before his eyes took an amused glint. Yes, I had wondered if he would show up. Haruki's head snapped up and eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Shikaku shrugged and tried not to smirk. He came by last night with 2 envelopes looking for you. You had already been by and left for the night and I happened to see him. We talked. And what did you discuss? He said that he had forms to deliver to you and I decided to inform him of a place where he could do that in person if he so desired. I see. Nothing really to be said other than that. A heads up would have been nice. He invited me to his home for dinner. Did you know that? Haruki sent an accusatory glare at him. Shikaku just responded with a smirk. And spoil the surprise? No, I did not know for certain, though I suspected. It wasn't hard to come to that conclusion. Anything for a laugh, huh, old man? Haruki said as he began clearing their dish from his desk. His was still half full. Shikaku frowned at this. Are you not going to eat that? Ha ha ha, so many questions today, Shikaku. I'm full anyways. Haruki says, trying to play it off as he continues to stack the bowls. Haruki, you need to eat all of it. You need the energy for training. You can't tell Shikamaru to eat more and not finish your own meal. Haruki attempted to make what looked to be some defensive sarcastic remark before his face suddenly went blank, his posture stiffened, and his mouth clicked shut. Shikaku then heard a voice from the doorway. Shikaku? Why are you Inoichi Yamanaka had walked in as Shikaku turned to look at him with an annoyed and pointed expression when he suddenly noticed the other occupant of the room he was in and quickly concluded he should not be there. By the look of the food containers, he could only assume that they had been having lunch in Haruki's office and he had just interrupted. He wondered offhandedly as he was still mad at him. How can I help you, Yamanaka-sama? Yes, he was. My apologies, Haruki. I did not realize this was your office. I was simply looking for Shikaku and I heard him coming from in here. The door is open and so I just... Inoichi stated out, apologizing, hoping to be pardoned his intrusion until he noticed something out of place. As Konoha's chief interrogator for years, Inoichi had become very proficient at reading the subtle signs in body language as well as keen peripheral senses to pick up unassuming details. What he was observing now, with Haruki's awkward position and the slight discolored skin on his barely exposed wrist, was not reassuring. Why are you eating with one hand? Inoichi asked, a sudden forcefulness in his voice. Why had he let this happen? It was beyond suspicious. Haruki had no doubt further injured himself preparing for the coming duel and was embarrassed by it. He was completely certain the Jonin hadn't gone to the hospital about it if it was true. It's ramen. I use chopsticks, it only requires one hand. Haruki replied with a confused tone of voice. Internally he was cursing at his slip. This was not a situation he wanted to deal with right now. Inoichi narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, pointing. You hurt yourself, didn't you? Your posture is a dead giveaway. What? Haruki tried in one last attempt to deflect the confrontation he knew was coming. Your hand, Haruki. The one in your pocket? Inoichi pressed unyielding as he pointed to the hidden limb that Haruki had stuffed further in his pocket. It's nothing. He tried to say, but Inoichi would let it go. Show me. Haruki sighed, began to comply slowly, and started his explanation. It's just a chakra burn, you don't need to dash. He didn't even get to finish speaking. When the hand became full exposed there were two gasps as the remaining occupants of the room took in the pitiful excuse for a hunk of flesh he was calling a hand. Holy kami. Inoichi yelled in horror. Haruki, how long has it been like this? You need to see a medical ninja immediately. That's a third-degree chakra burn. Haruki just waved him off before turning to Shikaku, who had stated speaking. Shikaku, who for the most part had been silent through the whole exchange, preferring to see how the conversation played out, eyes narrowed dangerously and addressed the injured Jonin in a demanding yet calm tone of voice. I thought you said there was no side effects. Side effects? Inoichi yelled, not happy at all about being ignored. Haruki once again ignored the mind reader and addressed the scar-faced Jonin in a calm and exasperated manner. There are none. Normally at least. Part of the procedure requires a medic ninja to act as a bridge for the chakra in the network of the patient around the application site, so that the chakra flow through the body is not cut off completely, and managing the chakra frequency fluctuations can be difficult. The intensity of the stream and the raw amount can cause mild burns. However, it is better to burn than stop flow, as this could lead to seal failure or death of the applicant. It's nothing. Skin is falling off your hand. Inoichi yelled in desperation and confusion at the lack of response from the other two. In particular, why no one seemed concerned over the skin that just slid off the side of the pinky. Finally deciding to address the Yamanaka, Haruki replied in an annoyed tone. I will be fine, Yamanaka-san. I don't need to go to the hospital. That's it. Shikaku, pin his shadow. I'll take him there myself. Inoichi said, completely fed up with Haruki's lack of reason. Even as his former teammate called out to him, Inoichi had already begun weaving signs when all of a sudden the room was flooded with a presence of greater weight than he had ever experienced. The chakra intensity and killer intent directed at him was crippling. The room became cold and the air seemed almost charged with near visible tension. Inoichi-Shikaku tried to warn but was too late as the wave hit everyone in the room and maybe even more than that. His breath hitches in his throat and rooted to his seat even as the source speaks in the next second. Inoichi, stop. The tone is sharp and even with the weight of command, not cold but bold. Shikaku had heard it but one time before, and he was once again reminded of the power and rank the time traveler carried. It was no surprise to him to see Inoichi then drop his hands and straightens with wide eyes on his face with the slightest of twitches. Apparently satisfied with the response of the blonde-haired Jonin, the presence withdrew itself though not completely. Haruki then stared directly into Inoichi's eyes and spoke, the hospital's treatments cannot heal me before I would be able to heal myself due to the nature of the wound. Chakra burns are resistant to treatment by chakra, and few if any at the hospital have the skill to overcome this barrier, and those that do are better used for more critical tasks. I know the jutsu required to heal the damage, and I will be able to heal this myself in a few hours. Now if you will excuse me, I have an assistant to inform she's hired. Shikaku. Haruki finished with a nod to the scar-faced Jonin and with hands stuffed in his pockets walked to the door. Before leaving however he turned around. Oh, and one more thing. While I do appreciate your concern for me and admire your tenacity and dedication to your fellow shinobi, if you ever so much hint at trying to enter my mind without permission in my presence again, I will kill you. With each word of his last statement, he let his killing intent leak out and released his chakra in increasing degrees of magnitude until it was difficult to breathe. Having said his piece, the Jonin blinked and turned down the hallway that led to the exit. In that moment, everything reverted to normal as if it had never been there. Inoichi quickly walked to the door after coming back to himself and looked down the hallway after the red head to see at least 3 Umbu teams and 5 Chunin aides also in the hallway. They had all clearly heard his final statement or at the very least had felt his reaction, which more than likely triggered their response. No one stood in the way of the red head though as they parted to let him pass before he even reached him. At the end where the hallway joined, the main tower stood a grim-faced Hokage and his guards. He did not move out of Haruki's way nor did he raise a hand against him. Instead, when the red head reached the group, Haruki locked eyes with the old Hokage and they seemed to have a silent conversation for a second before Haruki continued on his way. If the Hokage was bothered by the fact that Haruki didn't speak, he didn't show it. Once he was gone, the Hokage turned back down the hallway and pinned Inoichi with a look that spoke volumes, ranging from "I told you to drop it" to "see what you caused" and finally "do you have any idea the amount of paperwork this will cause me?" Having said his piece in so many words, or really looks, the Hokage made a gesture and all the vanished, cueing the Chunin to return to work before walking back towards his office. "Inoichi," Shikaku said from his seat still in the office but was cut off by his friend. "Don't. Shikaku, just don't," Inoichi said with a tired sigh as he turned back into the room and faced the Jonin. "You saw the wound. That is an extreme injury. We were beginning to see bone. He could lose the hand if it's left untreated. It was probably a training injury. How reckless could he be? Doesn't he realize in less than a week he is fighting dash? Inoichi." Inoichi flinched slightly as Shikaku stopped his rant. Taking a moment to pause and listen, Inoichi's posture relaxed as he shifted on his feet, avoiding Shikaku's piercing look. "Look, I am just as concerned as you are," Shikaku began while rubbing his forehead before looking up at his friend. "I am sure Haruki understands the severity of his wound and has taken steps to begin the mending process. He happens to be able to perform medical ninjutsu, which is how he got the wound in the first place as you heard. As for what he was doing, Haruki preformed a procedure in Fuinjutsu to give the Genin Rock Lee the use of his chakra. Something that we all thought was impossible." Inoichi's eyes widened at hearing this. He, like most Jonin, was aware of the boy's situation because of how boisterous guy is and like most had known just had crippled the boy was. For Haruki to be able to help him was just. Seeing Inoichi's understanding, Shikaku continued a bit more relaxed. In doing so he may very well have saved the life of the Genin and his teammates. "I don't approve of the needless personal risk Haruki took to make that happen. However, what you did just now, Inoichi, was not the way to handle it and may have further undermined what we are trying to do for him." Inoichi's shoulders slumped as he considered his actions with this new information. "I suppose I did react poorly. Do you think he'll hold it against me?" At this Shikaku actually smiled at his friend as he stood up and stretched. I have little doubt that his threat was quite real. However, if I have learned anything about Haruki, it's that he is the king of second chances. Just give him some time. Try apologizing and engage him casually like I have been trying to do. "I suppose you're right, as usual," Inoichi replied as they began walking down the hall after Shikaku closed the office, the security seals on the office settling in automatically. Inoichi casually thought it was a good sign that the barrier hadn't shocked him or something when he had entered earlier. Deciding to change the subject, he wanted to know why Shikaku had been in the office in the first place. "So why were you there exactly?" "I decided to bring him lunch and try to get him to just talk. Basic interaction. Not an interrogation, just casual communication. I am glad it proved to be rather successful before your arrival." Inoichi felt bad after hearing that. Trust Shikaku not to let his friend slip up go without a bit of nagging. Shaking off his self-disappointment, Inoichi indulged his curiosity. Did he happen to say anything about our kids training tomorrow? He certainly hoped his actions today didn't affect that. He did actually. He said the biggest help that we could be would be to take their chakra control to new heights as he put it. Do you know what he has planned for them? No, not fully, but what I can say for certain is by the time Haruki is done with them they will be legends. Whether that be a year from now or 10 years, he will cultivate a generation to far surpass us. The way Shikaku said it left little room for Inoichi to doubt it. And so they continued their journey to their respective destinations together in contemplative silence, already thinking of all the different training tips and forms they could give their kids. Inoichi forgetting the original reason he had been looking for Shikaku in the first place. XXX. Hours later Haruki was walking down the steps at the Hokage Tower leaving for the day. He had returned earlier with an ecstatic Shiho, who was bouncing with every step to his office, and began instructing her on her role, his expectations, and his first list of tasks. Haruki had acquired a desk for her to use and had his clones run errands to furnish her section of the department in front of his private office. Shiho had soaked everything in like a sponge and quickly acclimated to her new job. Haruki had left the task of organizing the upcoming Fuinjutsu examinations of the Konohagakure shinobi force. He was confident that between her and his own clones they would be ready in another day or so. He hadn't gone to see the old man again. He was still pissed at the bastard, but eventually he was sure he'd get over it. For now, his mind turned away from work to more pressing events and plans. It was at this moment when he was at the gates to the tower complex that a familiar presence fell into place beside him. A small smile appeared on his face as he lifted his head up in acknowledgement of the man beside him, though he doesn't turn his head. Acknowledging the Chunin on gate duty, they exited out into the tower complex and into the bustling village. Taking off so soon? Or just getting a late lunch? Came the curious and seemingly disinterested question from the side. Haruki just smiled softly and replied. No, Shikaku was kind enough to bring me lunch from Ichiraku's, but I could be asking you the same question. I'm not accusing you of anything. I was dropping off our mission scroll for the day. It is still several hours until training. The genin liked the change of pace, so I decided to humor them for a few days. Came the casual reply from the silver-haired Cyclops. I see. I hope you are not going to keep them waiting for very long. Before long, they will start using that time to set traps for you. And with Naruto learning Fuinjutsu? Well, never mind actually, be as late as you want. Just try not to die. What was the mission? Haha, very funny. It was a simple gardening mission. Sakura even used earth chakra to help till the soil and get rid of the weeds. She coming along quite well, though she tired very quickly. Her natural control gives her a more steady progression in training even if her limits are lower than the other two. We will work on that though. I'm glad everything is going well. So how was work? You look tired? Kakashi said while side-glancing at the redhead, noting the bags under his eyes. Do I? I'm not really, but no matter how long you've been doing it, paperwork just never gets easier. I suppose I'm technically still at work since I left Shadow Clones behind. I got through most of the applications today for the Sealing Corps and Barrier Corps, and also hired my new assistant. Now she's settled in and I must say a huge help. Other than that, nothing too big. Had lunch with Shikaku and for once it was just relaxed conversation. Sounds exhausting. Well, I was wondering if you would be willing to grab a bite to eat before I have to go and meet the team for training. I actually wanted to go over some things about a new lightning jutsu theory I had heard about and thought I'd run it by you. But if you're not hungry now, perhaps later with the team. Though the posture of the silver-haired Jonin didn't change, the ever so slight hopeful tone was unmistakable. For Haruki it was a new side of his old Jonin sensei he hadn't seen before. It both warmed him and terrified him. Kakashi didn't need to know that though. I wish I could, but I actually have dinner obligations. Interestingly enough, Kakashi's shoulders that had slumped ever so slightly at first tensed back up by the end, though Haruki had no idea why. This morning when I was training with Guy's team I was formally invited to a banquet by Hayashi Hyuga himself. I already accepted the invitation along with Guy and Kurenai. Ho ho. Moving up in the world it seems. Kakashi teased, completely relaxed again. Mama. In all honesty, I never cared so much for formal stilted gatherings, least of all those that were politically charged. The Hyuga, more than most, are sticklers for tradition. With all their manners, customs, and formal attire. What's wrong? I just realized that since I've been back I haven't had the chance to go shopping. I don't have anything to wear or give as a gift to the host. Well, that's understandable. I'm sure the Hyuga will pardon any faults in decorum considering the situation. And if it means that much to you, I might have something you could wear. No. I will not be the only one out of place. I will also not insult Hayashi's trust and confidence in me with such blatant disrespect as to not show up properly clothed. I have more than enough money from my recent missions. We are going shopping, Haruki said emphatically while nodding his head sagely. Kakashi stepped in response. Shopping. Wait. I'm not so sure dash. Oh come on, you've got nothing better to do and I could use a second opinion. Plus you've been here for longer than I have. I could use a guide. Haruki-sensei. Whatever reply to one-eyed shinobi was going to make halted as both turned and looked down the street. Approaching them waving was Ino along with the rest of Team 10. Smiling Haruki and Kakashi moved to greet them. Hey Haruki-sensei, said Choji with a grin followed by a simple hey from Shikamaru. Lazy slouch firmly in place. Hello everyone. Ino? Did you cut your hair? Haruki said, stunned to find her hair significantly shorter since he last saw her, and was genuinely surprised. Ino blushed slightly at the attention and fidgeted a little before grinning. Yes, I did a little. Do you like it? I thought it would be a good idea since it was getting in the way of my training and missions. Oh, and I've improved so much Haruki-sensei, I can change surfaces no problem now. She finished beaming up at him. Haruki just chuckled lightly. I think it looks beautiful and I am glad to hear you did it for the right reasons. That's great about your training. Keep up the good work. The better chakra control you have, the better training will go for you guys. A small cough caught his attention, signaling he had yet to introduce his compatriot. Everyone, this is Kakashi Hatake. He is the sensei of Team 7. So you're the sensei to Sasuke-kun, Forehead Girl, and Naruto Baka? Ino said, rounding on the silver-haired Jonin. Kakashi merely nodded, not even looking up from his book. Haruki just shook his head, the small frown at Ino's wording already gone. Little did he know that the bearded Jonin had picked up on it. Anyway, how are the rest of you doing? Haruki said, looking at Shikamaru and Choji. It's troublesome, but my speed is starting to increase. My dad has been helping me. Shikamaru commented with a shrug before looking over to Choji. Same here. My dad has started running with me in the mornings. I can feel myself getting stronger, Haruki-sensei, though it's been hard. Choji answered with a nod. That's good to hear, Haruki said. Haruki-sensei, you will be at training tomorrow, right? Ino asks, far more timid and uncertain than usual. Haruki, confused, looks up at Asuma, who quickly indicates that he is just as confused as Haruki. Looking back at Ino and realizing he had everyone's full attention, even Kakashi's, who was looking sidelong at him, decides to put the record straight. Absolutely, as long as Asuma will allow it. Why do you ask? At the question, Ino looked down and away while fidgeting. Well, it's just something my dad said when we passed the shop earlier coming back from the delivery mission. He told me that you may not want to train us anymore, because he made you mad. Hearing this, Haruki just shook his head and laughed. This surprised everyone listening, as they were not quite sure how to take it. Inoichi-san and I had a disagreement earlier, yes, but I would never hold that against you. I have every intention of being at training tomorrow. Ino and the other genin looked relieved to hear him say that. Ino then smiled and, gaining her bubbly self again, remembered the other thing her dad had said. Thank you, Haruki-sensei, but I was also supposed to ask you something. Oh, and what is that? Haruki said, tilting his head to the side. Ino leaned in as if it were a secret, even though everyone was going to hear her anyway. Can I see your hand? This time Haruki wished she hadn't have said anything. He had, of course, started the healing process and with Kurama's help had healed most of the damage, but there was still a few layers of skin to go. Hoping to avoid any incident, he quickly showed her his hand, the uninjured one. It seemed this was for naught though, as Ino gave him a pointed look and said, and the other one. Despite feeling as though he was about to get lectured by 10-year-old genin, Haruki grumbled and showed her his less than perfect hand. Gasps went up from the genin while he could feel Kakashi's eyes boring into him with a "we will discuss this injury later" look. Asuma was frowning as he observed the wound while his students gushed at Haruki over it. It was obvious to him that the wound had been far more severe at some point if Inoichi had his daughter ask about it. From the looks of things, Haruki was suffering from a very severe chakra burn. What was impressive was the fact that it had healed as well and as quickly as it had. Asuma decided to keep his thoughts to himself though as Ino finished berating Haruki and tying bandages around the wound. Haruki had become severely uncomfortable under the gaze of the jonin as he pretended to pay attention to Ino's rant about safety and proper healthcare. Shikamaru, sensing Haruki's discomfort, changes the subject and asks for details about training tomorrow. "So sensei, are we going to be doing another hell mission tomorrow, or are you going to train us in more than chakra control?" Haruki, grateful for the change in subject, just smirks at them while putting his now bandaged hand in his pocket. "Well, no, I hadn't planned on a mission, but if you really want one, I suppose dash." "No." All three yell in unison, causing the adults to laugh. Haruki relents and gives them a hint. "All I will say is that for tomorrow's training, chakra control and your family jutsu will be very crucial to your success." Shikamaru nods with a contemplative look in his eyes until Ino interrupts with a huff. "Training is tomorrow, and while I understand its importance, we just finished today's. I'd rather not think about it now. What are you and Kakashi-sensei doing anyway?" The rest of Team 10 rolls their eyes at her antics while Haruki just smiles and says, "We actually were just about to go shopping. I have a dinner to attend tonight with several other jonin including Gai-san and Kurenai-san and have nothing to wear. Kakashi was going to help me look." Ino's eyes immediately light up like stars and looks ready to explode before she's suddenly frozen. Her posture slackens forcible and she looks over to find Shikamaru holding the rat seal in a kneeling position. Before she can say a word, Shikamaru cuts her off. "Don't even try it, Ino. We have already taken up enough of sensei's time. Besides, you know we are having a group training session with our dads tonight and we are going to be late. You are not about to drag us shopping with them, and that is final, you troublesome woman. So stop struggling and come on. Later, sensei. Come on, Choji." And with a sputtering Ino, a grinning Choji and a stunned audience, Shikamaru shadowwalks an irate Ino Yamanaka down the street with Choji close behind after waving goodbye. Haruki seems to be the first to recover from the shock of Shikamaru's sudden backbone. Note to self, Shikamaru hates shopping more than Ino's wrath. "Asuma, would you like to join us on our trip? I'm sure Kakashi could use the company," Haruki said, ignoring the indignant "hey" that came from his friend. Friend? Yes, he was ready to actually call the copy ninja that. Asuma just chuckled but nodded. "Sure, with no missions today, I have nothing better to do. I've been meaning to do a little shopping myself." "Excellent. I am sure you'll find just the thing for her," Haruki said with a face-splitting grin, and before Asuma even had a chance to deny anything, he turned and began walking down the street toward the market district. Quickly his two companions made to follow him, each wondering what they had gotten themselves into. XXX. And so the hours went by with the three shinobi weaving through the various market districts of the village. As it happens, Asuma and Kakashi were both loaded down with bags and boxes, none of which they had purchased, while Haruki kept adding more to the pile. At being asked why he was purchasing so much, he clarified that most of this was for gifts for the host from not only himself but Kurenai and Guy as well, since he was unsure if they would remember the custom or not. Kakashi had grumbled about not being able to read his book due to all of Haruki's shopping but had not tried to leave. Despite being a pack mule, he was glad to see some life stir up in Haruki. It was evident that Haruki was not used to having lots of money and being in a safe place to use it. Granted, not all of the packages were gifts. Some were everyday clothing, shinobi supplies and basic amenities like food for Haruki's own home. Throughout the day, Asuma had been trying to subtle purchase what was no doubt a gift for Kurenai, though he was quick to deny it for whatever reason. The key word here was trying. Every time he would think he was getting something good, Haruki would shoot it down in flames worthy of Madara Uchiha. It was always something like, "It's too cheap, it's too expensive, you need to be responsible with your money. She wouldn't like that scent, that's her least favorite color, food? Are trying to say she doesn't eat enough? Diet pills. I'm going to pretend you didn't even touch those," and so on. How Haruki knew all of this was secondary to the fact that he had Asuma second-guessing so much that he could barely take a step without thinking if it was with the correct foot or not. It was in this growing sense of frustration at a high-end clothing store that served customers of the aristocracy and lords of the land that Haruki finally took pity on the man. Asuma had just put back a bright yellow dress that was priced high enough to cover 3 B-rank missions, when Haruki turned away from giving Kakashi his purchases to take to the front. Seeing the bearded jonin looking distressed and defeated, Haruki sighed. It was time to help the poor man. "Asuma," he said, getting the man's attention. "I'll tell you what. I'll get you something I know she will like in exchange for a small favor." Asuma looked confused but nodded immediately since he was just about ready to throw in the towel. "Sure. But what do you need?" Haruki looked right, then left, before cupping his hands and leaning in close to Asuma as if telling a secret. "I need you to distract Kakashi for 10 minutes. While I take care of something across the street." Asuma blinked for a second before stroking his cheek with an unconvinced expression. "I don't know, Haruki. What you are asking is a tall order?" Haruki rolled his eyes, went to the end to aisle, and pulled from the rack a deep black dress with red flower and vine patterns across the back, side and lower sleeve of the dress. This particular dress was made of the finest silk that could be found in the land of fire and yet came with quite a few perks. It was chakra treated and was resistant to damage even from energy. It could even channel chakra. The price was 2 S-rank missions though. Haruki carefully brought it from the rack and presented it to Asuma. It was already kunai size too. Haruki, that's great and all, but didn't you tell me to be more responsible with my money? Asuma said while sweat dropping. Indeed, I did. So if you just will hold that for a minute, carefully, I'm going to go talk to the owner for a minute. Asuma gently took the garment from Haruki and watched the redhead saunter to the back of the store where he began speaking with a finely dressed old man. After a few moments and seeing Haruki make a few hand gesture, the old man started talking very animatedly and then Haruki would respond back. A few more times of going back and forth and the two could be seen with big grins and shaking hands. Haruki walked back over to Asuma with that grin still on his face. That dress is now 95% off. Asuma just stared at him. But, how? Don't worry about it. Just know that being a seal master has its advantages. Well, a deal's a deal. Great, you go pay for this and I'm going to slip out, just keep Kakashi busy. Just be back soon, alright? The bearded jonin said before turning and walking towards the front. Hey Kakashi, come help me sort through all these. Haruki says we need to sort them by price for later. And with that, Haruki slipped out and went across the street to Haragashi's weapon emporium. XXX. Entering the shop, Haruki found nothing had changed from his last visit. To his right was the counter where purchases were made with weapons of all kinds mounted on each wall, including behind the counter. There were 3 rows of racks that went almost the length of the store, each side of the racks covered with various weapons, armor, and shields. There were even bins and barrels at the corners of the store and each end cap for smaller pieces and lesser quality weapons. The design was simple and straightforward, much like the residence that lived above the shop. The shop had 3 doors on the far wall. One led to a storage room, another to the living spaces above, and the last to the forge beneath the shop. It was the last door that was open, revealing a staircase that was only lit by what could be assumed to be the forge beneath. Looking to his right, he noticed that the counter was unattended and he could hear the hammering of metal against metal form the open door, and so decided to browse for the purchases he needed before alerting the owner. Haruki immediately acquired a standard average quality chakto and another katana, already planning on it being destroyed in his coming duel, and turned to call for whoever was operating the forge, only to jump in surprise when a person is standing not 7 feet from him. The person in front of him was a woman in her mid-40s. She had wiry gray hair that was bushy with tight curls. On her forehead rested a pair of goggles with tinted lenses that seemed battered and worn for years of use, and a green cloth was tied like band from the top of her head to under her hair. She had a faded light red top with shinobi-style cargos and leather full-body apron. However, the most memorable and striking features were 2 parallel diagonal scars from her left eye across her slightly wrinkled cheek that appeared to be etched in silver. Further inspection of her person was halted, however, when the woman spoke, causing him to flinch slightly again. Easy there, fellow. Now can I help you with something, or are you going to stare at me all day? Haruki blinked and realized he had been staring, body tense like a snake ready to strike since he saw her. Forcing himself to relax, and Haruki managed a small smile. I apologize, I didn't hear you come up. I was just about to call for Tenchu when I saw you. I didn't realize there was anyone else that worked here. But yes, I would like to buy these. Haruki showed her the items he had selected and she glanced at them before looking back up at him with the same serious expression. Yes, that much was clear. Constant vigilance, son. It's a must in your line of work, don't forget it. You're going to get yourself killed. Not giving the redhead time to respond, the brash and yet unnamed woman took the items from him and headed toward the counter. It was only then that he saw from behind her apron what looked like a geared metal brace on each of her legs. The metal clinked and clanked with every step, and Haruki was becoming more embarrassed by the second that she got the drop on him. As she began ringing up his order, the redhead found that his curiosity could not be denied. As far as he could remember, whoever this person was did not work here when he had come in the past, and he was 100% certain that Tenchu had not hired anyone, ever. He didn't trust others with his work. So who was this woman? So may I ask your name? I've been gone for a while, and to be honest, you were not who I was expecting when I came here today. She stopped and turned to him with a hard look, though there did not seem to be any real anger or ill intent by it. It's polite to extend your name first, Baka. But if you must know. Tantakana Higurashi. I'm the smith here with my husband Shu. Mind telling me why you need these? Your sword looks fine. Haruki did his best not to face Vault and his own error. However, any embarrassment was quickly replaced by shock once he finally learned who this woman was. This is Tenten's mom. He was certain he had never met her, but now that he knew who she was, he could see the resemblance to the young Kunoichi. Tenten never talked about her mom, and he certainly had never asked Shu. The gruff old geezer wasn't a big people person from what he remembered. All he did was speak a minimum and grunted. A lot like Sasuke actually, now that he thought about it. Deciding to reflect on this new development later and realizing he was making a terrible first impression with someone from Konoha he had actually never met before, the redhead tried to recover as best as he could. Sorry about that. My name is Haruki Kazuma. And I? He stopped abruptly when he saw her posture stiffen and her eyes narrow. The change was so abrupt, and her already serious demeanor was intensified to such an extent that Haruki actually was intimidated. You, she spat. So you're the one that made an embarrassment out of Tenchan. That's a lot of nerve. Your arrogant ass has throwing around techniques years ahead of a mere genin. You're not even her sensei, and you risked her life just showing off your way around her offense, which, given you're a Jonin class shinobi in a one-on-one duel, is expected. You crushed her spirit, made her doubt herself, and threw all of her years of training back in her face. Give me one reason why I shouldn't kick you out of my shop for the stunt you pulled. The entire time she spoke, she had progressively leaned more and more over the counter until she was an inch from his face, looking him directly in the eyes as she finished. Haruki for his part kept his face completely neutral from the moment she started. He did not flinch away or cower from the brash woman's tirade. He kept her eyes the whole time until she was done spitting in his face. Then he replied softly 5 simple words. And now she will live? A long moment passed in the quiet shop and Haruki was silently thankful that he was the only one in there. He held her gaze firmly but without any hostility. He may not begrudge her for her complaints, but he would not just bow to them. A war of will seemed to be present for a moment, testing him and his resolve. He could see in her eyes, almost hidden but still there, a quiet curiosity that contrasted her brazen appearance. Then suddenly her features softened, or at least as much as could be expected from the hard women, and a smile grew on her face. Good answer, she said, relaxing and shifting herself back over the counter. Haruki couldn't seem to keep the confusion from crossing his face, causing Tantakana to bark out a laugh at his expense, though she didn't deny his questioning gaze. It's good to see there are still some sharp ones around. I suppose I do owe you somewhat of an explanation for that. You see, we shinobi are like weapons to our village to be flung at its enemies. And while it is important to sharpen our skills to keep our edge, the true test of any weapon is in the forging. The integrity of the steel must be strong to support the edge in the finishing blow, just as the will of a shinobi must be strong to support the skills we grow for when it truly counts. That is the lesson I have been trying to impart on my daughter before she learns it the hard way like I did. Pausing, she sucked his face only to find deep interest and the spark of something she could not place. I was part of the Umbu at the time of the Third Great War and was particularly skilled at field traps in addition to weapons combat. My traps were never beaten and we held the line well against Iwa's advance in Kusa because of it. Initially at least. Eventually though the rock heads got a few brain cells and came up with a plan that I in my overconfidence did not anticipate. I had become so confident in my defense I didn't consider other opportunities to attack me. They sent a shinobi that did not have to enter my traps to fight me. A member of the Kamizuru, the bitch. She didn't need to move through my traps to get to us, she just sent swarms of those infernal hornets after us from all directions. We were forced to scatter and my own traps were used against us because of my overconfidence. I went to face her in hopes of luring her into the traps I had set and got my ass handed to me. She was the worst opponent for me to face. I managed to get away but not before taking enough poison stings to the legs to slow me down. IWA ended up taking that stronghold and I lost more than my legs that day. I lost my team. 2 to my own traps. Tantakana stared at Haruki with a somber, intense expression, eyes searching for any size of pity. She found none. Instead, as she looked deep into his ocean gaze, she saw profound understanding and kinship. She kept this to herself though as she sighed and progressed with her tale. It is a memory that haunts me to this day, with the nerve damage in my legs as a reminder, and it's not something I want my daughter to experience. Because of my arrogance and lack of will to strive through my fears and failure, my comrades paid the price, my shinobi career ended and I almost lost the ability to walk. I am truly thankful for your lesson to her even if it was still showy. I simply needed to test your mettle. To see what kind of shinobi you were and whether or not you deserved the admiration and respect my daughter gives you. Hell, I haven't seen her get this goo-goo-eyed since she learned who Tsunade-sama was. Anyway, I don't know who you are and I don't remember you in the slightest, but I've seen all I need to see. You're a good man, Haruki, and a damn fine shinobi from the stories I've been told. Let's see if we can keep it that way. Now why do you need these again? Haruki blinked for a few seconds before smiling and bowing slightly to the woman. Thank you, Tantakana-san. The woman just waved him off. Don't be getting soft on me. Now why is it you need these? She said, nodding towards the sword that was clearly visible on his back. That one is of better quality and in good condition. One is for myself to experiment with some fuinjutsu and the other is for a student. He explained. Nodding in understanding, she began ringing up the items. That is understandable then. Is there anything else you need or will this be all? Actually, a set of chakra conducting trench knives would be great. I couldn't find any earlier and then I have a favor to ask, he said while rubbing the back of his head. Tantakana arched an eyebrow as she added the knives to the order. The knives are specialty items, very pricey, S-rank level pay, and they wouldn't be ready for 2 days. Are you sure? Seeing his nod, she totaled the final bill and as he exchanged the correct amount of money. After bundling his purchase, she put one arm on the counter and looked at him expectantly. Now what is this favor of yours? Tanking a moment to make sure they were still alone, Haruki then activate quick silencing seal barrier inside the shop. Seeing the seals appear around the store, Tantakana looked slightly surprised and curious at what he could possibly be asking for. Haruki, after checking again for eavesdroppers, turned and pulled out a scroll and set it down on the counter. Can you repair the white fang? Immediately her face went from shock to confusion to sudden understanding. She remained silent for a minute while looking at the scroll. At length she finally looked at Haruki and sighed. I assume he isn't to know of this. Seeing him nod again, she sighed. I can do it, but this kind of work in secret is very expensive. Haruki gulped, already imagining the cost emptying his accounts. All of them. Tantakana looked at him for another hard moment before glancing at the silencing seal and then back at Haruki. I'll tell you what. I'll do this for you because I know it's a bigger deal than just reforging a weapon. In exchange, think you could upgrade this old shack with some actually security? She said, smiling at him. Haruki just grinned at her before holding out his hand. Deal. She shook his hand and took the scroll while he sealed his purchases and order slip away. And after arranging details and goodbyes, the redhead left the shop to go find the two fools he had left behind before Asuma made Kakashi explode. He comforted himself by saying at least it wasn't Guy. Kurama nodded sagely as Haruki shivered at the thought of the wrath Kakashi would unleash. XXX. Haruki quickly collected his two compatriots, saving Asuma from strangulation by a rather annoyed Kakashi, who had apparently been trying to sort the items in various ways for the past 15 minutes. After calming them down and settling their accounts, the two men helped carry the redhead's purchases back to the apartment in friendly silence. They were about 5 minutes away before Asuma breaks the silence. Haruki, if you don't mind me asking, how did you get your wind affinity so strong? Kakashi looked over, clearly interested in the answer the redhead would have. Haruki didn't look bothered by the question. Just tilted his head slightly as if in thought. After a brief moment of thought, Haruki decided to share a bit. I'm sure you know of the basic manipulation training where you half your chakra and grind it in on itself, forming a blade. Asuma nodded, already knowing this form of manipulation. Well, the next step that I found was to add different styles of rotation to the grinding effect. Asuma looked stunned at the idea, but it was Kakashi that replied first. What do you mean by rotation? He asked, a curious hesitancy in his voice that Haruki almost missed. Well, to get wind chakra in the first place, you have to have rotate the correct yin and yang balance of chakra for the jutsu you are attempting into each other, triggering the nature change. That's just the grinding effect, basic rotation, which is great for the blade form of wind chakra, but for suction type or repelling jutsu, you would want to grind them away from each other. Or for forceful walls, you would want to rotate it like a current so that it rolls in on itself. But those are just some examples. The key to wind manipulation isn't so much the grinding of chakra as it is the idea of rotational force. It was at this moment that Haruki realized that he was the only one that was walking. Catching himself, he turned around to see both of them just staring at him. What? He said, looking at them. Haruki, you do realize there is no way that I can believe you were not a sensei, right? Kakashi said with absolute certainty. Oh, whatever, I didn't say anything that isn't already known. Haruki scoffed, attempting to play it off, but Asuma just shakes his head. No, Haruki, all wind manipulation guides and scrolls that I've ever read focus on the grinding aspect. There are very few other wind users in Konoha. Haruki just rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, not quite sure what to say and feeling a little uncomfortable. Asuma just shakes his head before asking, regardless, do you think you could give me some pointers? Haruki blinks for a moment, but before he can speak, Kakashi butts in. Sign me up too. Wind jutsu are the hardest for me, I could use some practice. Haruki began sputtering, but before he could say no, Kakashi and Asuma were already walking past him and further discussing the details of possible training together. Haruki sighed and decided that it was something that could be dealt with later. As they approached the apartment door, they discovered that it was cracked slightly. About that time there was a small rumbling and flash from inside the apartment. Haruki merely chuckled as the other two looked confused. Pushing the door open, they found a smirking redhead doppelganger and a short soot-faced Naruto who was rubbing his eyes and blink rapidly. Sealing supplies, training scrolls and other equipment were all over the coffee table and living room. And that's why you double-check your trigger matrix before you activate that chakra relay, the doppelganger said with a chuckle before disappearing in a puff of smoke. I know. How long are these spots going to be in my eyes? Came the annoyed reply of the black-faced blonde-haired boy as he blinked rapidly and rubbed his eyes. Then from the door, the real Haruki replied, they should pass in a minute or so, causing the boy to jump in surprise. Naruto took a moment to blink a bit more and then scrunched his face. Kakashi-sensei? What are you doing here? For a brief moment his eyes widened in horror. Am I that late for training? At this Asuma openly laughed while they stepped into the apartment and set the things down. Kakashi just sighed. No, Naruto, you are not late, and I was helping Haruki with some shopping. He finished setting down all the bags and packages he had been carrying on the table and floor. Naruto relaxed at that for a moment before confusion formed on his face and he looked at Haruki, who was carrying things into the kitchen to be put away. But why didn't Haruki-sensei just make clones to carry everything? The words had barely left his mouth when Kakashi and Asuma in unison face-palmed and muttered, stupid. 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 In the kitchen Haruki just laughed and answered, there's no need to waste chakra with such good help around. Right guys, he shot a coy smile at his compatriots. The two jonin just glowered at him but did not protest. Anyway, I believe some introductions are in order. Naruto, this is Asuma Sarutobi. He is the team leader and sensei of Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino. Asuma, this is Naruto-kun, my neighbor. He's also a wind user like you. Whatever Asuma was going to say caught in his throat at this revelation and his eyes went from Haruki to Naruto and back. Suspicion and intrigue clear in his eyes though a bit hidden. Thankfully, his lapse in greeting was covered quite well by Naruto's immediate enthusiasm. Wow, you're a wind user too. That's so cool. Are you super strong like Haruki-sensei? Do you know any cool jutsu? I am working on the leaf exercise right now with Kakashi-sensei, but it's really hard. I can only split the leaf halfway. Do you have another affinity? Mine is water. I already learned a few jutsu so I can stop Sasuke now in our spars. Do you have any tips? Asuma though was only half listening, wind and water affinity? Just like Haruki? What are the chances of that? Wait, did he just say he split a leaf halfway? How did he get so strong so quickly? Asuma risks a glance at Haruki who is watching amused as Kakashi admonishes Naruto for bombarding the bearded jonin with so many questions. Of course Haruki could have taught him, but he still shouldn't be progressing this quickly, should he? Deciding to consider these thoughts later, Asuma takes a moment to really take in the room and the genin's training materials in hopes of understanding his progress better. It's in that moment that he notices something interesting leaning in the corner. Deciding to save the blonde from Kakashi's lecture and hoping to get some information, "It's nice to meet you, Naruto. Yes, I do have another affinity, but it's fire not water. I am very impressed though that you are so far into your training. Though I'm curious, is Haruki or Kakashi training you in bow jutsu as well?" Asuma gestures to the corner where a wooden bow staff leans. "No, Haruki-sensei gave it to me with a kata scroll but told me that I would have to wait to find out who my sensei would be." The blonde genin replied with curious eyes up at Asuma. "Do you know who my sensei is?" Asuma looked at Haruki as he answered. "No, but I have a few guesses, but whoever they are I'm sure that if Haruki recommends them then they are of good quality." In truth, Asuma knew exactly who the secret sensei was. He had used that same training staff when he was Naruto's age. All Sarutobi did. A cough caught everyone's attention then as Haruki looked to Naruto. "Honestly, I was hoping Asuma would agree to help with your element manipulation training since my new duties and missions may prevent me from being around enough to give you all the attention needed for mastery. That is if Asuma-sensei is willing." Glancing at the bearded jonin, Asuma just nodded ever so slightly before smiling and looking at Naruto. "Sounds fun. Haruki seems to have done most of the work for me anyway, haha. I may not be as powerful as him with wind jutsu, but I have a few tricks that may help." Assuming Kakashi doesn't mind, Kakashi just waves him of, "Ma, I can use wind jutsu, not so much teach them. Besides those three are a handful, I think I could use all the help I could get." This of course incited a reaction from the blonde who insisted that they were no more trouble than any other group. And as the bickering continued, Haruki, who had finished sorting the packages, disappeared into the back bedroom to get ready for the party. After the ridiculous argument subsided with Kakashi eyes smiling about his troublesome students much to the blonde's frustration, Naruto makes an unexpected turn in the conversation. "So Asuma-sensei, since you are a wind and fire user, do you have a lot of combination jutsu?" Surprised by the question, Asuma takes a moment to consider the two innocent eyes that were looking up at him. "I do in fact have some jutsu that I can combine for stronger results, though it's not a tactic I prefer. It's important to understand that combination jutsu take a careful chakra balance that requires precise control, especially with another person. This usually results in the jutsu becoming taxing and chakra intensive, which is not ideal in a fight unless you are finishing. Comboing with oneself isn't common because it requires clones usually to be effective. I am sure Kakashi or Haruki have explained to you that you are an exception to the general rule when it comes to clones. Suffice to say, while I can do them, it's not my go-to tactic." The bearded jonin finished with a smile on his face as he observed the hyper genin's reaction. The boy would really have to get better at not making his thoughts so obvious on his face. Throughout his explanation, the blonde had been intensely focused on his explanation, seemingly soaking it up like a sponge. With that level of dedication, it's not as surprising he's improved so much either. He had watched the boy's face deflate slightly as Asuma continued to point out the flaws and challenges of combination jutsu. Then at the end, it was as if a switch was flipped and he was staring at a ninja who was confident enough to move mountains and anything else in his way. "If only my students had that level of resolve," he thought with an internal sigh, though Haruki has help with that. Actually, the jonin thought, staring straight into Naruto's eyes, "I know where I've seen that look before." His thought process was interrupted however when the blonde spoke up. "I can handle it, Asuma-sensei, will you please help me?" The blonde looked down bit, continuing without losing any resolve in his voice. "I know it's difficult and I have a lot to learn and accomplish before I'm ready to do the cool and awesome things, but..." He paused and looked at Asuma with a sharp intensity. "The sooner I can get the basics down, the sooner I can help Sasuke and Sakura." Asuma stared at Naruto in the eyes for a moment before chuckling. "I'd be happy to help, Naruto, when you're ready. After all, you just found out your affinities yesterday. Combination jutsu aren't in the near future for you just yet. However, I honestly will have to defer to Kakashi on this. I am sure he would be okay with it." Naruto burst out before a raised hand stopped him. "That's not what I meant. I am not deferring to him because I think he wouldn't want me helping you. I am deferring because I can count on my hand how many people can combine jutsu as well as Kakashi can. Ninjutsu is a specialty of his." The orange-clad genin turned to his sensei who was eye-smiling at him and looked at him with pleading eyes. "Not to worry, my cute little genin. Once you are all competent enough in the jutsu Haruki gave you and strategic thinking, I'll start helping you combine your jutsu. In fact, today I am have you and Sasuke begin synchronization training. Yada. Thank you, Kaka-sensei." Naruto hollered and Asuma chuckled at the nickname while Kakashi deadplaned. "Don't mention it. It's not like I'm your sensei or something. I don't know, Kakashi, given your tardiness and willingness to shrug your students, I was beginning to wonder." The trio turned to the voice from the bedroom door to see Haruki dressed in a very fine light blue kimono with dark blue accents. It had orange moons and stars adorning it in intricate designs, and when he moved it was as if they began dancing. His physique filled it out well and the orange sash seemed almost fitting. Well, don't keep staring. It's not that ridiculous, the redhead said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. This of course caused a tug at the back of Kakashi and Asuma's minds, but they couldn't quite place it. Kakashi was the first to recover. Mama. This just the first time we've seen you so official. You look good. Yeah, Haruki-sensei, your robe is so cool. This made Haruki laugh. It's not a robe, Naruto. It's a traditional kimono, but thanks. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly in embarrassment, and in that moment, Asuma notices. He does nothing externally but resolves to get some answers from the redhead as soon as they were alone. Speaking of which, well, Haruki, it's about time to go to Kurenai's. I got the packages from the others when you're ready. Almost as if sensing Asuma's need to remove them, Kakashi follows up saying he and Naruto had better go get ready for training. Naruto, stunned by his sensei wanting to get there early, celebrates and follows him out the door after packing up his training equipment. At the door, when Haruki and Asuma go to leave after the security seals fall into place, Haruki turns to Asuma and says, 100 Ryos, as Kakashi ditches him as soon as they round the corner. Asuma snorts and replies, I'm not stupid enough to take that bet. They reach the bottom of the stairs in time to hear a certain blonde shout and groan in frustration. The two just look at each other and chuckle. XXX. The two jonin meandered their way through the village as the sun began to set, casting an orange and pink glow across the sky. Both men had been quiet along the way, preferring to reflect on their own thoughts rather. Asuma for his part kept stealing glances at Haruki as subtly as he could. It was evident that he was contemplating something about the red head and was just trying to think of a way to bring it up, or even if he should bring it up. Haruki, though, didn't even notice. He kept walking, eyes far away and staring at the dirt with a neutral face. His legs moved as if he was on autopilot. He was so engrossed in his conversation with Kurama about what was coming and how they would handle the dinner that he jumped when Asuma touched him on his shoulder. It was only then that he realized the bearded man had tried to talk to him. Sorry, Asuma, I was lost in thought. I wasn't trying to ignore you, Haruki said as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly with a small grin. Asuma, though, just smiled and brushed off his apology with wave of his hand while his eyes followed Haruki's movement carefully. A spark of some kind appeared in the back of his eyes that Haruki couldn't quite place, but, just as he saw it, it was gone, the bearded man looking away as they continued to walking, turning down another street. It's all right. I can understand why you were distracted. I'm sure you will be fine though. You wouldn't be a very good undercover agent if you couldn't handle a political dinner. Besides, you seem to have handled yourself in that arena well so far. The redhead just sighed in reply, though he seemed to relax a bit. Good thought, Asuma. I've never been one to enjoy formal event like this, especially when I was younger. And the Hyuga in particular are big on pomp and circumstance. Their obsessive hold on their traditions has caused more damage to their clan than any good that ever came from them could undo. On top of that, they are masters of subtlety, and politics isn't my most enjoyable pastime. No doubt they will probe me if for no other reason than because of my new position. That's the difference. As a spy, I didn't have to and was never expected to be myself, just whatever person I was supposed to be. And even my job was to remain unnoticed, and rarely was my opinion even matter, let alone an honored guest. It was just easier not having to be seen, something I found trouble doing now that I'm back. There was a small pause before the dark-haired man replied in a very light-hearted tone, somehow I feel you are talking about more than a simple dinner. Asuma would give the man credit. The only visible reaction was the subtle tension in his shoulders, though given his current attire and his rather impressive physique, it would be hard to hide. Deciding to take his next steps careful, he still wanted answers after all, and talking to the redhead seemed to be working. Asuma didn't look at the man and instead pulled out a cigarette from a vest pouch and a lighter from his pocket. Asuma noticed the tension begin to recede from the redhead, who was no doubt watching him closely after his comment. He took that as a positive sign and decided to move forward. Well, anyway, no need to talk about that even if I'm right. I know you will be fine because I've watched you successfully navigate the council and outmaneuver Danzo of all people, and anyone who's capable of that is a better politician than my father. Haruki just snorted at that but let the comment go and continued to walk before suddenly turning his head as if suddenly remembering something. Hey, were you trying to ask me something? I never actually confirmed what you were trying to say. Blue eyes looked quizzically and the bearded jonin while he took a drag, never looking at the redhead, face fairly relaxed and neutral, but with a hint of something Haruki couldn't quite place. Here's my chance. Now or never, Asuma thought. Oh, that all I had asked to you is how you were related to Naruto? The redhead immediately stopped walking and there suddenly was a presence in the air as if it was alive. It felt akin to being in the middle of a beehive or maybe an electrical storm before the first bolt of lightning had actually struck. Asuma stopped walking a step after Haruki and the hair on the back of his neck stood up in warning. There was no one around on this stretch of the road. Yet when he looked at the redhead, Haruki had a small smile on his face and a quizzical look on his face. What makes you ask? He replied with legitimate curiosity seeping into his voice. Despite Haruki's seemingly calm demeanor, it was very evident by the feel of his chakra, the way his body was subtly coiled and the surroundings that made it quite clear to Asuma that his next words should be spoken very carefully. After briefly weighing his options and concluding that honesty was the best way forward, if something is up it's best he's aware others are catching on, Asuma replied. Honestly, it's really just curiosity and it helps me understand you better. They were questionable coincidence at first, but after seeing the two of you together it's impossible not to see them. A random jonin returns from a long-term mission right after the Jinchuriki, and pariah of the village is scheduled to graduate and you get the apartment right next to his. You have a heavy influence in his and his classmates' lives out of nowhere. You have the Hokage's ear more than most jonin that have spent their entire lives around the man, and that's before getting into the physical similarities. He paused for a moment to take another drag from his cigarette and give the redhead time to process what he had just said. Haruki didn't move or reply, just stared steadily with his cerulean gaze piercing directly to his heart. Asuma didn't care, in fact he was glad, he had nothing to hide. Then there is the face, that your eyes are almost the same shade and your face structure is very similar, you're just missing his birthmarks. On top of all of this, you have the same affinities. But what really inspired the connection was the look of utter conviction that he gave me while you were changing. I know where I've seen that look. Asuma paused again, this time to send the redhead a very pointed look with a smirk. After a moment of no reply, Asuma just shrugged and casual kicked his foot into the dirt. The easiest way to explain all this is that you have some sort of relation to the boy that he seems unaware of. And your reaction to the topic is telling enough. You're too young to be his father. Are you an uncle, cousin or something? Haruki looks at Asuma for another long moment as if weighing him. The presence then suddenly vanishes and the redhead continues walking, seemingly having come to a decision of sorts. Something like that, he says nonchalantly as he keeps walking down the road. Asuma blinks for a moment before rushing to catch up. Well, it's at least a partial answer. It's very important though that you keep this observation to yourself. Tell no one. The weight of his words was not lost on the bearded jonin, even thought they were said in a light tone. Curiously he asked, not even Kakashi? The redhead snorted, especially not Kakashi. Asuma frowns slightly at that but nods. For now, he would trust that the reasons were important enough to comply. If his father knew this, which he no doubt did, then there was a very good reason they had been quiet about it. The following silence did not last long, as if Haruki apparently didn't want him dwelling on the topic any longer. How's the team's training? Not a very subtle deflection. Asuma thought before replying. Well, I'm pretty sure they are almost a completely new team. Shikamaru has been more active and eating more, even going so far as to train on his own. They all have really. Choji is doing endurance training like you suggested, and Ino has been practicing her regulation for days. That mission really opened their eyes to what they could be capable of with a little effort. My only concern is that this motivation will taper off in time. Haruki smiled at the news, though shrugged indifferently by the end. It probably will, knowing those three, which is why it has to be followed up. Asuma turned and almost dropped the cigarette out of his mouth. I thought you told them they were not going to be doing a mission like that so soon. The man was beginning to worry his students would actually plan his assassination if that wasn't true. Haruki just chuckled at his reaction. No, nothing like that. I have a motivator plan for each one of them. As far as training goes, I plan to give each of them a weapon, their affinity, and expand their foundation jutsu. Ino will be the hardest. Why do you say that? Because I plan on having her merge her clan jutsu with her affinity and genjutsu. Two of those are already difficult for me to help her with, and the last may be as well, depending on what it is. Then why have her take this route? I can certainly see the benefits. Making it so your opponents can't tell if what they are feeling is real, is the basic concept of genjutsu, combined with the other two will always keep them guessing. But if you can't help her, then why point her in that direction? Even if I couldn't help her, I would always point her in the direction to be the best she can be. That is our task, to train the next generation beyond what we can do ourselves. But our task can't actually be accomplished if they don't take the steps to succeed themselves. It's not my job to hand her answers, it's our job to help her find her own in her abilities. Haruki paused for a moment, letting his words sink in. And I didn't say I couldn't help her. To pull off this path she will need the highest degree of chakra regulation. Which doesn't come naturally to her but is something we both can help her with. As she masters the respective pieces and additional tasks we give her, she will get there. Asuma huffed with a smirk, eyeing the redhead bemused. You just have it all figured out, don't you? Haruki snorted as they turned down the last road that led to Kurenai's apartment but didn't say anything. Asuma, noting where they were, decided it was time to put out his cigarette and stomped on it. Haruki didn't seem fazed by this at all, if anything he seemed amused. The reason being he wouldn't want Kurenai any more frustrated with him than necessary when he gives her present to her. Considering the conversation, he found himself excited for tomorrow and even more pumped to train his students. Stealing one last glance at the redhead, Asuma could help but wonder what was in store for them tomorrow. He had gotten some answers today and some new questions to match, but there would be time in the future to address those. For now he could be there for his friend and let things lie. Haruki, can I ask you one last question? You just did, but fire away. Asuma rolled his eyes at the childish quib and focused on what had been nagging him. Did you tell or influence my old man to select me for the mission? Haruki seemed to think on that for a moment before stopping and turning to look Asuma, who had also stopped, in the eye. I will not deny that the Hokage discussed with me all the possible options for escorts, and while I did lobby some for you given your skills and position on multiple levels, it remains the Hokage's decision, and in no way should my involvement diminish that. There were other candidates that could do the job just as well. As they approached the apartment, on the ground floor waiting in front of her door was Guy, still dressed in his standard jonin attire. Now do you want to deliver these to Guy or will I? Asuma stared directly into his eyes. What do you think the answer to that is? He almost physically cringed in mock disgust. Haruki rolled his eyes in exasperation. I told you this would happen. It's a good thing I got these extras. Turning, he handed the packages to Asuma. Here, you take these to Kurenai while I deal with Guy. Make sure to give her your present, he said with a wink as Asuma just averted his gaze before walking off. Well, at least tonight won't be boring, Haruki says to himself as he watches an exuberant Guy greet Asuma while Kurenai answers the door. Little did he know just how right he was. XXX. To say Guy was having a good day would be an understatement. His students were progressing well, his star pupil was healed, he himself had had a very productive training session, and now he had the opportunity to get to know the man who was responsible for most of his good mood. Haruki's actions earlier that morning had been unexpected and frankly at first Guy wasn't very happy with them. But as Haruki explained and tested his students, the magnitude of their weakness was revealed. It wasn't as if he didn't see the signs. He knew they were arrogant, but the severity of the case was far worse when it was demonstrated in front of him. Ten had been baited so easily that she didn't even think to use the exploding tags she had on her to try and hit him, or even process the reason for her lack of success. Niji had kept his calm throughout the exercise and had showed respect, and so the severity of his case would be easily missed if you didn't know what you were looking for. It was the overwhelming evidence of his performance. He may not say it, but Niji relied almost exclusively on his eyes as if they were infallible. And considering his belief system of fate, he probably still struggles with it a bit. Then there is Lee. Lee was Guy's own fault if he was honest. So eager to prove himself and overcome everyone's doubts, he had launched himself on a quest that just wasn't realistic. Guy had absolute faith in Lee that he would give it his all and that he could become a top-tier shinobi. He saw so much of himself in Lee. It was this fact that no doubt prevented him from seeing the failure he was setting Lee up for. Now thanks to the red-haired walking miracle, that wasn't a problem anymore. Guy smiled as he thought of that moment and the hope that had shined in Lee's eyes, then frowned as his thoughts returned to the one responsible for it. Something wasn't right with their newly returned friend, and whatever it was, it seemed to be weighing on him greatly. The latest shifts of responsibility and difficult tasks would stress anyone, sure. But there was something deeper, something that seemed always just under the surface but out of reach. Thankfully there seemed to have been improvement in recent days. Or at least from what he has observed. Hopefully their excursion tonight would provide even more light into who his new friend is. Guy was then broken from his thoughts when he saw a noticeable tuft of red hair round the corner at the end of the street. Speaking of the devil? And he wasn't alone, it seemed. Asuma was with him. Guy shrugged to himself as he decided he would find out the details of this interaction later. So without further ado, the eccentric Jonin rushed over to greet his two compatriots. Greetings Haruki-san, Asuma-san, on this most youthful evening. I did not realize you also were teaching a Hyuga, Asuma? Guy half-stated, half-asked. Asuma's bored expression at Guy's actions vanished into a panicked, embarrassed stuttering. As he stood there waving his arms around like an idiot, particularly with the expensive dress, which he then realized he was waving in the middle of his blabbering, and tried to hide behind himself. As amusing as the scene was, Haruki decided to rescue Asuma, but just as he tried to speak there was a cough from behind Guy. The resulting silence was only broken by the intake of breath by the three males present. For behold, it was Kurenai standing behind Guy in a light blue dress that complemented her curves nicely. Haruki was the first to recover with a smile. Well, at least one of you two is aware of the requirements of an evening like this. He looked pointedly at Guy. Guy, now broken from the spell, had the decency to look at himself and then sheepishly chuckle in embarrassment, having forgotten the formality of the occasion. Kurenai couldn't help but laugh into her hand a little at all of their faces and even further at Haruki's comment with a small blush. It was then she took note of the parcels Haruki and Asuma were carrying. Guy, recovering from his embarrassment, cleared his throat and looked at Kurenai as he took his parcel from Haruki and bowed slightly in thanks. Kurenai-san, would it be alright if I change in a spare bathroom? I seem to have forgotten the severity of the occasion. Kurenai just smiled and nodded before in a swirl of wind and dust Guy dashed past her into her apartment and was gone before anyone could blink. Everyone coughed in the dust as it settled. Kurenai sighed in frustration as now all her painstaking labor to get ready had been diminished. She looked up though, hearing someone approach. Haruki looked at her with a small smile and handed her a decorated yellow box with a lavender ribbon on it. Don't worry so much. I think you will be changing anyway, he said with a wink before gesturing over with his head at the clearly uncomfortable, nervous Asuma. And with that Haruki stepped around her and let himself in, presumably to check on Guy. Kurenai mildly wondered why she found herself completely okay with that, but decided to contemplate it later when Asuma approached her. The bearded Jonin was obviously nervous, but she decided to have mercy and not comment on it. In actuality, she was grateful to Haruki for giving them a moment in private. Hey Kurenai, I know we had decided to take things slow, but it's been a few months and I never got a chance to give you a congratulation gift on being a Jonin, and I just wanted to be nice, and it was your size at the perfect price, and Asuma began after clearing his throat. Though he trailed off as he realized he was rambling. Quickly but carefully he handed her the parcel that included the dress. Kurenai accepted the gift with a small blush and thanks and was very curious as to what it was. As soon as she opened the top, looking inside, she stopped and just stared at it. Asuma almost lost his marbles at that moment and had to use every drop of willpower he had not to apologize immediately and curse Haruki for his terrible advice. After a few more moments, he couldn't bear it anymore and went to open his mouth. Only before he could speak, he was interrupted by a squeal and the feeling of lips touching his own. His brain took a moment to process what was happening before he returned it as best he could briefly before she pulled away and was visibly bouncing up and down as she hugged him. In his head, Asuma was doing a victory dance. Haruki, I will never doubt you again. After Kurenai had calmed down a little bit, she turned to ask Asuma details when the door behind them opened. Quickly separating, he too looked at the door, trying not to blush as Guy and Haruki stepped out again. Guy was dressed in a dark green kimono with light blue imperial-style dragon winding up the back. Now he really did embody his name as Konoha's sublime blue beast. Thank you, Kurenai. I think I am much more presentable now, Guy says, giving a beaming smile and a nice guy pose. Kurenai simple nods while Haruki sighs. Haruki looks at her though with a smirk and says, Asuma, why don't you help Kurenai gather her gifts while she changes? Asuma just nods in gratitude for the excuse and the two slip inside for a minute. The remaining two Jonin stood in a comfortable silence for a minute. one clearly observing the other, and the latter was too caught up in his own preparatory thoughts to notice or care. Finally, Guy broke the silence. "Thank you." Haruki blinked at the statement as he was drawn back from his chaotic thoughts. The reed head turned and looked at Guy, who was staring at the sunset over the rooftops, before tilting his head in a perplexed manner. "Don't mention it, Guy. But what are you thanking me for exactly?" Guy smiles as if catching an inside joke before looking over at Haruki. "And I'm sorry too." "Sorry for what? Should I be aware of something?" Haruki said, actually confused now. "Was this about the outfit?" "I am thanking you for your involvement in my students. For addressing their true needs as if they were your own, and in was that I could not, or worse would not do so. And it is that unyouthful truth that I must also apologize for. I should have been more supporting to you in training today and addressed the concerns you pointed out sooner. I promise it will not happen again, or I will run from Como and back on only my hands, and if I cannot do that then I'll dash." However, before Guy could continue what was no doubt a lengthy list of punishment goals for disciple, Haruki raised a hand with a resolved expression. "Enough, Guy. That's truly unnecessary. You are not the first sensei to be blinded by love for his students, and you will certainly not be the last. That fact alone means you are already an amazing sensei. There is not a sensei I know of that has more passion in training with their students than you, and that is due to the love you have for them. All of them. So quit with this apologetic bullshit and remember that sometimes the best way to love them is to be real with them," Haruki said with a bit of frustrated passion at the end. Sighing, Haruki took a moment to let Guy digest his answer before continuing. "Guy, I'm not some master teacher or genius at being a sensei. All I did was compliment what you are already doing. You are doing most of the work. So chin up, man, and take some credit for getting that group this far." Haruki finished with a genuine smile and a thumbs up at Guy, who was speechless. Sobering up after a moment's thought, Guy smiles back at Haruki and nods to the red head. "Yash. Thank you, Haruki-kun." Further conversation was halted though as the door to the apartment once again opened. What came out was a giddy and stunning Kurenai, now wearing the dress that she got earlier, followed by a madly blushing Asuma. The remaining join neglected to comment on the pair, but as Asuma looked at Haruki's face he could tell that this was not the last he would be hearing of this. All of a sudden, there was a bright flash and his vision swam with spots, finally clearing to see Haruki standing there with a camera with a shit-eating grin. Asuma turned to see Kurenai next to him in a similar condition though. "Enko is going to love these." Asuma heard, and that did it. In a burst of speed, the bearded jonin lunged for the now laughing redhead, who had aptly dodged and was now hastily make a retreat up and over the building, laughing the entire way. "Get back here, Haruki, and give me that camera." "Oh come on, Asuma, you'll want the memory. Besides, Enko is going to find out eventually anyway." Not the least bit deterred by Haruki's statement, the bearded jonin continues his breakneck pace after the redhead, leaving Kurenai and Guy staring after them. The former just sighed in frustration. "At this rate we will be late for the dinner." "No we won't," a familiar voice said behind them as they whipped their heads around to the source. Finding none other than Haruki standing there, both jonin took a moment of confusion before say simultaneously, "Kagebunshin?" Haruki just grinned. "Kagebunshin." Laughing, the trio quickly decided they had already suffered enough delays and it wouldn't be good to keep their hosts waiting, so they started their way toward the Hyuga compound, each convinced that tonight would be an event to remember. XXX. Earlier at the Hyuga compound. Inside the Hyuga main house dojo, Hinata and Hanabi were currently having the final spar of their evening training session. Since this was not a progression test day, the usual entourage of onlookers was absent with only Ko to supervise. Both girls were panting from the exertion of the spar, but Hanabi was looking significantly worse for the wear in comparison to her sister panting. The spar had started out as it usually did, with Hanabi taking her sister a bit more seriously after the recent upset in the last spar. This trend quickly faded though as Hanabi rationalized her sister's previous victory as a fluke rather than actual skill. It was then that Hanabi got sloppy and started to run her mouth again, degrading her sister's performance and going after this Haruki-sensei's teachings. Hinata, however, didn't take the bait. In fact, it appeared to Ko that she had actually planned for this to happen. He noticed her stance subtly shift that maximized her flexibility. It was after this shift that things quickly swung back in Hinata's favor, though Hanabi didn't realize it at the time, and Ko, despite his excitement at seeing Hinata's improvement, remained silent and stone-faced so as to not tip her hand before she was ready. What happened next was quite a sight to behold to Ko. Hanabi couldn't land blow. Hinata just continued to weave around her strikes or redirect them as became necessary. She never tried an attack of her own and he never struck at Hanabi. All she did was dance around her sister with a face of serious determination and focus. It didn't appear that it was easy for her either. Hanabi was unable to recognize that she had already followed into Hinata's trap. She continued to strike, fueled by her frustration of her sister's attitude and her ability to avoid her. "Coward!" she yelled. "Face me." Hinata stayed silent and bent out of the way of a lunge and then cartwheeled away from a low kick to sweep he legs. Springing off the ground, she spun in the air before landing on her feet in a ready position, relaxed but breathing heavily. Hanabi had just about lost the last of her patience. She was tired and panting with sweat pouring from her face. Here they heard an interrupting cough from the door. Hinata turned her back to her sister and saw it was her father standing at the entrance. Bowing to him, she greeted him, "Auto-sama." "Now's my chance," Hanabi thought. She scoffed internally as she made to strike her sister. Had she really forgotten they were in a spar? Did she think father entering the room was enough of a reason to pause their battle? But the moment she was in range to strike, putting her full force behind the lunge, Hinata turned while bowing into Hanabi and ducked under her blow. She then used one arm to grab Hanabi's furthest shoulder and wrapped her leg in between Hanabi's before putting her full weight into her and twisting. The next thing Hanabi knew was she was looking at the ceiling with an incredible pain in her head and Hinata staring down at her with a hurt and disappointed expression. Is the victory in this spar so desperate, dear sister, that you would resort to such underhanded behavior? Hanabi just scowled at the words and went to get up when she found that she couldn't move her arms. I have disabled your arms at the shoulders. It's over, Hanabi. Before Hanabi could give a retort, a firm voice cut through the discourse. Indeed it would seem so, stated Hayashi neutrally. It is good then, as I came to inform you that you should prepare for dinner. I have invited your sensei, Hinata, as well as Nijis, to celebrate both of your progress and the joyous return of your uncle to us. Prepare accordingly. Hayashi turned to leave when he called back over his shoulder. Ko-see to Hanabi. Hinata. I suggest that you present you best. Kazuma-san has agreed to attend as well. Then he had left. He had barely walked 2 meters down the hall when the doors to the dojo burst open and an excited heiress raced down the other end of the hallway toward her room to prepare. Hayashi smiled to himself. He was liking this Haruki more and more as time went on. If this kept up, he may never be able to repay the man. Ko followed shortly, carrying an irritated Hanabi who seemed to be torn between brooding over her latest defeat or contemplating their coming guests. Perhaps it was time she evaluated this Haruki-sensei herself. XXX. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga compound, more specifically in the East Wing, Chief Elder Hinai was busy plotting with his fellow elders concerning the night's future events. Currently there were only 8 elders within the Hyuga main house in total. These included Hinobi, Kageri, Hizen, Yanyuda, Akimo, Kajiro and his wife Hashimi, and Hinai himself. Hinai was the oldest member at the age of 86, having married twice in his lifetime, and both of his spouses have long passed away, leaving him 5 children in total and twice as many grandchildren, all elite members of the main house and true Hyugas in every sense of the word. Hizen was the second oldest at the age of 82. He only married once in his life, the daughter of one of their clan's allies who passed away over 20 years ago, but not before leaving him several sons, each skilled users of the Byakugan. Akimo and Yanyuda were brothers, with Akio being the oldest by 3 years. Akimo was 80 while Yanyuda was 77 years old, and Yanyuda was the only one who married and had descendants, since Akimo never had the desire for a woman or child in his life. Hinobi was 70 years old and she was a widow, though there have been some rumors that her husband had pleaded for death to escape her before the Shinigami finally granted his wish, something Keisuke didn't find hard to believe. Hinobi was an old-fashioned and stubborn woman who only bore daughters, and both her son-in-laws were Mukoyoshis. Thankfully all of her grandchildren were born with the Byakugan. Kajiro and Hashimi were the only members that were still married, though their relationship has been strained for years now, not that either would admit it. Hashimi was a distant relative of Kajiro and their marriage was arranged despite their age difference. Kajiro was currently 75 years old while Hashimi was only 67. They had only 3 children in their union, 2 daughters and 1 son who were all grown and were jonin now. Kageri was the youngest of the 8 since he was 65 years old and had officially retired from the shinobi business after an injury from a mission left him with a limp and the need for a cane. He only had 1 child, a daughter named Bashi, who was married to a member of the Taketorai clan, his wife having died on a mission 5 years ago. Hinai was currently reflecting on the situation while Hinobi, Kageri, Hizen, Yanyuda, Akimo, Kajiro and Hashimi discussed around him to form a strategy for tonight. Fortunately it seems that Hayashi was able to get this new jonin to attend the celebration. The one who was supposedly able to nullify their Byakugan. They were not fools. They understood the magnitude of the threat of a jutsu like this existing. And if some no-name unheard of jonin had the ability, then who's to say there were not more out there who did? They had first heard of this ability after questioning Hinata about her training session the day she first defeated her sister. They initially had only been curious as to the circumstances and teachings that had seemed to inspire a shift in the heiress for the better. It was in her detailed recounting of the events of her training session that day that gave them initial cause for alarm. First, none of them had ever heard of this jonin or had any memory of him previously. This had of course led them to do some inquiries where they discovered that the jonin had supposedly been on a mission for the last 8 years and had only returned just prior to the recovery of the clan head's brother with his miraculous escape. Upon this revelation many of the elders had exploded in fits of worry. It was obvious to tell that given the timing of things the man had had something to do with Hizashi's return. And despite many of the elders being grateful for the presumed help of the jonin, all of them also took note that he must have been in Como of all places these past 8 years. Which lead to the questions: did this man steal this jutsu from Komo? Had they already cracked the secret of the Byakugan? If not, was he seen using it by others? What were the details surrounding the jutsu? How had he developed it without a Hyuga, or did he study Hizashi before freeing him? All these and more had plagued them, and so, as a second course of action, they took their concerns to Hayashi upon his return from the late council meeting. That did not give them the results they were wanting. Hayashi had sternly recommended to them to keep all speculation of Haruki's activities to themselves. He expressed that both Hizashi and Hayashi had great trust for the village's newest seal master and new head of the sealing and barrier corps. He further clarified that the man was of the highest quality and skill, even beating out Jiraiya for the position. Naturally, this revelation only further incited their concern, yet even after insisting further, the elders were only told that Hayashi was unable to discuss any further details as those were classified by the meeting. This left the elders with very little information to satisfy their concerns. Now all they knew was that some jonin was now head of 2 departments with all the personal skill and political power that entailed, who had the ability to neutralize their prized techniques, and was a seal master of the highest caliber. This normally, though concerning, would not have them as panicked if not for the declaration Hinata made against her sister. Only those who don't even try are slave to fate. This one thought is what had the 8 of them sitting in this room. For if their fears proved true, it could spell the end for all that they knew. Fate was an idea the clan had used to justify its customs for years. Now few of the elders actually believed on something so silly, but the power of the philosophy was lost on no one. The truth was that fate was one of the tools used to ensure the cooperation and stability of the Hyuga's 2-house system. The branch house were fated to protect the main house, and the main house was fated to provide for and guide the branch house. This of course were not the core reasons for the system, but those reasons avoided challenge by using this clan ideal as a shield. They incorporate this philosophy even into their intimidation tactics towards their enemies. This subliminal reinforcement of the status quo had served to stabilize the clan even through situations as controversial as the Hyuga incident all those years ago. Hizashi even reinforced it by providing an example of preforming your fated duty while still using your will. And yet, now there was a politically and personally powerful jonin that has the head of the clan indebted to him, returned the hero and leader of the branch house to them, with extreme fuinjutsu prowess, had shown a lack of fear in countering Hyuga techniques, and now had knowingly or not attacked a foundational ideal of their clan structure. There was only one thing to concluded: the cage-bird seal was threat. Of course, they could not prove this, not yet at least, but it was too great a risk not to investigate. This left them with one final option. If the leadership, or at least some of it, was now blind to the danger this posed to the clan, then they would have to address it themselves. However, thankfully at least the majority still hadn't lost sight. "This is becoming very tiresome," Akimo said in an annoyed voice as they had been discussing the situation in almost a circle for hours. "You sound like one of those lazy Nara men, brother," Yanyuta said, smirking at his brother's glare. "Both of you focus, we have business to take care of," Hinai said sternly to the pair of brothers. "Remember that tonight we have to gather as much information on this Kazama Haruki as we can," Hinai reminded his fellow elders. "We already know that, Hinai. Just because we're old doesn't mean our memory is foggy, at least mine isn't," Hinobi said snobbishly while the other men in the group glared at her or rolled their eyes. "Be serious. We can't let this opportunity pass us. Need I remind you of what danger this could pose for our clan? Not just this technique or where it came from, but what the hidden agenda could potentially be," Hinai said sternly to the snobbish woman in their little group. The end of the caged bird seal was all Hinai said that had everyone paying close attention. They knew that their entire clan structure and philosophy was at stake here, not to mention the immediate danger of a potential foreigner and spy having the means to counter the basis of their fighting style. It was no secret that Hayashi and at least one of his daughters had no love for the practice that protect the clan for most of its long history. Probably one of the primary reason the seal was still in practice was because there was currently no alternative and no way of undoing the seal work. But given the appearance of this new pawn on the board, that could easily change. They knew that time was not on their side, as they would not have the power of numbers to stop Hinata if she became heir to the clan. Assuming she retained the views she claimed now, though they never really considered this would happen until the appearance of Haruki and the result exchange between Hinata and Hanabi. The question wasn't if the practice would be attacked but when. "We must determine the man's intentions and gather as much of his history as we can. Then we can decide how best to approach the situation," Hinai said evenly and ignored the scoffs from Hinobi. "I still believe we should go to the Hokage over it. By law, if we feel a jutsu has been designed to target us, we have the right to insist it be added to the Forbidden Scroll. And how dare Hayashi even invite the man to eat in our home after we voiced our very reasonable objections?" Hinobi said with a sour expression on her face, and Hinai resisted the urge to roll his eyes, which in the Hyuga family meant he was really getting annoyed now. Will you stop that, Hinobi? That should be our last course of action. Given his quick rise to power, it's evident he has the backing of the Hokage. Hokage is not our biggest fan considering how many times we've blocked his attempts to remove the seal practice. By demanding, he not interfere in clan affairs no less. He would laugh at such a request and demand the strongest evidence, which we have none of. That is the purpose of tonight. This may be our only chance to preserve our traditions before Shinigami comes for us. Hinai said darkly, getting Hinobi out of it. Just be grateful that he's chosen to attend tonight to give us the opportunity, it doesn't how, Kajiro said seriously to the uppity old woman, who scoffed and muttered something incoherent. Hinai maintained his cool exterior, but on the inside he was fuming. He wasn't going to let this golden opportunity pass him. He didn't care how long it took or what he would have to say or do in order to secure the younger generation tonight, but he was going to make sure that their family traditions remained. Only then would he be able to die in peace. He wasn't a fool, he knew he didn't have much time left before his death. He was very old and his body was starting to feel the effects of his age. He was still as sharp as he ever was during his prime, but he also knew that it was his only real weapon left. Anyway, let's go over the strategy for tonight, Hinai said in a calm voice as he explained his ideas to his brethren, who all nodded in agreement. Even if he might not live long enough to see the next clan head, he would still die content knowing that his clan's greatest tradition was secured. Needless to say, tonight should be very interesting for the entire clan. XXX. All that was left of the day was the subtle glow of the fading sun in the far west when the group of sensei arrived at the gates to the Hyuga compound. The majority of the journey had been in quiet contemplation and idle chatter of no real significance, each just enjoying the company of the others. Upon arriving, they were immediately recognized by the guards and admitted through the main outer gates of what was almost a village in and of itself inside of Konoha. Though not as remote as the Uchiha district had been, the Hyuga did like their privacy, which was ironic considering their own famous abilities. The architecture and accents of the complex were quite lavish but functional enough to display both wealth and power, but also shinobi discipline. It was after they crossed the main courtyard and approached the stairs to the main meeting house that they encountered their host. Hayashi Hyuga was pleasantly surprised to find that all members had dressed accordingly for a function of this gravity and magnitude. He almost broke into a smile when he noticed that they had even brought gifts, which was a less honored custom in more recent times. He had his suspicions for why all the pomp and circumstance that was out of character considering the contents of the guest party approaching him. But for the time being he would elect to watch and wait. There were many plans and peace in play after all. It was when the company reached the top of the stairs that he spoke. Greetings Mito-san, Yuhi-san, Kazamadano, welcome to my home? He greeted with a small bow of his head and stretching his arms to the side. Haruki, who was flanking Kurenai on her right, responded first, as was custom if the host acknowledges you as of highest respect of the visiting company. Bowing his head, the redhead replied, "Thank you, Hyugadano. We are greatly honored by your invitation and have happily brought gifts of our own to honor the celebration." Finishing, they each extended the various packages to Hayashi, who was doing his best not to smile at the over-control movements and behavior of the redhead. This was obviously his idea. Graciously Hayashi accepted them and motioned a branch member guard to collect them and take them to his office. "You have my thanks for your consideration. You have arrived just in time, as all has been made ready. If you will follow me, I will escort you myself to the dining hall." Seeing their nods of acknowledgement, Hayashi turned and guided them into main hall and past the tiled mosaic entryway into the dining area. The dining hall from their entrance opened onto a raised platform where a long table was set up. Below the platform, which could be almost considered a stage the majority of the rest of the room had many smaller tables that could sit 6 each comfortably. When they entered they found everything already set and what seemed to be the entirety of the available Hyuga clan waiting for them, main and branch house. They could see a few branch house members serving the needs of the rest, but none had touched the food that was brought in. It appeared they really were exactly on time. The head table, which was parallel to the entryway, was completely full, with only the close right side having any seats left. The end seat, presumably Hayashi's seat, was vacant, and next to him sat Hizashi on his right and Hanabi on his left. Next to Hizashi sat Niji with an empty seat next to him, before then an old man Haruki didn't recognize. Next to Hanabi was an empty seat, and then Hinata, then another empty seat, and then another elder Haruki presumed. The rest of the seats were filled by the remaining elders. Upon entering the room, the entirety of the hall, which had been murmuring quietly amongst themselves, went silent. Hizashi, who had been listening to Niji tell him some story, abruptly stood upon seeing them. This naturally caused the others at the table to look at in the same direction. Niji stood with his father even as Hinata and Hanabi turned around to face the others. Seeing her sensei Hinata also stand smiling broadly. Hayashi pleased the attention given proceeds to make their guest's proclamation. It is my pleasure to present our honored guests this evening. Mitogai Taijutsu Master, Jonin of Konohagakure and Sensei to Genin Team 9 that Niji is a part of. Yuhi Kurenai, Genjutsu Master, Jonin of Konohagakure and Sensei to Genin Team 8 that Hinata is a part of. And finally, Kazama Haruki, Seal Master, Jonin of Konohagakure, Head of the Barrier Corps, Head of the Sealing Division, and mentor to both Hinata and Niji. Please give them welcome with me tonight. The entire room applauded as Hayashi guided them to their seats. Haruki sat between Hinata and Hanabi, Guy next to Niji and Kurenai next to Hinata. Once they had reached their seats, the applause died down and those standing other than Hayashi sat down. Hayashi stood and waited at the head of the table while angling himself toward the crowd to deliver his welcome address. When he was sure he had everyone's attention, he began. Welcome everyone to this celebration of the bright future of the Hyuga clan. We are here tonight for two purposes. One is to celebrate the safe return of my brother Hizashi to us. And the other, the teachers who worked tirelessly to train and grown the leaders of the Hyuga future. Most would think these two to be unrelated, but in truth they are both reminders of what is truly important. The future. And so together we celebrate the accomplishments of those who have given so much for the village and reward their service to our clan and to Konoha. May the will of fire continue to shine brightly in their hearts. Let the dinner begin. And as he sat, the room applauded and began serving themselves from the food that was delivered to their tables. In that moment, it was as if a spell was broken and the heavy formal tension disappeared into the air. Of course this did not mean much considering it was still a Hyuga dinner, but the three guests felt they could relax at least a little bit. Well, most of them. Hayashi could tell that Haruki was still very guarded. Which only further reminded him of what he had managed to get from his brother earlier that day when he had voiced his thoughts on the evening. You must understand Haruki is secretive and for good reason. The man has been through things the majority of Konoha could never even begin to imagine. I don't know much myself, but I know that the man could use support. If you try to get answers from him, just understand that it won't be easy, and if you want his help, be prepared to let answers lie where they do. Well, all that can be done now is to try, Hayashi noted as he took stock of his plan. He knew he was playing a subtle game with pieces that weren't even his against the elders, even if they hadn't realized the full extent yet. But for his plan to work, he needed to test the red head first. Besides, he really was curious about the man. So as they dug into their meal as much as you can at a Hyuga formal dinner, and after introducing the others at the table, Hayashi began his plan. So Haruki Dano, if I may call you that, I was told by Yuhi-san today when delivering her invitation that you will be attending my daughter's training session again this week, is that correct? The redhead looked up from his food and sent a sidelong look at Kurenai, then turned to Hayashi, though not without catching Hinata's hopeful look. It was difficult to describe the emotion that pulsed in his heart when Hinata looked at him. He was very careful though to prevent it from reaching his face. He was at a Hyuga dinner, it was doubtful any details of his reactions would be missed. Yes, though there is no need for an honorific Hayashi-sama. But to answer your question, though it will not be tomorrow, I will be attending one later this week. Hayashi nodded in acceptance before continuing, I see. Would it be alright with you then, if I attended? I would like to compare the experience to today's session. Haruki of course caught the unstate question, how have you changed my daughter, and was only slightly surprised by the request. That would be up to Hinata and Kurenai to decide, but I have no issue with it. Translation, see for yourself. Hayashi seemed to have caught his meaning as he nodded before deferring to Kurenai first. I have no problem with you attending, Hayashi-sama, the raven-haired woman replied. She was beginning to sense something else was at play here, and if she was right then she was prepared to play her part. I fully back Haruki's role. It was then that Haruki turned and looked at the young heiress, who looked like she was doing everything she could to keep from trembling as all eyes turned to her. Well, Hinata-chan, would it be okay if Dad came and trained with us? Hinata looked up and around at all the eyes on her as if searching for something before landing on a set of cerulean pools. And in those eyes she found one resounding statement. I have complete confidence in you. All you have to do is try. And in that moment Hinata made her decision. She took a deep breath and straightened her posture and looked past Haruki directly into her father's stone eyes. Ota-sama can come, she said without any hesitation or so much as a tremble. I will show you. Genuinely smiling, Haruki turned back to face Hayashi. Then shouldn't be a problem. See, I told you. The rest of the table that was not caught in idle chatter was surprised at the shift. Well, all but Kurenai and Guy. They just smiled. Hayashi, though internally was impressed, kept his stony exterior intact before replying with a nod of approval. Good. Should I expect to see the same that I saw today? Is she like Niji? Understanding the subcontext, Haruki shakes his head. There are some things I still need to clear with Kurenai. Without revealing details prematurely, I can confirm that though their problems may be different, I do intend to treat and aid them all at the same level. Different problems, same expectations, same resources. It was then that an elder entered the conversation for the first time, Akimo if he wasn't mistaken. How do you say that, Haruki-san? From the years we have watched them grow, Hinata and Niji have never been equal. Is it perhaps due to her teammates? Internally, the man was patting himself on the back. The question was a trap. If Haruki denied the claim in favor of Hinata, it would demonstrate to Niji that the man was favoring the main house and undo the feelings of loyalty while reinforcing the doctrine of fate. However, if he sided with Niji, then it would destroy Hinata's newfound confidence and the heir they wanted would have the advantage again. It was a lose-lose question. Or so he thought. Haruki frowned at the question, perfectly aware the point of it, and what the elder was trying to do. So, they were already trying to make their move. This exact circumstance was why he hated situations like this. He'd much rather beat the crap out of the old idiot than have a war of words, but over the years he had people like Shikamaru and Hinata to allow him to learn the political game. If a war of words I what they wanted, then he was more than a match for them. Aware all eyes were on him, Haruki began his counter-move. Both Hinata and Niji have great skill and talents that express themselves in variant way from each other. And though I may hold high standards for the both of them, it will be up to their own will to accomplish the goals that are set. To this end it is important for myself, their respective sensei and all leaders that directly engage them to enable and empower them to push through their own limits. I'm sure I can speak for the other sensei in appreciating your help in this, elder. I have great confidence that both of them will continue to make great progress so long as they continue to try. Haruki could clearly see the small smile form on Niji's face and could guess without looking how Hinata felt. Dart one dojed? Haruki thought to himself. Both Hizashi and Hayashi, who had quietly observed the exchange as they ate, couldn't help but respect the red-head for turn the question back on the elder. Perhaps this would work after all. They were not the only ones though that sensed the subtle war. Both Jonin sensei were now on high alert after that exchange. Nodding discreetly to each other, having figured out the real purpose they had been invited. If Hayashi wanted them to support Haruki, he didn't really even need to ask. Guy decided he would take this one. Yes, we are all a part of the nurturing of the youthful future of our students, the boisterous man all but shouted. This seemed to prompt something from Haruki as his posture jerked as if just remembering something. Hayashi-sama, I meant to tell you that I have approved all of the applications that were submitted to the program at various levels. In a week or so, my office will be in touch with the information to begin their course work with an outline of their basic function within the core depending on their level. I thought I would deliver yours, Niji's, Hizashi's and Hinata's in person. It was then that the reed head brought out of his sleeve 4 envelopes. Each addressed to the aforementioned ninja. Niji and Hinata each seemed surprised at the news, which led Haruki to believe that they had been told of their applications being submitted. Not that he cared, as he wanted both of them to have at least a basic knowledge of seals, if not better. It would make it easier to one day get rid of the caged bird seal for them, which was a goal he knew they shared. Before Haruki could do more than hand them their acceptance letters, though a deliberate borderline snobbish cough caught his attention. The female elder named Hinobi had apparently decided to make a move herself. Secretly the other elders all groaned internally at the possible stupidity that was about to come out of her mouth. Pardon me, Haruki-san, but do you really believe that the branch members will have the skill requirements to succeed in the program? The elder said as she flicked open a fan to fan herself. She thought this particular question was rather clever as it would determine Haruki's opinion of the branch house. The rest of the elder council just groaned internally at the fact that she had just revealed much of their intention to try and confirm information they already knew. Of course there was no stopping the pig-headed women when she thought she was right. Haruki just looked at her as if she had grown a second head and didn't bother hiding exactly what he thought of that question. Well, considering I have given them admittance, yes? I'm sorry, Elder-san, I'm not sure I understand your question. Their ability to use Fuinjutsu isn't determined by their house of origin. Not liking the condescending tone of the red-head upstart, Hinobi decided to take it a step further. I see. Well, I presume then that Hayashi has informed you of a level cap for their education. Immediately upon the words leaving her mouth, the feel of the room completely changed. The temperature seemed to have dropped and the air itself seemed to hum in warning. It was obvious to those sitting at the table the cause of the change. The branch member guards did not move as they had been instructed to do nothing unless actually violence took place. But they all watched intently as the tiniest fraction of chakra escaped the red head. Elder, you overstep, I or the Hokage alone determine such decisions. No one else. I trust you to remember that. The red head replied, stormy eyes piercing directly into Hinobi's opaque ones. The old bat, despite her general stubbornness, was more than capable of realizing when she had made an error. There was a reason besides age. She was an elder after all. Forgive me. She began bowing her head in apology. I am just surprised is all. I trust Hayashi-sama to discuss the details more with you. Haruki knew that was all the concession he was going to get, so he relented and the irritating presence disappeared. The display of power had also been a message that he was deserving, at least in part, of the rank and position he currently wielded. He knew they would be a bit more careful from here on out. Or so he thought. Conversation turned to lighter things for a time as the meal progressed, with even the children chiming in a bit to tell training stories. It was during this more relaxed time of mingling that the next elder worked up the courage to ask Haruki a question. Hashimi was not as brash as the others were, and she didn't really have a grudge against Haruki, but she couldn't deny the concerns of the others, so he decided that his question would try and accomplish both. After all, if he really was a Konoha shinobi of the caliber suggested, then he really should be welcomed and aided, not simply interrogated. Well, Haruki-san, how have you enjoyed being back? She asked suddenly as the jonin finished his plate. He seemed to jump a little at the question but quickly calmed as he turned to face her. Hashimi chuckled lightly beside herself. I am sorry if my question startles you, but none of us had heard of you, so we naturally were curious. Please forgive the intrusion, but all we learned was that you have been away from the village for some time. The cerulean gaze seemed to take on a deeper tone as Haruki weighed her words. Hashimi really had meant them, and the shift was not lost on her. Nor was it lost on Hisashi or his brother. It's been nice, came the soft and hesitant reply from a subdued Haruki that seemed to zone out for a moment before focusing back on the elder when she followed up his answer. Are things much as you remember them? She asked, a bit concerned, trying to steer the conversation to something more positive. There was no doubt something was there. Something deep, dark and painful. Though she did want answers and intentions from the man, she didn't want them at the expense of his heart. He replied with absolute certainty. He then turned and looked at Niji, who was trying not to giggle at something Guy had said while being equally as embarrassed. They are much better, he finished, turning back to her with a bit of a spark in his eyes. Smiling, Hashimi replied in sympathy to the wounded man, who was no doubt trying to adjust back into village life and quickly given his new responsibilities. That certainly is a long time to be away, but surely you have friends and relatives that you could come home to. And just as the word left her mouth, she regretted them, as any light that had been in his eyes winked out of existence as if it was never there. Hisashi, who was looking on, wanted to intervene and steer the conversation away, but knew that if he did he would be showing his hand to the elders and his brother, something he was sure would be worse for Haruki. Here was the many who had saved him and was now saving his son, who had endured the death of a world and gone back to go through it all over again, and he wasn't helping in the slightest. No more. I will not let him carry this burden alone. I am a branch member of the Hyuga clan and proud Konoha jonin, and most importantly I am his friend. I will not leave him to fight the battles I should be fighting with him, Hisashi vowed to himself as he looked at his son. He knew what he had to do, but for now he would have to wait. I would gladly do it again for the sake of the village, as I'm sure you would, came the hollow but resolute reply from the red-headed jonin, and it was the truth. Haruki would make the same choice again and again if it meant he had this chance. Hishomi knew she was already dancing on the pieces of a broken heart, but her curiosity got the better of her and thought perhaps she could cause him to have some positive memory surface. Who, may I ask, was your sensei, Haruki-san? All of my teachers are dead, was the quick and blunt reply, and he did not say anything more than that, and this time he had the audience of the entire table. Hishomi knew she was already dancing on the pieces of a broken heart, but her curiosity got the better of her and thought perhaps she could cause him to have some positive memory surface. Who, may I ask, was your sensei, Haruki-san? All of my teachers are dead, was the quick and blunt reply, and he did not say anything more than that, and this time he had the audience of the entire table. Hishomi, feeling guilty for allowing things to reach this point, decided to cut her losses and repair what damage she could. The others could do as they pleased. She wanted no more part of this. I am sorry to hear this, Haruki-san. Forgive me for bringing up undue pain. I am sure, though, they were quite powerful to train a shinobi as strong as yourself. They are no doubt proud of you. She finished with a small encouraging smile that wasn't characteristic of her, but she thought this occasion warranted some kindness. Unexpectedly, she got a follow-up reply from the redhead, who just stared down at the table as if lost in his own head and unaware that they were not the only people left in the room. Proud of me? I don't know. Though I guess I'd like to think so. And it's all right you didn't know. Regardless of their skill, they taught me what was important. What it meant to be a shinobi in a world full of hate and how to move past it. It was them that instilled in me the will of fire, and they that told me to never give up. So long as I do that, I can honor their memory. Guy and Kurenai each made a mental note on the vagueness and conviction of Haruki's answer, but also the wording. Something rang familiar in those words. Little did they know it was Hinata of all people that had put it together. Although she didn't have even an inkling as to the significance, just like Naruto-kun, she thought. The resulting reflective silence did not last long, however. Well, on a happier topic, how have you been adjusting to your new position? Kageri asked, eager to move on in their line of questioning. The shift in topic did seem to relieve the mood, and the redhead returned to his blank-faced neutrality. The work is intense for the time being, as would be expected in founding any new department, but I am more than capable of handling it. Deciding now was the time to make his move. The elder pressed his advantage. I'm sure you are. Word has reached us that you have already formed a new seal. One that can render you invisible even to us. And so they had reached the heart of the issue. Or at least part of it, Haruki imagined. He knew this was a risk in using the technique. Niji and Hinata both flinch at the elder's comment, and neither looked at Haruki, unsure of what his reaction might be. Ha ha ha, well, laughter was not one of them. I am unaware of any seal that can turn someone invisible completely. Though I suppose it wouldn't be too hard to make. The redhead replied with a wink to both Niji and Hinata. He really couldn't and wouldn't blame them for what was happening. Kageri, feeling he was being mocked, scowled before insisting, Are sure? I could have sworn it was said you had a seal that could block dash. He didn't get to finish his though as Haruki cut him off. If you are referring to the jutsu I used in both Hinata and Niji's training, then yes, I have that capability. But that isn't a jutsu just anyone can do, and is primarily used shield chakra signatures. It is from my personal repertoire and not something I openly discuss, as I'm sure you can understand, elder. Haruki said, stressing the point that he wasn't going to discuss the details of the jutsu. Hayashi, who could see the mounting tension, tried to deflect the focus. I have personally seen the effects of this jutsu. I'm sure it will be a powerful training for Niji and Hinata. It already has given result, if I'm not mistaken. He said, look from Hinata to the elder in question. Be that as it may, Hayashi Kageri began, but was cut off again when Haruki interrupted him pointedly. Elder, I do believe a conversation along the lines that you are leading is appropriate for a different setting. However, if you insist on pressing the issue, I would be forced to conclude that you mean me ill will for an ability you feel threatened by. If you doubt my loyalty so much that I would actively use this ability against you personally in an improper way, then I would recommend you take your concerns to the Hokage. Saying this, the redhead stood up as if to leave before bowing to Hayashi. Hayashi, I am sorry to have shamed your house as to arrive and dine with such distrust prevalent against me among its members. It was here that Hinai, who had been quiet the entire evening electing to observe, decided to run damage control. His final test was not ready yet. Besides, Kageri was wrong to hint at accusations at the diner. This Haruki was very familiar with political maneuvers, it would seem. Forgive my compatriot's rudeness, Kazuma-san, Hinai began. I'm afraid that he has acted out of disrespect due to the sensitivity of the issue. There are very few jutsu in the history of the clan's existence that could come close to the feat of which you claim, and it has startled a few nerves, I'm afraid. The question was not made in insult. Hinai smiled to himself as he watched Haruki take a seat, having blocked his move to escape with the upper hand. You see, the Hyuga's status of being one of the strongest clans in the village has come from the discipline to tradition. Through these traditions we avoid many of the problems that arise in a tumultuous world. One such tradition is the Juken fighting form that is the basis of our clan. It is this perfected form, this tradition, that makes us who we are. I am sure you can agree that our consistency has allowed us to repeatedly produce shinobi of advanced caliber able to defend the village. It is unsettling anytime something threatens that stability. Those traditions that make us who we are what we fight for. I'm sure you can understand. Hinai paused here to let his words sink in. He had won now. If Haruki accepted his words, he was excusing their philosophy, and if he didn't, he would be seen as unreasonable. And then, Niji asked a question for the first time that evening. Do you believe in fate, Haruki-san? Is tradition truly better than change? He asked, staring into Haruki's deep blue eyes with an intense need that was frightening. This boy needed an answer. Haruki thought for a moment as he tilted his head sideways a bit before looking at Niji in complete calm. Yes, Niji, fate is real, but it's not as particular as some would suggest. There is only one fate, and it's the one every person shares. The fate of all men is death, but how you get there is by the choices you make. While I value tradition, tradition for its own sake is never good. Change is an inevitable fact of life. It is what allows growth. It happens, because despite how we like to think, no two moments are alike and no two people are alike, and as time exchanges both, the world around us changes. Haruki paused here for a moment, letting his words sink in before continuing despite the frown on the elders' faces. When I was young, about your age actually, I fought this bastard who was utterly convinced the every moment of his life was determined for him and that victory was fated to him due to his near effortless skill in combat. I took many years of painful, meaningless living before a young genin that was completely talentless managed to best his arrogant ass in front of an entire crowd. And it was then that he finally learned the true role of fate and began to live his own life. A seed is planted and grows fresh green leaves, and while it remains a tree, it grows with time to become strong to resist the storms of summer and winter's biting chill. With each passing season, the leaves grown from green to red and then finally fade to nurture the tree again next year. So Niji, I believe the question you've asked is a false one. It is important to have a ninja way to fight for, a code to anchor yourself to when the world as you know it changes completely. That is the tradition you need. But at the same time, if you do not change at least a little with it, you'll find that life is not so forgiving. Niji slowly nodded before sinking back in his chair, seemingly deep in thought. Haruki caught the look on Guy's face that said he knew what he was referencing and that he would be answering for that later. Hinai was not pleased with this turn of events but had a planted test just in case, and with a quick signal to the crowd his plan was enacted. One of the branch members, an 13-year-old Kunoichi, who was on serving duty for the event, was called over to a main house table to serve some more sake. En route, however, she stumbled as one of the main house boys stood up abruptly and she ended up spilling it all over him. The boy was a 16-year-old chunin of Hinobi's brood and had a superiority complex the size of the Hokage monument. "How dare you!" he screeched as the sake landed on his silk robe. "I am so sorry, Hamura-sama, it was an accident," as she attempted to clean up the mess before she was thrown back by the boy. "You will pay for your insolence," he declared in his rage, his hands already forming the dreaded activation hand seal. Please no, it won't happen, Arif." The girl screamed and began to shake in an uncontrolled fit, clawing at her head as the seal flared to life. The boy had a sick smile of satisfaction. This will teach her, he thought, and then in the next moment all he knew was pain. XXX. Meanwhile, at the head table just before the incident, Hayashi sees the hand signal from Hinai and, given the situation, has fairly good idea what he has planned. Deciding he to want to see the reaction, he does not stop what would likely turn into a hostile situation quickly. Little did he know just how right he was. Arghhghhh, he heard her scream, and immediately the entire room looked to the incident while the branch members, including his brother, flinch at the sight of the seal's activation. What was worse was they could see the boy smiling as he was issuing his judgment. Not a second later, though, did a presence of pure rage make itself known. The air around them dropped in temperature so low, Hayashi could see his breath. The air itself began to hum and vibrate as sparks started appearing around the room. And the sheer pressure that appeared was enough to root most of the room in place. A moment later, then, beside the young man appeared a certain red-head jonin, fist cocked and aimed right for his face. Upon making contact, the face of the boy split and rippled before launching him across the length on the hall and slamming him into the stone structure, causing it to crack. If the boy was alive, it was barely. It would appear, though, that Haruki wasn't quite done yet, though, as a sealess solid copy of himself appeared and kneeled down next to the girl, hands glowing green, while the original walked calmly toward the body that was now stuck in the wall. The pressure and intensity of the chakra had not abated over the several seconds that the event took place, but as the jonin walk over, those with more experience began to acclimate and move. Most moved away, wanting completely out of the way of the man. A few followed behind to see what he would do. Hayashi himself and the elders recovered enough to head to the boy themselves to assess the damage. When they arrived, they found the red head with glowing green hands on the boy's face, though he stopped shortly before they arrived. The second thing they noticed was a seal on the side of his neck that pulsed an angry red. "What have you done?" Hinobi screeches as she rushes forward to the now prone form of her grandson. "He will live. I repaired any life-threatening damage, the rest is all him." Haruki spat coldly with venom as he rounded on the elders. How could you watch on as this piece of shit tortured a young girl for spilling a drink on him by accident?" When they remained silent, Haruki's chakra spiked. "Explain yourselves. Now." "Haruki-san, this is a clan matter, and from our understanding of the situation, he was well within his rights to do what he did, and you interrupted clan affairs and abused your authority to harm one of our clan's men for carrying out his right in our home. And you did so as guests, no less. We are not intimidated so easily, boy. I suggest you leave before we have you arrested," replied Hizen, who was looking a little too smug. Haruki turned and looked at the elder. "That's where you are wrong, fool, and you idiots thought you could plant a situation you could control, but you made one critical error. Not only was the girl you allowed to be targeted a shinobi of the village, but she was also just accepted into the barrier corps. No doubt trying to escape the cruelty here. As such, she falls under my jurisdiction twice over. And I am therefore responsible in part for her safety and well. Clan and its traitorous as backward ways are not going to stand any longer. I may not have the authority to remove the seal or stop you from placing it on people, but your use of it as a disciplinary measure is something I sure as hell am not going to continue to tolerate. And since you felt the need to question my authority, how about a bit of a demonstration?" Haruki then gestures to the boy on the ground. Specifically his neck. You see that seal on his neck? That seal will give him twice the pain that girl endured to his entire nervous system if so much as molds chakra to walk up a tree. This restraint seal shall remain on his person pending a trial by the village council for his assault on a kunoichi of the village. Your rights as a clan allow you to discipline your own using the seal only when rules have actually been broken. And since I suspect this incident was an inside setup, I hereby bar any person suspected of playing a part from the sealing program and placed on the Barrier Core watch list. In addition, I will be recommending a full investigation by the Hokage into the disciplinary records of the clan. And if such acts of cruelty are committed in my presence again, I swear to you the last concern you will have is a Hokage investigation. Haruki finished with a dark glower and leaked some killing intent for good measure. This of course did not go over well with the most of the elders. How dare you accuse us of harming our own Anjuli? And as a guest of our house no less. Hayashi, throw him out. He is no longer welcome here. One of them said, though it was hard to tell as most of them were shouting over each other. Silence! Hayashi yells. That is quite enough out of you, he says forcefully at the elders. Then turning to Haruki he sighs before asking calmly, Haruki Dano, I give you my word this will be dealt with severely within the clan and I have no objections to your other restrictions, but I must insist on asking that you remove the restraint seal from the Hamori-san. Please. Considering the situation at hand, that was actually a very generous way to ask. Though Haruki was still not quite feeling up for it. Do it, kid. The last thing you need is to antagonize these bastards further. Kurama, he doesn't deserve it. That may be true, but right now you don't have the authority to put that on him without the Hokage's order for capture. Hayashi is doing you a favor. I don't like it, but trust him to handle it for n. Fine, but I don't like it. Haruki answered in an internal huff. Haruki outwardly nods to Hayashi and walks over past the sobbing Hinobi and places his hand on the boy's neck for a moment before removing it, and the seal is gone. Nodding, Hayashi turns to the elders. I believe enough trouble has been caused to our guests tonight. You are dismissed along with others that would like to leave. We will discuss this tomorrow. I expect everyone's full participation and cooperation. Having said his piece, Hayashi calls over 2 guards and have them take the boy to the infirmary before turning and apologizing to the other guests for the incident. Haruki-san, considering tonight's event, would you mind if I spoke to you privately for a few minutes in my office? Hayashi asked now that the mess had been cleaned up. In the meantime, I'm sure the others would not mind some dessert. This is supposed to be a celebration after all. Haruki looked hesitant at first before turning to his 2 compatriots that had stayed out of his way during the whole exchange but were ready to step in at any point. Both gave their nods of consent, and based on the looks they gave him he knew they would be waiting for him to return before leaving. And so, Hayashi escorted Haruki out of the hall through a courtyard garden and past a small library to his office.